I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs spoon. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Try to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Not the boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama hip, so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Aslı.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running.
Sorry for what?
But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys today. Thank you all so much for coming in on short notice. I kind of sent out a little bit of text and let everybody know in the Discord. So thank you so much for coming on short notice, guys. I wanted to review a video, but I ran out of storage, so I couldn't get it saved. And then I'm like, I need to sleep at least a little bit. So I crashed for a little while, but I figured we could do a live review of, let's see, this guy's name is True Crime This Week. And I did put his link in the chat mods. I'm sorry, I should have probably posted it in the Discord. but it'll go full credit to him. And basically, he is letting Mr. Shirilla just talk, right? And he'll ask a couple questions throughout the interview, but we're going to break down the interview. Pause to listen to, or excuse me, pause to commentate. And I think Libra's going to join us today, so I'm super excited about that. Um, I do have a couple videos. They're short ones from the news. So they released a bunch of text messages. I also would like to get reaction on the car crash, right? Because her father keeps saying, like, show me some proof that my daughter did this intentionally. Well, sir, when your daughter didn't brake to avoid or stop the accident, when she drove head on into the brick building, she made that choice, in my opinion. Now, guys, I'm not always right. So disclaimer there, right? Spoiler alert, I'm not always right. But when I look at the situation and the fact that she didn't even try to brake the car at all, and then her personality and the way that she acts on top of it, um it's just all to me, it was intentional. She intentionally did this. Now there's a lot of text messages coming out, a lot of text messages that are so telling. And I will say that I'm thankful that his sister Christine has reminded us that it is a bit of an invasion of privacy. No, I mean, I think we can all agree on that. But I also, and I don't mean to say but to negate what she's saying, but what I'm trying to say is I think that we can find intent within those text messages that'll keep this little one right where she belongs. Because what happened here is absolutely horrific, right? And she's taken no accountability. Her parents, from the very beginning, have that Pollyanna attitude. Little Susie would never. They're big time enablers, right? And we just can't have that. That's the reason for all of this to begin with, in my opinion. Uh, Definite trigger warning today. Some of the things that her father says are very shocking, off putting, and you forget for a second that you're speaking to her father, although she looks just like her father. But again, I just want to put some disclaimers in before we start the show. Um, we're dealing with a very sensitive topic, right? There's two young boys who lost their lives over this, and that's Dominic and Davion. And I never want to put them on the back burner. I want them to be in the forefront, right? And so I tried to make sure I got some good pictures. I mean, Dom's hair is so curly and cute. He reminds me of one of the boys that could be in my family, right? Just, and I could cry. It's so sad. Those blue eyes, beautiful, or maybe they're green. I don't know, but they're beautiful. Very handsome young man, whole life ahead of him, right? And then we just have Davion here. He is adorable. I can't even say it. I would love to just pinch his cheeks, right? His little cheeks are so cute, and beautiful smile, whole life ahead of him. Um, it's absolutely devastating. And for the life of him, Mr. Shirilla can't understand, like, what's the big deal, right? I mean, I got him in his pose right there, in his stance that he's taking, like, oh, I don't understand what. I mean, I can't be happy my daughter's still alive. Right? He looks like a fool, and we're going to call it out if we see it, guys. So I'm just going to put that disclaimer out either. I don't hate anyone. I despise the actions, and I'm going to call it out, right? And we might make fun of Mr. Shirilla today. Okay. Disclaimer, we probably will make fun of Mr. Shirilla today. And it's because of his own words and actions. They're not helping, in my opinion. So, yes, live review today. True Crime This Week. Check their channel out. Um, Again, all opinions expressed are not only my own, but it's of who we're reviewing, panel guest, and then some of my own. It is my own narrative, right? Etc. So again, all these disclaimers, and thank you, Chuchi, so much for putting in the disclaimers. Viewer discretion is advised, guys, but I would really advise, and I'm not an authority on anything, but talking to your kids, if you have school age kids, high schoolers, like these guys here, even if they're just fresh out of high school, they're still young kids to me, and I get that. Um, so, if you have kids, hey, Paige, and you want to discuss this topic with them, I think this is a really good example, in my opinion. And Holly S is here. Hey, Holly S, so good to see you. Hey, Dawn Emery, thanks for being here. And Mackenzie Flores. Hey, Mackenzie Flores. And Lisa King is here. Hey, Lisa King, so good to see you. And Libra. Hey, Libra, there's our friend Libra. And I'll drop the link also, Libra, for you to come up. And Faye is here. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you for always hitting the like button, guys, and being here to watch. I'm so excited to go over this topic with you guys because I was a little nervous, especially, I don't want to highlight Mackenzie's dad. He's a tool. But also I want you guys to see like what they're pushing for, what they're fighting for, and realize why everybody is like buzzing about this case again, because they are. And it's directly because of this Netflix documentary and the appeals process. There's a lot to learn about that as well, because she was late on her appeal, but then obviously she has chances to appeal again. Many people think she'll never get out of prison, right? Like she's just fantasizing when she thinks she's going to get out, but I wouldn't be so sure. I will say she's been in a lot of trouble, allegedly, according to documents that I've seen with my own two eyes. I'll just say that because I don't have them to show you right now. But I will. I like to show you guys the receipts on things. She's she's definitely gotten in a lot of trouble, right? I mean, in prison where she's being intimate with other inmates. That's putting it nicely. She is being in places where she's not supposed to be. So obviously if you're in a place you're not supposed to be, that's breaking the rules, and she's been in trouble for things like that. The parole board doesn't like to see that. They want to see good behavior, and Shadow, so good to see you, Shadow. And Michelle is here, and Faye, thank you for being here, guys. And Brad, hey Brad, good to see you. If any of you had a child like Mackenzie, how would you handle her? Well, I don't know, because I've never wanted to ever spoil my daughter. I don't know. I just looked at her as someone that could potentially do something great in life. And I don't know. I did see some behaviors during the divorce where it was like, I have to wear name brands. And I'm like, you have to remember who your parents are, and stuff like that. But it was mainly because of influences that my ex-husband was bringing into the mix, women that thought that that's the value of things. And Mackenzie's very much like that. You know, we'll get into all of that, but I will say, Brad, if I found out something like this, I would not be acting in a way that would encourage, because when they're 18 they can do whatever, but I wouldn't be acting in a way to encourage the behaviors like her parents are, and I think they are. And there's no perfect parent, guys. I also want to put that disclaimer in also. I'm not perfect, but again, just the way that Mackenzie was dressing and acting, and you just wouldn't want your child to go out and do that in the world. You'd want them to do better. Mama, so good to see you. I know. And believe me, he addresses it, Paige. Interesting color, says Paige. Interesting color choice. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't. I think in the beginning, Brad, and we learned this in the documentary too, that they really, and I think we kind of could understand that through the trial and stuff, but um, the Russos and also Davion's parents didn't really know that Mackenzie was guilty. Like they felt bad for her. They wanted her to survive. She's the only survivor. And then they slowly start to realize that they're being manipulated, just by the whole situation, but mainly the Shirillas. About Mackenzie's, the severity of her conditions. And I'm not saying that she wasn't severely. Obviously, you can see the vehicle behind me. It was completely totaled and wrecked. Um, and she was driving, so obviously the airbags were deployed and everything. When that happens, it's tough, right? On your body, you're hitting that. Sometimes you could die on the impact. And as fast as they were going, um, and the brick wall that they hit, um, I'm surprised she survived it. So I understand there being a mixture of emotions. I just don't understand the lack of empathy or accountability. And I think that's what people are having a major problem with. I definitely am. So I would like to see something happen, but I sometimes wonder, um is it worth it to them? Do they I think they just don't even, and I'm not trying to speak for them, but I just don't even think they want to deal with these freaking assholes anymore. And they just want her to stay where she is, and they want to be able to honor their family. Um, from my, I'll just say from my observations, it really seems like the Russos are very nice people, and so are, the Flanagans. Or well, both sides are very kind-hearted people. Davion was a newer friend, so Davion kind of came in the picture as a friend, and they all the kids went to the same high school, but some of them were in various grades. Mackenzie's the youngest one, and then you have Davion, and then you have Dominic, and so they're all friends. But Dominic had a really bad accident, football accident, and he tore. His ACL, I believe, and he was told that his career is over, and that happens whenever that particular injury occurs. That's for any athlete out there. If that injury occurs, unfortunately, sadly, you're not going to get anybody that's going to want to, sign you, because I mean, obviously, you're going to be out with an injury quite frequently. If you have something like that, you can re-tear it, different things. So, not to get too far into that, but either way, he started hanging out with this other group of kids, recently, right? Mackenzie and the boyfriend, and then that guy Bubba that was in the documentary. He was like, he's my best friend, and stuff like that. But I don't know how much of that even to believe either. So, yeah, Mr. Flanagan did say that to him. So thanks, Chuchi, to put it into perspective on how the Flanagans, or Mr. Flanagan himself, was feeling about the new friend situation. He tells Davion, "Show me your friends, and I will tell you your future." Right, and that's what it comes down to every day, guys, and that goes for adults too. Like, you are who you hang out with, right? If you hang out with a bunch of buttholes, then you're going to be a butthole too, or you are one, right? Takes one to know one. And yeah, so he knew that his son was not in the same friends group. And I'm not saying that the athletes are perfect kids, right? We know they get in trouble too. They drink, they party, they do this, they that. They're kids. They're all experimenting. They're doing things, making choices, and living with the consequences. This is unimaginable, but I will say that this is the result. This is what we're seeing, and it's really, really sad. Um, so we're gonna get right into it. I want to show you guys a couple of videos too, and let me drop the link also, for Libra. Libra, if you want to come up, I will see you backstage. But I'm going to show this while we wait. I'm going to show you guys really quick, um, this video here. Okay. And this is her arrest. So again, we have this group of friends. They're leaving another group of friends' house and they're driving somewhere. No one really knows, I guess, where they were going that morning, as far as I know, allegedly, right? We may find out more about that. But it was the three kids in the car. So Mackenzie, Dominic, and Davion. And they were all in the car, and Mackenzie's driving. And this is going to be her arrest and some details about the case.
Well, we have obtained more body cam video, which sheds some light on the crash, the investigation, and the arrest of Mackenzie Shirilla. The now 20-year-old is serving a 15-year-to-life sentence after she was found guilty of killing her boyfriend and friend in a crash in 2022.
They're going to need 4 extractions on all 3.
Strongsville police found the devastating scene in July 2022. 3 unresponsive people trapped inside a mangled Toyota Camry. Medics rushed driver Mackenzie Shirilla to the hospital. Her boyfriend, 20-year-old Dominic Russo, and friend, 19-year-old Davion Flanagan, died at the scene.
Just take it back to the property room.
In the weeks and months that followed, police determined this was no accident.
We feel like Davion was just a victim of it.
Friends of Dominic and Davion came to police to share information from Life 360, a location sharing app that showed Shirilla was flying toward the building at over 90 miles an hour.
All right, guys, flying toward the building at over 90 miles an hour. It says on the records 100 miles an hour for 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mackenzie loves to count too, by the way. 5 seconds at 100 miles an hour, punching it, and crashes finally into a brick wall. Never tries to turn to avoid the brick wall, just punches it, right? But I will say that based on the condition of the vehicle and the passengers in the vehicle, the main side to hit the brick wall was the boys' side, right? Davion and Dominic's side was predominantly smashed in. Now, the front of the vehicle was also obviously totaled and smashed. It was smashed to smithereens, this car. Okay.
No hard braking until, like, it'll show you when they hard brake, and that was when they hit the wall.
Describe the relationship.
Detectives interviewed several people, including Shirilla's ex-boyfriend.
10th grade. And that's kind of when, like, all of us stopped being friends with just her. We were all cool with her still. Just because she's so, like, crazy, she'll blow everyone's phone up.
Hi, Mackenzie. Step out for me.
Months after the crash that took so much from so many.
You're under arrest for aggravated murder ×2, okay? Nobody's going to ask you any questions. Nobody's going to bother you.
Police had their case.
Could you please be careful taking this one off so it doesn't break the bracelet, please?
You got it. You got it.
Handcuffs replaced jewelry as Shirilla was ultimately tried, convicted, and sentenced for murder over the next couple of years.
Shirilla appealed her conviction, but in September, the 8th District Court of Appeals upheld that conviction, pointing to her relationship with Dominic and evidence that she didn't let off the gas or brake before impact. Well, we have obtained...
All right, guys, and that's the evidence for you, right? And I understand that her father is her father and her mother is her mother. I'm not trying to say that, right? But it's really messed up that they are saying, oh, there's no evidence that she didn't mean. Yeah, she meant it. In my opinion, she meant it. And, she didn't try to stop it. The text messages are very damning, guys. And that's why we'll read them. It's not anything to be malicious towards the victims or, pry into their personal lives for any type of, joy or gain out of the situation, because I'm going to tell you,
newly released
make me happy, and it's not something that's like of interest to me to read little young people's text messages, right? Like I used to have to do that with my daughter, and I'd be looking in her phone, right, to see what was going on, make sure everything's okay, right? And so because I'm a snooping parent. I tell you guys that I recommend snooping. I do, and I'm only laughing because I know it is an invasion of privacy, and I get it. I get that. There's a lot of people that would look at me and say, "Wow, you're a real bitch for doing that," or you don't care about your child's privacy. Um, I care more about her safety than her privacy. I care more about her mental well-being than her privacy. And if I hadn't have done the snooping, I wouldn't know certain things that could have really put her in a bad situation. Again, no perfect parent, no perfect child. Um, and so, especially when you have friends. And here's the thing, I also want to point out from my own experience that if you're looking in your child's phone and you notice that some conversations with some friends are different than other conversations, you can kind of tell who is influencing the situation. And that's always a good time to just talk about being a leader and not a follower. When we're growing up, people would say, well, if your friends jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge, would you? Stuff like that, right? But put it into perspective for them. It's really important, guys. And you don't have to use you statements or say I know you did this or anything like that. You can say things like, it's really important to be a good example to your friends. And something like what Mr. Flanagan said about looking at who your friends are and understanding that that's you know your future. And things like that can help. And sometimes, even when you do everything you're supposed to do, you can have a negative outcome, which is really, really sad too. So, there's no perfect way to do things. There's no perfect way to do things. Hey, Andrea. And I just don't want you guys to think that I'm like up here preaching, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe these parents. But I am going to probably say that. Oh, hey, we have Libra backstage. Hold on one second here. Hey, Libra.
Happy Thursday, everyone.
Happy Thursday. Good to have you on. So did you just see, or you've seen this? I think we talked about it a little bit yesterday. Did you see how this all kind of transpired with her just like gunning it into the wall?
Yes, it appears that she turned the corner, controlled with using her turn signal and everything on one camera view, and then after she turns, then this view here that it looks like you have up here on this camera view, you see her just flying. You can hear it coming too, and it's just flying by and just boom, and you hear it hit the wall. And
I was trying to get it where I could get where you could hear it because it is like deafening.
Good Lord.
Flying, it really is.
Good Lord.
Yeah, and it's because as fast as she's going, you can only hear like the car zoom by and then the crash.
Right.
Yeah, it's really, really sad and totally preventable, right? I feel like there was a lot of intent in this situation, and I think just the small amount of proof that we have is really big, in the grand scheme of things. It's not like it's like a crap ton. I mean, we could probably even pick like 4 text messages and then just this video and then the data from the car and say intentional. But what do you think, Libra?
Yeah, as far as I'm sorry, I was a little bit busy doing something here, just getting things set up. But I heard the word intentional. I believe it's intentional. Because just like I said before, she's used her car as a weapon before and threatened with her car before when her boyfriend was in the car that she was speeding up to high speeds and was threatening to take them both out. In other words, not verbatim, but I can't remember the exact quote, but yeah, in a nutshell, she has enough of a history and enough of enough of the history of this sort of behavior that this this definitely is not random. There's a pattern here.
Yeah, that's so true. Really spot on. There's absolutely a pattern. And I think that's why it's important to read the text messages.
Right.
Just to see it.
Well, it's just like when I was talking about Chud the Builder, you know, he was out here making all this content, prodding people and provoking people, and don't think they're not going to turn around and see those patterns and use that in court. But the pattern's there. It's obvious. He even admitted, as I showed you today in a video earlier today, he was sitting here vlogging, telling everyone on his little live stream that it's going to happen. You're going to see on the news one day, Chud the Builder has shot and killed a black man. And so, you know, when you look at this, you say, well, there's the patterns right there, but you know, you self-incriminated too. You don't recorded yourself saying it, and what's probably going to happen or what your intentions are. You know, you're out here, you know, so it's similar to that. It was what it reminds me of, because, you know, it's not random. It's not just something that happened, you know. And the thing about, I'm not trying to get off subject, the thing about Chud the Builder, I'm just trying to think of analogies. That's kind of
I
like,
can see the comparison for sure. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's, you know, the whole entitlement as well, the entitlement and the attitude that goes along with it. And not only that, so you have all these recorded, documented instances where they are the aggressor, both of them really, in these situations. So they have a pattern of the threats and everything else. And then when something bad happens, you know, obviously, more than likely, that's going to be, I mean, just in the court of public opinion, that's going to be used against you, or that will be thought of, because it's not just, you know, like when Chud shot the man, you know, that wasn't just, he was walking down the road one day and somebody randomly attacked him. We know that he's been provoking people this whole time. So it's, you know, it's not something just random.
Exactly. It stacks up really quick, doesn't it? Because people remember, and then especially when it's documented so closely like that. Like, there's so many instances where he just, you know, it's not like he's going out and being silly with it. He's absolutely inciting hatred and you know, that reaction, what rage baiting.
Right. And sitting here and holding mace in his hand, you better back up. And, oh yeah, well, I got some rounds in the car too for you. You know, oh, come on over here and see what happens. Yeah. You're chipping out now. So yeah, when he talks like this, it's just, you know, people like this just are a disgrace. They deserve to be locked up for life, you know, because the public doesn't need that kind of danger. We don't need nuisance. It's a nuisance to the public, in my opinion.
Well, absolutely. And I mean, she's going to go off and find another guy to control. And I think, like Brad's saying, I keep hearing Mackenzie say she couldn't live without him and wanted to have his baby. And my question is, why did you treat him so badly?
Immature, entitled. And like I said, when you listen to the jail phone calls, I don't know if you want to maybe drop a link for anybody maybe later on, or whatnot. But if anybody, I would encourage everybody to check out the jail phone calls, because then you'll hear, when you hear her converse with her mom, you'll start to see, and you can form your own opinion where her attitude and how this starts to come to light, why she's acting the way she is. You know,
absolutely. You can drop it, hon. You got a wrench. So if you have any links, feel free to drop them. I mean, I trust you guys. You know, I'm trying
to remember,
you know, bad or anything, but yeah, because I have one that I listened to her jail calls on, but I don't know. There's probably other ones.
There's one long one I watched. The one I watched was like, it was like an hour. I want to say it was more than an hour long. I didn't listen to the whole thing. It was crazy how long it was. But you do see the contrast, and like I said, with the father back here in the background screaming and yelling, you know, I know you're innocent. This is bull crap. They're doing this to you. I know you're innocent. Well, blood's always going to stick up for blood 9 times out of 10, right? Just because you're family and you love your family. Typically, not everyone. Some hate their own family and they have their reasons for it. But typically, blood will always come into court and say, "I love them. Don't lock them up," because they don't want to see you get locked away. Simple as that, and that you love your family. Well, so they're giving her the benefit of the doubt when they really don't. And they probably actually they do know how she acts. I mean, it's her own daughter. It's just unbelievable to me. I don't know. I think there's a point where you can fend for somebody, but even if it's family and I know you're wrong, I'm going to tell you you're wrong. I'm going to tell you shouldn't have done that. Hey, look, you know you were wrong. You shouldn't have done that. I love you, but you've got to take care of this now. The ball's in your court. I'm not going to stick up for you when you're out here acting a fool or doing this or doing that or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? That's how I am personally, but
But that's
you
real
have
love,
to.
though, because
It's real love.
yeah.
People call it tough love. I call it actually love. It's just love. What is tough love? Love is love, and love will tell you right or wrong whether you like it or not.
Exactly. And it's good to show people like that, hey, I'm still here for you and all, but you also, like you said, you got to take care of this. This is your consequence for your
Right.
action, right?
You screwed up.
Directly.
You
Yeah.
made your bed. You got to lie in it.
Exactly. And Lisa King talks about her way or no way, and that was a direct quote that I saw somewhere. Again, I don't have it pulled up or anything, but she said my way or the highway. And I was like, damn, and look what happened.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a very shocking, like, are you kidding me right now? You said that to him and now we're in this position, and I really do think that she was um super entitled, like you said. That's a very good word, entitlement.
Right. Very entitled, and of course of the era of, and no offense to anyone, but I'm a little bit older, but from the whole era of social media and showing off your body, uh, taking selfies and kissy faces, the fish face, whatever you want to call it, caricature faces and stuff. But anyway, the whole attention grabbing thing is really just I think a thing of this era with the technology and internet that we're using so much. It's everyone's a star now. Everybody can be on TV. Everybody can get on the internet and be seen. When I was a kid, you get on TV, that was a big deal. You didn't have this. So
Yeah.
you know what I mean? You had Atari,
Yeah.
you had Nintendo, you had, PlayStation when you're, later on and stuff, but you had video games and then it started getting online there too. And you can, connect with people there too. But just the whole picture, right? It's like, it's not just one thing. It's a multitude of problems. It's
Yeah,
not
it
that
is.
she's
Holly,
just
I think
entitled,
so
right?
too. Social media is causing massive issues.
It's killing brain cells in a
Brought
lot
out
of
the
ways.
worst in people. Yeah.
In the sense that just the pure sense of the moral compass being gone. We've lost our moral compass, in my opinion. In today's day and age, no one even knows how to treat each other. You run into somebody, oh, excuse me, sorry. In the grocery store, you get snubbed, or they get, somebody gets ticked off because you rub against them, or you look at them wrong, or and it's just so negative out there. It typically is, but it used to be some kind of human decency, but I think it's really gone down the toilet in the past 20 years, big time. I mean, even more.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and like it goes back to that like selfishness, right? Because it's all about
Yes.
me and oh my God, let me take a picture of me now and am I so cute and da da da. And it's like, yeah, we all know you're cute, but are you putting out a positive message in the world? Are you doing anything good? And we can see that a lot of these people are not, and they are just so self-serving.
Yeah, the spoiled brat thing, the whole spoiled brat thing, and she's young and immature. The immaturity can be there. I've known some very mature young teenagers that are just more mature than some adults I know, so it's a matter of how you're raised. I think if you're raised to to be disciplined enough to have some kind of respect or self-respect, really is where it starts. But yeah, if you're gonna sit there and you're gonna tell, and you listen, y'all, when you look up, I'm gonna try to find a link, these jail phone calls. you'll definitely catch on real fast how mama's talking to her baby, that she's the best, most precious thing in the world. In other words, basically, like
Oh
the
my
goal, you
gosh,
know, no one's ever
yes.
better than you. You just remember that you're the best in there, and just remember that you're the best. Yeah, and it's like, you know, I believe in
Sorry, I
talking
laugh, but it's so true. It's so true.
yeah, and when you get coddled like that all your life, what are you gonna do when the crap hits the fan? You're, you know, probably gonna act like a spoiled brat and expect that coddling, and it's not gonna always be there, you know.
Damn right. And it's a hard fall. It's a harder fall, and they're not doing her any favors at all.
And yeah, what I for what I understand, they're just digging their own grave on this documentary that was on Netflix. That she's over here, or her mom, excuse me, the parents are just, they're running their mouths even more, and it's just getting worse for the public. The public's starting to hate them even more, or if that's not what I understand it as. But I think you were explaining something about that. Like the more they were talking, the worse it was getting.
Yeah, Vinnie Politan said that too, and I was like, my mouth dropped open. I'm like, exactly.
That
Oh
might
my
have been
god.
who said it. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
he
might have
did
been where
too.
I
He was
heard
like,
it.
they're not helping. Like, no, they're
No, not
not.
at all. No, I mean,
In so many ways, right? Like even publicly, like when they're speaking out, like when we watch her dad here coming up, oh boy, he's really um like he thinks that he's being maybe convincing or something, but he's actually like just dropping bombs that like are not only re-victimizing the victims, but are also not making him or his daughter look good at all.
no. And you know, the thing that bothers me, and I was talking to a friend about this the other day, and they were actually telling me this. I haven't seen the documentary, but from what I understand, that it's kind of trying to pull a certain direction to kind of, they really want to pull a certain direction and push a narrative to try to get her freed in a way, like to try to show she's innocent, and that, you know, and they've done this with you know, that girl in Nashville that she was underage. She was like 16 or something. A guy picked her up to give her a ride because she was prostituting really. And at the end of the day, she ended up saying she thought he was going to kill her, and she killed him with a shotgun, his own shotgun. And he was in real estate, and his whole family was devastated. And he was laying in bed, and you know, he took her home to give her a place to sleep or something, but she claims that he tried to kill her or could have killed her, and she just used all that force to kill him though. And so anyway, she was looking at 15 years, or I can't remember how long she was in prison. It might have been 12 or 15 years, but she was supposed to be in there for life, I think. And she ended up doing this documentary, and then these rich guys come out and started supporting her, and I wish I could remember her name. And but real innocent looking, real pretty girl too, but just, you know, this one was just, you know, I think she's not, you know, this is before everybody was on the internet like this Mackenzie girl, but the one here in Nashville she was before, it was way before this era anyway. And so anyway, she ended up getting out of prison early. It was like she got acquitted because she got a retrial. I can't remember exactly. I have to look that up. So anyway, either way, the documentary kind of pulled it to try to get the public, and all these, with this girl, a lot of rappers came out and a lot of celebrities came out and were like, you need to free her and such and such. And so it was kind of, you know, they were trying to use the documentary to get her out of jail, to try to get her out and get her freed and try to push the narrative, get the public. But you're not gonna convince me this person doesn't need to be locked up, at least in like in a psych ward or something.
Yeah, I mean, and
she doesn't need to be out here in the public. I'm sorry, you know.
I don't think so either, because yeah, there's a huge risk for her to reoffend, in my opinion, because I really do think she had full intentions of carrying this out, not realizing, of course, the ramifications of her actions. Because we did talk about how, you know, our brains don't develop until later. Girls, it's a little bit younger than guys, I think, but in the same way,
29, I believe it's 29 for the average adult anyway, or person. It's around 29 years old your brain finally develops.
Yeah. And I mean, it takes life experiences too. And also, when we talk about how, you know, they're all very, very immature. And you can see that obviously they're like all fresh out of high school, for the most part. Dom's a little bit older, than the other ones. But I mean, again, it's not like a huge jump or anything like that. It's not like he was like 27 and they were high schoolers. They're pretty much all under the age of 21.
Yeah, very young.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and play that just this video really quick. It's just a quick one, but it's going to, go over, like you were talking about, the jail calls and the text messages that are being released that are, really damning.
Newly released records in the 2022 Strongsville crash involving Mackenzie Shirilla were made public Wednesday. The Strongsville Police Department released about 32,000 text messages between Shirilla and her then boyfriend Dominic Russo, along with recorded jail phone calls made after her conviction. Shirilla was convicted in the crash that killed Russo and their friend Davion Flanagan and was sentenced to life in prison with parole eligibility after 15 years. Among the newly released records are several troubling texts dating back to 2020. In one January 2020 text message, Shirilla told Russo she was going to kill someone because she needed a ride and he could not pick her up. Later the same day, the two argued over text, with Shirilla writing, "I just want to bang my head on the wall till I'm dead."
Oh my gosh, that's so violent.
Man.
Okay, and manipulative.
Yeah, that's a lot of it right there is manipulation. 9 times out of 10 when they're saying these things, but she, as you see, she was crazy enough to carry out a similar act. Really. I mean, this is worse than banging your head. I don't know which one's worse. Surviving that wreck or
doing it yourself, self-inflicted, or yeah.
It was both self-inflicted, but I just don't know if banging your head against a brick wall is worse than that car wreck or not. I'm just trying to, I think banging your head against the wall probably worse because the car wreck happened once. She got slammed against the car, had a minor arm injury or something crazy. And then, but if you're banging your head against the wall really hard, like that's got to be painful, man. That's like, woo! I've had a concussion once, and that's not fun. Doesn't feel good.
Exactly. I mean, you could actually give.
That was one hit. That was one hit. That wasn't me slamming my head against the wall. Dang.
Right. Exactly. And again, it all goes down to intent, right? I mean.
Right.
Wow.
That video, I'll never forget that video where she's running, like he's walking through the house and their mom pulled up the boyfriend's video where he's like, "No, you're not coming in the house." And she's like, "You better come in. You better open that door. I'm kicking it down," threatening to break and enter, which in, some states that's, you could use deadly force to break and enter, in some states. In Texas, I know if you're on the property, you can get shot, so it's just crazy. It's like, that's a serious thing though. If you're threatening a felony right there, and it is a serious thing when it comes to her, because
I'm going to key your car. I'm going to key your car if you don't let me in and all this.
Just psycho chick, man. Woo, stay away from women like that. Okay, fellas, if there's any fellas out there, I don't know if there is. If there's any fellow fellas, I'm going to tell you, you just run for your life. And that's like we talked about, that dark triad right there, the narcissistic dark triad. Dark triad's the worst. It's all three. So we'll talk about that later. But I know you were going to say something.
Trifecta of bad,
Yeah.
Check. If you see these behaviors, please run, because it's hard, because these people like they'll tell you they love you, like what our friend Brad was saying earlier, like, "Oh, I love you, I want to have your baby." Like, you want to bring a baby into this? Like, oh my.
Of course. That's exactly. You want to lock it in. Got to lock it in. I want him. He's mine for life. I'm gonna lock him in. He can have my baby, and woo boy. And you ever see that guy? He gets on. I don't remember who this was. I have to look it up sometime. I think it was on Facebook. I saw it, but he comes around like a bar and the bars and stuff outside at like the beach, and he'll approach women and he'll have a flag that's two-sided. One's red, one's green. And he'll say, so sushi or shrimp or something like that, for instance, and they'll say sushi and he'll go with the red flag if you don't like it, kind of like, that's a red flag. It's funny. And he goes up to all they're like, oh, because he'll do it and they're all laughing. It's all in fun and games, but they don't expect that flag to come up, and it's hilarious. And then he'll put the green flag up and they'll go, yay, because he's like, hey, that's a good thing. You like pizza or whatever we're talking about, It was really funny though. But
yeah, that is funny.
It's like, we do kind of, you have to pick up on those red flags, man. You really do, in all seriousness. Good just for yourself, you want to have a lack of toxicity in your life,
Exactly. And you don't want to get married to that, and you don't want to have kids with that, right? You don't want to spend your life with that because it's miserable, and
it
then
can
you
ruin
bring
your
in
life.
other people.
Then you got to go and meet them every Thursday to switch your kids out, and then the kids come back and they're allowed to do something at, mom, your daddy's house. It's not allowed at the other house, and then you get the mess.
Ooh.
And but either way, it's like it's just not natural. I don't think it's obviously not natural. You don't have a chemistry, so the chemistry's not there. It's just so toxic. It's not good. Then you're not meant for each other. And if you have a kid together, then it's only gonna get worse unless you get some intensive therapy and you some people grow out of it, some don't. This girl, I don't know if she would. I think it's because it's how she's raised, in my opinion, because of her parents, because of her mom, the way they talked. In my opinion, I don't think she can really rehabilitate completely out of this, unless she just, it's a miracle and she sees the light, and
I know. I hate to say like, oh, no one could ever change or anything, because I'm not the one.
Some cans, okay, yeah. Some, it's not. I hate to generalize. I'm not trying to, but it's very hard.
You're not. I'm just saying I try really hard myself with that, because I'm like,
oh yeah,
I hate to say it.
Yeah,
but
you're like, oh yeah, they'll be all right. They'll change. Oh no, they more than likely. What's the stats say? Probably not. Let's just say that. Probably not. Yeah. Somebody. Mark says we have a gentleman here. She was a brat. Nobody put her in her place in her younger years, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, man. It's how you're raised a lot of times. If your parents are telling you you're the golden child, what are you going to grow up to be? That golden child, right? You're going to be that spoiled brat. And I know some that grew up that way. I always had to work for everything I had. And I didn't grow up rich, so I had to buy my own first car, pay my own insurance, pay my own phone bill. I had to do everything, do my own laundry, sweep the floor, do everything, man. And so I'm not going to come out here and ever encourage someone to talk up their kids so much that they think they're invincible, and then something like this happens, and then it's too late. Pretty much.
Yeah, I agree, because it is the formative years are so important to really instill that. And you think at the time, you're like, man, because I had some friends that just got free money from their parents, and like my high school was kind of a richer high school, and I was always like, damn, I gotta work, and stuff and do that. But my parents were like very fair about it, but they wanted me to know that like nothing's free in life, and we're your providers and stuff. Like, we provide you shelter and food, but also you need to learn how to get out there and do for yourself, and it's important. If you never instill that. And she really wanted like Dom to take care of her in terms of the money and like nice thing, like really nice things, like things that I don't even know that these kids should have. Like if I don't have a $5,000 purse, maybe you shouldn't,
Oh my God.
Who needs it anyway?
Louis Vuitton. Yeah. I got a Louis Vuitton bag and I'm driving a Honda, you know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly.
Get out of here.
Yes, exactly.
I gotta walk to work, but hey, look, I got a Louis Vuitton bag, baby. Check it out.
Right.
Awesome.
Well, yeah. And that's another thing that they like to flaunt online, just flaunt that, oh, look at me. And then like these other girls are sitting there thinking, well, if my boyfriend doesn't buy me that, then he's the loser or something. And you're like, no, that's not everything though, because that we're only seeing like such a small piece of what's actually happening. So a lot of the stuff she was posting online, it looked like they had a great relationship and he was just doting on her with gifts and things, and that's all well and fine. I'm not saying that it's not nice to get a nice gift from your boyfriend or your husband, but it's the magnitude of things, it was out of control in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, out of control. And then where you find yourself, locked up because you made a bad decision.
Yes, and then mom's over there, Pollyanna, um, really just, well, we have to look in the bright side of everything, and it's like there is no bright side of this. She needs to do the work and really understand what her actions, and I just don't see it. Um,
Okay, sorry, Chuchi. Yeah, she has severe injuries. I didn't know all the extent of the injuries. I just seen that arm break. Yeah, she was in a wheelchair, wasn't she? Had a rave or something. Not even didn't
yes.
rehabilitate. Didn't that right there is like that narcissism right there just shows lack of remorse. That's not, what do you call it? Sociopathic tendencies right there to not show any kind of respect, and that's something that's not really taught anymore. Those respect, and that's where a lot of it goes to. But the parents coddling you, and no respect, and you don't even think, they didn't even teach you to, you should probably chill out for a while let this thing calm down, since those guys just passed away. I mean, come on, crazy. But yeah, I don't know do you know the extent of the injuries? Chuchi said it was some severe injuries. I just didn't know any details on that. I didn't know if you knew any details, maybe.
Well, I don't know like the exact injuries, but I will say that, obviously because of how, because of the impact, because of the severity of the accident, she wouldn't come out unscathed, but the way that it appears the car was, it was more on their side, the passengers side, and then also, Dominic predominantly, and of course then Davion ended up on top of him. And
Right.
that the kid played football, so he wasn't a small, you know what I'm saying? Like these are big, guys and young men, and it's so sad, but yeah, I think what they were doing is what the family was doing, and from what I can tell from what Christine Russo, Dominic's sister, said yesterday, was that they were super worried because obviously she was life flighted, right, and to the hospital, and they were kind of like playing it off like her injuries were worse, like in terms of her being in a coma. It was one of
Okay.
them. So she wasn't in a coma, but they thought she was, and so obviously they're
Didn't they
thinking
say?
like, oh, we're not going to bother her while she's in a coma. You can't talk to her if she's in a coma.
Yeah. Didn't they say she had what's called POTS, something like that?
Yes. So Sandy was talking about the POTS earlier, and Witchy Mama's daughter has POTS. So she's, and some of our chatters were saying, look, like I know people with POTS, or I have it. And like, even though, yeah, you do pass out, that doesn't cause you to, punch the accelerator in the way
Or
that.
maybe she doesn't know that. Maybe she has a problem with that backwards. She doesn't know stop. She doesn't understand. She doesn't understand the word stop.
Exactly,
Just
but
read
she
it just
she really
backwards.
didn't. She would never want to take no for an answer. Like this is the way I want it, and I want it like this now. Miss Veruca Salt from Willy Wonka.
Yeah. And Faye says, yeah. And I'm not going to try to say that whole name. I'll just say Faye here. Narcissists are very manipulative and never recognize their fault. It's so in their mind, it's everyone else's fault except them. Yeah, exactly. Finger pointers. They hate facts too, because I had to deal with one time, and I had everything documented. So I had all the papers in front of me. I said, this is what happened. This is what happened at this time, this day, everything, because it was at unfortunately at a company I worked at. And I said, and so I had to prove it to HR. And I said, this is what happened. This is what they said to me. This is what they did. This is what they texted, everything, because they tried to turn around and say something crazy. And guess who lost their job? Not me. But that that narcissist was so pissed off that I had all my ducks in a row and I had all the facts, and they could not defend. They could not point the finger at me. And then HR knew they were lying, because another friend of mine that worked with us, she knew that the other person was lying, and so they took her alone and said, "Hey, is this true?" So that person ran off and started lying about me. I had no idea. And then, but thank God I documented everything that happened, and I had all my facts in front of me, because I knew, but I kind of, once I caught on that they were narcissists, it was too late. And that's kind of when it happened. So it was like, oh, that's who this is. And it was kind of like too late now, but I have the, I got the documentation. So, but anyway, yeah, man, people like that are hard to deal with. They don't ever really change. It's kind of like part of them, especially when they're raised like that. You can change. I believe in the power of God. I believe everyone can turn their life around completely and do a 180. But it's very hard if you're raised up in that, and that's becomes a deeply rooted in a person to be narcissistic a lot of times.
Yeah, it really does, because those enablers don't help, and they do fuel it. Instead of taking a step back and being like, okay, I'm going to let you handle this, right? Like, her mom is right there. Like, can I bring you a book? Did they say I could bring you a book? I'm going to bring you a book. What time can I bring it? Can I bring it now?
Oh yeah.
Like, it's like,
we'll sell
wait, dude. Like, hold up, mama. Chill out.
We'll sell the house. We'll sell the house if we could, so we can see you every day if we have to. I mean, we will jump off a bridge for you because we love you. It's like, sometimes you got to tell them, man, you did this. I'll come and see you when I can, but you got to sit in there. I mean, you're going to sit in there in this situation, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you really effed up, like, but they just won't believe it. This is just kind of cut and dry, that they just will not. They refuse to believe that she could have, and I believe, in my opinion, premeditated this thing. Like I said, the GPS on her phone showed that she went in that same route and stopped at that building. Why would you even drive that for no reason? That's just the eeriest thing. So yeah, she even did a trial run on it in a sense, which is very sus, in my opinion.
Oh, the trial run. Yes, we were talking about that yesterday. I'm so glad you brought that up again, because like, that is again showing like premeditation on a whole nother level. Like, you're willing to do a dry run on this,
Yeah, not even thinking about the GPS. She don't think about that stuff. And yeah, I like what you said, Mark. There, Mark says some people have nobody around to say stop yourself. Nobody believes your crap. It's so true, though.
Exactly.
Not
Check
everybody
yourself
has.
Before you wreck yourself.
Yeah, we could only have that in our own brains. That really help.
Exactly. Well, and the thing is I think a lot of times, like, it's got to be overwhelming for a liar, because they do have to keep on making up lies to cover and cover and cover. And so by the time it's so, what did Alex Murdaugh say? Oh, what a tangled web we weave, and it's like, yeah, asshole, that's spot on. But it is. It's like, because you just can't keep up with all of it. It's too much for anybody. Nobody is that good. And even those master manipulators are horrible liars too, because, everything, even Michelle, the body language of Rosie, her friend in the documentary, I mean, it all kind of shines through.
Yeah. Agreed. Her body language in documentary, she is lying. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I really like to analyze that. Even though I'm not an expert, I still have an intuition where if I do watch, and body language isn't everything. That's been proven too, that your body language, you can't go on exact, they look to the left, that means they're manufacturing or lying. That's not always true. They proved that to be something that some stuff you can't go die hard on, but you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like some interviews we do watch, it's, like the Sebastian case and stuff. You look at them and you go, yeah, but there's these other social cues that the person doesn't realize they're doing. And kind of like Alex Murdaugh. Okay. Remember, he was being questioned in trial, and he grabbed that microphone, and it was like he needed something to get that energy off because he was nervous. And then next second, he turns around and he's like straight up talking like normal and not nervous at all. No, I didn't do that. No, this, yeah, though. Then he's shaking again. Then he's grabbing the microphone he's not grabbing the microphone as he needs to, right? He's grabbing it because he needs to get that. He needs something to fidget with because he's nervous and he's kind of, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, little social cues that are so subtle will tell you a lot. They will tell you a lot.
Oh, I agree. And like you said, even linguistics isn't 100%, but if you can have a baseline for somebody, and then if you can look and, they start saying, well, to be honest, I mean, if it's part of their vocabulary, their vernacular, it's a little different than when they're doing it over and over again to convince.
Well, remember, this is what I think of right away when you say that. Like, remember Chris Proudfoot in that interview with Nancy Grace? He said, I swatted him with the belt one time on the buttocks on the outside of his pants. And he said, that was the only time, actually. He threw that in there. Well, why did you say that?
Actually, yes.
Yeah, he said that was the only time, actually. And it's like, we didn't have to add that, but why did you feel like you had to add that? Because I don't believe, in my opinion, it wasn't the only time. In my opinion, it couldn't be with Chris Proudfoot. There's no way.
I agree.
Just one time.
I agree.
Or, I mean, not even that. Maybe he did do that specific thing one time, but the abuse was ongoing, in my opinion. It was more than once. The abuse had to be. If not physically, verbally as hell. We know verbally for a fact. I mean, allegedly. I'll say allegedly still, and in my opinion, verbally, that man was consistently abusive.
Oh, absolutely.
Just listen to a panel. Just listen to his panel. You'll see.
Yeah. He gets that low, like very, like he, monstrous. Like he's like, I'm not a monster, but the voice that he uses resembles like a very dark side of, a person. That deep voice that he has and everything. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And so, absolutely. I agree with her that, rolling her eyes, like Michelle said, rolling her eyes, shaking no and stuff. Some of that stuff, when it's like says yes, shakes no, is very sus to me, in my opinion. Rolling their eyes, there's social cues that a young lady that's so immature will just not realize she's doing that. She will not have the self-awareness, period. And some of these people don't anyway. That's why they're where they are. It's because they don't have self-awareness and they made a mistake that they thought they'd get away with, and it come back to bite them in the behind. Please
does.
Please sign the petition for Dominique Russo and Davian Flanagan. Did I say their names right? I hope I did.
Yes, you did. Yes,
for their
you
law,
did.
For the Dominique Russo and Davian Flanagan law.
Yeah, so it's kind of like backing off the Son of Sam law, right? But the fact that the Son of Sam law was, written in the 70s, it doesn't cover all social media platforms where they can monetize off of the crime, and that's what they're really pushing for there. Yeah, which I think
don't have
is
a problem with that at all,
especially with Mackenzie, and her need to be seen.
I don't have a problem with that at all, and especially since within the past few years, anyway, I know for a fact that they made a law finally protecting children, like remember that Utah crime that was going on, with that lady was torturing them kids and making them do all these videos, and they were this kid was just so beat up, and he finally escaped the house, and they're like went to some kind of anyway, I wanted to say church or Mormon church or something.
That Ruby Frankie.
Yes. And so when you think about that, thank God they made these new laws that these kids can't be abused on YouTube. If you can't be abused on TV anymore, on sitcoms, remember they're doing that with kids? They would abuse them, and like Gary Coleman, poor guy, rest his soul. I love Gary Coleman.
Me too.
What you talk about? What you talk about? Is that what he said? What you talk about, Willis?
What you talking about, Willis?
What you talking about, Willis?
Different strokes. I love that
poor
show.
Guy never saw $1 of what he made. And it's like child slavery. What the heck? And so thank God we made these laws. And so now they protect, finally, for social media and YouTube and everything, any kind of monetization with children, with these, like the Ace family and all that, all these other whatever. But they're finally, we have laws. So it's getting better when it comes to that. I totally agree with that, though. Yeah, I totally agree. You should never profit on some BS like that, or
I mean,
you
it
should be able to
causes
get
people,
sued for
especially
sure.
attention hungry people, to maybe do something like this so they could, if they don't think they can be famous, at least they can be infamous, and that's a big issue.
Remember that David Singer guy?
Mm-hmm.
And they found her body all, I guess it was dismembered in the trunk. I didn't know that at first. I don't think they told anybody at first on the news, but her body was dismembered in the trunk of that Tesla. And what does this music video show? What is this? All that I never even listened to the kid. I don't even know who he is, really, honestly, until that case that happened. But I saw him and all I saw was a snippet of one of his music videos, and he's got a chainsaw doing something crazy. I'm like, man, this ain't no Michael Jackson Thriller. This is like these mugs are taking it to real life now. Like, what is going on, man? Like, he really fantasizing that stuff and all that, but it's under the guise of entertainment. But the kid really did have some kind of sick something going on, I guess. I don't know. I don't know a whole lot about him, but I know that much. I know that's just like that pattern we were talking about, those patterns you see leading up to that point that something happens finally,
Right, exactly. And that's a big indication of where we can kind of try to detour some of it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, do you have a
absolutely.
picture of the car? That I want to see the car again, if that's okay.
Yeah,
Mackenzie's
let me
car
play
when
this
it's
a
wrecked.
little bit through, because I think they're gonna
You got a video going.
show
Yeah,
it.
that's right.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have played it a little bit.
I was thinking it was a picture for some reason, because we were talking so long, as I got caught up, and I was thinking we were looking at a picture for some reason. I keep forgetting it's a video.
No, these text messages are like so crazy. I had to like chime in, because I was like, did she say she's gonna beat her head against the wall? What the hell? So
Man.
yeah. All right, so we'll play this, Sarah.
In another message, she told Russo to treat the girl who would die for you a little better. In March 2022, Russo allegedly texted that Shirilla hit me and tried to throw a rock at me. Later that same month, he also warned she was driving like a maniac.
Now, the records also showed repeated arguments between the two, with both accusing the other of threatening to end the relationship.
Here's what I'm supposed to say. I know, Kenzie, listen, these phone calls are recorded. We are not allowed to talk about anything.
Well, we need a new lawyer is what we need.
No, not a new lawyer. We're going to file an appeal.
The release also includes nearly 100 recorded jail calls following Shirilla's August 2023 conviction. In one conversation with her mother, Natalie, Shirilla reacted to the verdict while discussing plans to appeal the case.
Trust that we will never, ever, never stop. Ever, never.
I don't want you guys to go broke fighting for me for a lost cause.
It's not a lost cause. I don't know if it was or not. I don't care. I don't care what anybody has to say. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Here, we have to be very careful. We can't
at least
say
she sees that part.
Because I don't want to mess this up for you.
Yeah, it would be, in my opinion.
Okay, so there you go, Libra. That is the whole crash.
Did you? I don't know if you.
car
Okay,
is
here we
just
are.
Mangled,
My bad.
Right?
Yeah, my bad. My
Oh.
mic, something happened with it. But I was saying, when she said, "I don't want you fighting for a lost cause," I had my mic off and didn't realize it, and said, "Yeah, at least she sees that part." Oh my God, at least she sees that part, because it is for them to try to get her out and all this, that, and the other. Because, in my opinion, man, it's unbelievable. Anyone could survive that. Unbelievable.
Oh, I know, but that does show a little bit that she's. I agree, because yeah, and I'm sure a lot of that has to do with some of the other inmates telling her, like, straight up, like, you're putting your parents in the poorhouse and stuff.
Yeah, she's still in the shock factor, because she thought she was going to get away with it, and she's smiling and everything. And, "Oh, do you see us on the national news? Oh yeah, mommy, we're on the national news. Oh, isn't that cute?" And then the next phone call, "I can't believe this. We're going to file an appeal. I promise we're not getting get us a new lawyer. Get a new lawyer. Get a new lawyer."
Right.
Wah, wah.
Oh yeah, and they treat her like a baby, you know.
Give me my pacifier. Give me my milk. I need milk.
Oh, she drinks warm milk, by the way.
For real?
For real. She asked her dad to make her
Oh.
warm milk, and he's like, okay.
Ugh. I hope that's
Yeah,
not
I
code.
mean-
I hope that's no creepy code for something. Oh God. I'll never know nowadays. What does that
Yeah,
really
exactly.
mean? Oh. Do you think she intentionally cut the wheels so that most of the impact would be on the passenger side? Were they all wearing seatbelts? Well, as far as the car goes, I guess they did an intensive, I mean, on everything, as far as I know, not just a computer. They actually did an extensive check on everything, and it was nothing was tampered with, down to the brakes and everything, like, as far as I know. So,
right. No malfunctions.
she's not that smart anyway. Who would even think that? She wouldn't even think of that. And if you intentionally cut the steering wheel, so most of the impact would be on the passenger side. I don't know what you mean by cut the wheel. I see. Turn the wheel of the car, not cut the steering wheel. I was thinking literally cut the steering wheel. Do you think they cut the steering wheel in the driver's shaft? Wait, what? Okay, yeah, she did turn it, in my opinion, to hit that wall, so it hit. I think so. But
so she didn't hit it head on. She hit it kind of.
We don't know
on
if she wanted to kill
bias where
herself.
it was smashed on their side. Yeah.
I almost said the bad thing. We don't know if she wanted to unalive herself or not, right? Or is there any? Well, she does threaten to, right? I'm gonna bang my head against the wall. Did she ever threaten to unalive herself to her boyfriend? I wonder. That would be interesting. If she threatened to unalive herself, that still could be manipulation, but it feels like to me, if you're crazy enough to run that car, that she was ready to die, I think. And she probably didn't care. And then when she survived it, she was probably like, well, I might as well live my best life because I'm alive. And he's done for. It's so weird, man. How can you even?
I know. I don't see how you can like live your best life, especially if you were like legit, like he's my soulmate. But we know that by the way she treated him, he was just property to her. That
yeah. If you really love him, you wouldn't
own him.
My gosh, like. And then the other thing is like, what if you just did you just want to? Did she, I just wish I knew her intentions. Was she trying to unalive them or just hurt him? I mean, his friend in the car, it's just beyond me. Like, you didn't even think of that. Like, maybe I should have plotted to get just my boyfriend in this car. Or maybe she doesn't like that. Maybe she didn't like his buddy because they're buddies. And she felt like, oh, they're having fun and they could be dating some other girls, because a lot of them have insecurities that are real young and act like this. Oh, who are you with? Who are you seeing? Who are you talking to? They start freaking out. And then the guys
very low self-esteem, right?
Low self-esteem,
very
yeah.
low self-esteem.
And I wonder if I would love to see all these texts, man, all of them. I'd love to see all of them, because I'd love to see if she is accusing him of anything. That would be interesting, because they were fighting around the end. That's something that I remember learning about this case. They were starting to get where they were not getting along at all.
Exactly, like really bad, where it was like, I think that he wanted out. And I think, again, like being in the position, because I identify more with Dominic's position, like you love the person, you don't want to leave, or you don't want the relationship to end. You love them a lot, but you just hate the way they act. You don't want to be enduring their bullshit and their control and their possessiveness and their manipulation. Like, it's all so much, and you just want them to go back to how it was when you met them and they had the mask on and they were trying to fool you, and love bombing and all that. You're like, oh, I want to go back to that. Like, can we go back to that? Right? Can you be fake again? Because I love it when you're fake, right?
Yeah, like our honeymoon.
No, I fucking hate it.
Hey, what's funny though? As we get older, and I'm not trying to diss you at all, because you don't even look 30 anyway. So, but as we get older, we get harder headed, man, and get more set in our ways. But we were young. We were so,
sure.
Oh man, I remember being so naive about who I was dating, just so worried about everything, and just, and then just, you got the infatuation stage when you first, dating somebody, and you're just infatuated with each other, and it wears off after a couple months, or whatever, and or not a very doesn't last very long. Now some people, don't get me wrong, they can do it for 20 years, I guess, but you still, I mean, for the most part, you have that infatuation stage where they all every day holding hands and kissing and other stuff and blah blah blah, all physical and everything, and then they turn around, and then you turn around and you're sick of each other, and the thing you thought was cute about each other, you start to hate. You start to get on your nerves. And you ain't even married yet. You ain't even done it in a year. You ain't even in a year yet.
Right? You used to be funny. You're not funny anymore. I hate your sense of humor.
Now you can never be serious.
Like from the begin
so
with.
Sick of you being funny. You can't be serious anymore. So sick of it. Can't go to the restaurant without you joking with the waitress. Some eye drops in your drink.
Thing too. Like when somebody is possessive like that, doesn't want you talking to nobody, and you're like, but they have to talk to people. Like, what's the big deal about talking to somebody? And I get the insecurities too. Like
somebody's going to look at you. I'm sorry, somebody's going to look at you. Okay.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, I've been with somebody like that. It was very unfortunate, but it was because their ex-husband was a cheater, big time. So like. I never did. So I'm going, why are you accusing me of this? Until, I just got older, and hindsight's always 20/20, right? It's like, yeah, that guy really messed her up, but she should have took it out on me, because I don't like being accused of something I don't do. That's one pet peeve of mine. Don't you dare accuse me of something I didn't do. And when she started I don't know if it was a bluff thing or what, but yeah, somebody said they saw you with another girl in your car today. I said, I didn't even go anywhere today. And it's, it's one of those times and I had a pretty common haircut at the time, like a high and tight, haircut, fade, like a high and tight. And then I had so I kind of looked like, and I still am a familiar face. Like everywhere I go, usually somebody goes, "Where have I seen you before?" I'm like, "I never met you in my life," and I'm usually right. And they'll go, "Do you know so and so?" I'm like, "No." And, "Oh, you remind me of my cousin's friend or something." I have a familiar face, but. But yeah, so I would sit there and go, "Did she really think she saw it?" Now I want to prove. How do I prove that I'm not doing this to her? And the whole time that person's narcissistic. They treated me like crap anyway, and it was all because of their insecurities and their ex-husband. You can't treat the next person like that. You got to move on. You got to move forward or get therapy or something. I mean, therapy is a really good thing, but you have to move forward. And these young kids at this age and have all this technology and everything and all these things at their fingertips that they shouldn't even have access to, in my opinion, but they do a lot of times because their parents let them, or their parents don't monitor them enough. I mean, it messes their brains, like you said, are not developed yet, and for a while they're not going to be developed, and especially doing drugs while your brains are developing as well. I know some adults that you feel like you're talking to a 12-year-old and you're going, they just don't get it. Something just ain't right. And you're like, I know they weren't born that way, but maybe they were. No, they did drugs at a very young age, I found out. And it messed up.
Yeah, they're melted, right? Yeah,
I call it cooked. Yeah, man, cooked at like 40. Yeah. Like what?
Yeah.
Or like 30, like no, not 40, but like 30.
Like Jim Brewer style or something, Exactly. It's like, dude, and you're like, wow, man, you're melted.
When you're 20, you're 21 and you're talking to me like Ozzy Osbourne. Like, what's going on? Rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne. We love Ozzy here.
We love Ozzy.
I haven't heard Ozzy in a while. Yeah. Speaking of Iron Man, that's a song right there. I am Iron Man. So check this out.
Gosh, I love Ozzy, but I know what you're saying though. It's totally like, it's weird when you see it and you're like, oh gosh, and it's due to, doing too much, mind altering substances. And there you have it, folks. And,
yeah, absolutely. Now I want to see if you're cool with, I want to see if you're cool with pulling up a picture of the wall that she crashed into, or if there's like, where the car, or a picture of this. Looks like this is when the car got towed, after it got towed up to the lot, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. It's like this is when they were processing it, I think.
Yes, I see the fence behind it and stuff. Man, dude.
Let me see if they show. I think they do show it here.
She's smiling and flirting with the bailiff and everything. What the heck?
Oh yeah, she's very manipulative, and she uses her prettiness to get what she wants, and she does it in jail too. Yeah, let me see if I can't. I thought they. Oh, here it is. Actually, it's in the beginning a little bit more. So it was at the school, and is it the beginning? Okay, here it is.
Man, like no damage to the wall whatsoever. That car is demolished, dude. So kudos to whoever built that building. Whatever construction company did that, or masons did the bricklaying. Kudos to you, man. Good job. It got so close to breaking that window too, right next to that window. But it was enough to make that car that car. I don't know what hit it. I'd love to see the exact spot of impact. You know what I mean? In the front of that car, because if it hit the fender and kind of just made it flip or something, or not really flip, but kind of hit the wall and deflected or something. I mean, that's it, right? There's no other damage. It couldn't be anywhere else. That has to be it. That's insane. That's insane.
I know, isn't it? I mean, you could tell it definitely hit that freaking wall. I mean, unbelievable.
Man. Yeah,
yeah. I was kind of looking to see if we could find, the one that they were showing, but I found a short, and it's kind of comes up small on the screen. So I was like, well, I'll have to try to look for it next time we cover, because I kind of want to stay on top of this, especially I'm planning on having Jennifer Aaron back on, and we found a lot of similarities in her book Villain Syndrome, with Dominic and just the relationship, and I think it's important to discuss it. I mean, even if you're dating and you're in your 30s, you could meet somebody like Mackenzie, or you could meet somebody,
Or if you're an older guy that likes younger girls and they happen to be 19 or 20 and they're like her, look out, but yeah. And Chuchi does say trigger warning, sensitive subject. So thank you. Yeah, I wanted to repeat that just so everybody hears. If somebody is just tuning in, we are talking about a sensitive subject, and it's Mackenzie Shirilla's case, and involves a very, very, very graphic car wreck, but very unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think this guy, guys, and of course, we try to show love to the creators that we're reviewing. Now, this guy does seem to have his own thoughts on the case, but he interviews Mackenzie's father. So I wanted to at least, hear what he has to say, because this is about the closest that I could show you guys to what was actually said in the crash on Netflix, because he really he feels comfortable speaking like this. So we'll just get right into it, and I'll play his part in the beginning just to keep the context.
In the early morning hours of July 31st, 2022, 17-year-old Mackenzie Shirilla was driving a car through Strongsville, Ohio. This was around 5:30 in the morning. And in the car with her was Dominic Russo, her boyfriend, and their friend Davion Flanagan. Now, what happened next with the accident and Mackenzie being charged with their murder is the subject of a new Netflix documentary called The Crash. Maybe you've had time to watch it and form your own opinion as to what you think happened in the car that night. I have my own thoughts on this, and when the documentary was being produced, I heard from Kenzie's parents, and I never had the opportunity to sit down with them. But Steve, Mackenzie's father, reached out to me last week and asked if I'd be interested in an interview, and of course, I want to hear what he has to say. So I sat down with him yesterday, and we spoke for about an hour, and I want to share that interview with you today. I did learn some new things. There's some new facts about the case that I didn't know that certainly causes me to not really change my opinion, but it does change the way I see the accident itself. So without saying more, here is the interview with Kenzie Shirilla's father.
Okay, really quick, guys. I just want to say quick disclaimer. this guy's opinions are his own, and appreciate him taking the time to, talk with this gentleman, or, Kenzie's father. But again, all opinions expressed here are I don't believe much of what's being said. I believe the data that we can get from the car. I believe the text message proof. I believe all the receipts. Nothing that Mr. Shirilla can say is going to change my mind on what I believe. So I just kind of want to put that out there, that I don't know that there's, in my opinion, any new information. I think it's just Mackenzie's father's opinion. And that's just to be kind.
Steve.
Steve, my first question is, what is it like to be a part of the biggest documentary on Netflix currently?
Wow, it's mixed. I was hoping during this process we would get Mackenzie's story out, or what happened to Mackenzie, and not necessarily what everybody's heard or what everybody keeps gleaming off of misinformation. And I want to say I was promised that it would be fair, but that's what my illusion to what was going on. That I thought they came to us thinking that my daughter is a monster, and that she did this, and she's hell on wheels, and she picked that road, and blah blah blah. What the judge said. But I think after they started talking to us, I think we opened their eyes to, well, maybe there's something funny going on here, and that's where I thought it was. And then when it came out, a lot of the stuff we talked about just wasn't there. There wasn't a lot about the fact that there's no evidence of premeditation, prior calculation or intent. It's not there. And every troll online can tell me, oh yeah, she did it, all this, and she was speeding down that road and she didn't hit her brakes. Well, she didn't hit her brakes for 4.74 seconds of that ride. That's the only information they have. 4 points. That's when the black box turned on, about 5 or 6 seconds before she crossed Alameda Road and before it went into the building. Something happened in that car that caused that black box to turn on, which was, I think the car, from our car expert that we talked to, said that the car thought it was flipping over. So the black box turned on and started recording the car information in a non-linear sort of way. And that's important, that non-linear sort of way. And it deployed both side airbags.
Okay, guys, so he's saying that the black box, or what's comparable in a vehicle to a black box in an airplane, that the data is not being taken in. He uses the term linear. I would say consecutively or constantly. It's not constantly recording the data, but what it did record was that 5 seconds, right? I'm going to round it up to 5, where she was gunning the gas pedal like a maniac, like a friggin' lunatic, like she was talking about doing in her text messages. But what do you think, Libra? I mean, I get that the data isn't going to be showing every single second of what's going on, but I think there's enough.
Just think about it. Why were we going this fast in the first place? Did the car just accelerate on its own? No, everything worked normal. That's what it said. So you just got to remember, and he's not going to think of this logically like this. He's going to try to think of every defense they can get. But why the hell was she driving like that in the first place?
Great point.
And
That's she has no point.
She didn't ever, that I know of, she didn't ever claim that, she never made an allegation that her foot got stuck in the floor mat got stuck in the pedal or anything like that. I remember when some cars were doing that. I had a friend it happened to. She luckily survived, but she was flying down the highway calling 911 because it was some kind of issue. I can't remember what car model it was, but it was something to do with the floor mat would got stuck where it got stuck on the throttle on the gas.
Oh, wow.
Pedal. And she said she thought she was going to die. And luckily came back from vacation back to work. But I was like, man. But I never heard anything like this come out of Mackenzie's mouth, or anyone else. But maybe let me know, y'all in chat, or I don't know if you've heard anything, lady, about what her excuse was for driving so damn fast.
No. I mean, I guess the POTS thing is the only thing that is kind of close to what a defense for that. But I think you bring up a really good point. It makes me think about like how she wasn't trying to call for help. I mean, obviously, maybe someone could argue she's going so fast by the time she hit the wall, but she didn't try to take a different route or say the car is malfunctioning. The first thing I'm going to do is try not to hit something. So I'm going to be swerving my ass all over the place, trying to avoid a tree or a building or what have you. So that's such a great point.
POTS is a condition that causes a number of symptoms when you transition from laying down to standing up, like fast heart rate, dizziness, and fatigue. I mean, I don't know how that can be. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, somebody has a reason you think that POTS would affect you while driving a car or sitting down.
Well, that's a great point. It's usually like when you stand up, right? Because it's like, you get dizzy.
And I think we've all experienced that in a time or two, but not, POTS per se, but kind of like I've had that happen to me where I got up and I was dizzy or heart rate kind of a heart palpitation. I've had it all. And yeah, okay. That's what I'm thinking. Like, if you're not getting up, you're just sitting there. How is that going to make you? Does it make your leg stiffen up, your right leg stiffen up and push the gas pedal? I mean, get out of here, man.
No, sir.
I don't want to hear this. That's crazy, man. Okay, what does POTS get mistaken for, though? Well, if you've been told if you've been told your racing heart rate, dizziness, or brain fog, or just anxiety, you're not alone. Research shows that 77% of people with POTS are told their symptoms are psychological before finally receiving the correct diagnosis. So it could be kind of mistaken for like an anxiety because of the heart rate, racing heart, stuff like that. I've had that before where it wasn't anxiety, but my heart was just going boom, boom, boom because I was dehydrated. And yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if that's that's the only medical thing they can come up with. I mean, diabetes would be a better one, I don't know, than that. Better
or even
than that.
falling asleep at the wheel, maybe, because maybe you would punch the gas in that way, but I doubt it.
Yeah, that's so hard when it's a hard defense when the car's flying like that, but the car didn't do it, and it's proven that the car didn't do it. When they looked at all the codes and everything else, nothing came up. Everything was normal. You've got to remember the spoiled brat had a nice running car. Wasn't like she was
driving. Exactly. Everything was kosher there, right?
Yeah.
And thank you, Holly S, for your super chat as well. Thank you guys for being here. We appreciate it.
What kind of car is it? A Nissan or was it a Tesla or something?
I want to say it was like one of those little Toyota Corollas. I think.
I never did.
Chuchi probably knows. Chuchi probably knows which one.
Hi, Chuchi. Welcome back. I don't know why I'm saying that to you, and you're always here, Chuchi. But I still say, welcome back, Chuchi.
Welcome back, Chuchi. But yeah, it's very interesting, that a Toyota Camry. Thank you. I got the Toyota part right. And those are little, crumble, little go-karts.
The little things, man, they fly though, dude.
You get Saturn, what I had when I was young.
I love Japanese cars. They got to get up and go, and they're only be like a 4-cylinder, and it kick
true.
It, man. I had a Nissan. I had all of them, man. I had a Honda and a Nissan back in the day. The 80s Hondas and Nissans, man, were like 4-cylinder, man. They would get up and go. Dude. They don't play. But yeah, these new Nissan, new Toyotas and stuff, yeah, they could go fast, man. But
well, like you were saying earlier, I mean, she had such a control when she was turning and used the turn signal using safe driving procedures, and then all of a sudden just a guns it. And why did she do it? Why, what made her start speeding up other than rage? in anger for whatever was going on in the vehicle, whether they were arguing, what have you.
So crazy to me. It's like, it was like 5 a.m. or something. I guess for what the story that I was told is it's probably just her story. I don't know, but got off the couch or like fell asleep, then got off the couch. Maybe that didn't happen, or maybe it did if there's witnesses, I guess. But for what I remember, she fell asleep, passed out on the couch, and then woke up. And then they decided to go home at like 5 a.m. from this house party. But what if they didn't? What if they just got done doing a little bit of shrooms and stuff and just acting wild, and she was still in party mode and decided, since I'm so screwed up, I might as well I don't give a crap about nothing, and I'm gonna drive this car super fast. And she could have lost control. It could have been not on purpose that she hit the wall and but she still was driving that fast, putting these people's lives at risk. So she's just as bad, in my opinion, just as bad as if she intentionally did it, because she intentionally put that foot on that pedal, in my opinion.
That's where
you're not going to convince me You're not going to convince me otherwise.
Nobody's telling me any different, right? I always say, prove me wrong,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, do you have a picture of her with the Halloween outfit she had there?
Oh God, no! I need to get one of those though, because I know I want to get the one that somebody put the emoji over her boob, because I think that one's funny.
So crazy. So crazy. Like, what is going on here?
Yeah, because Holly was talking about that, how she dressed like a corpse, and then the mom's like, well, she had been crying for 3 straight months, and And I get it. I'm not saying that people should never go do anything, and I suppose she went with her friends or whatever, but in the same way, it's very morbid, and just with her history, I think is like a big indication of why she's so tone deaf, right? It's just because she just doesn't get it.
Yeah.
So
crazy. So he's
all right. So let's watch more of this dad over here and see what he has.
Come on, Dad. You're already wearing orange. Maybe you should be locked up too.
Exactly.
Lock him up. Lock him up. Lock him up. Lock him up.
Absolutely. Pretty soon, I think, and that's another thing. People are actually calling for that, and they're saying that the parents should be held accountable, and I can't disagree.
Oh, some states they are. It's pretty wild. Some states have a law like if your kids skip school enough, the parents go to jail. Pretty crazy. They want to do it here. I believe, as well. So, yeah. But yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
All right.
See what this fool's got to say. This fool, in my opinion, has got to say.
He
Bring it, Dad. Bring it, Dad.
Bring it, Dad.
Nice warm glasses. Shut the hell up.
Airbags don't just go pillow fight. It's not a soft explosion. It's a boom, and then there's powder all over there's powder floating in the car, in the cabin of the car.
Are you saying the airbags deployed before the accident?
Both side airbags deployed prior to her car crossing the street to hit the sign to get veered into the building.
That seems like a pretty big piece of information that we didn't get.
Yeah, I wonder why the prosecution didn't want to use it.
Yeah.
They had it. They got the black box information. The black box is a nonlinear function. It's like an airport, airplane black box, but it doesn't record sound and what's going on in the cabin.
Y'all, he's an expert.
Mechanical aspects of the car. Braking, accelerating, blah blah, that kind of stuff. So the only actual evidence, hard knock on wood evidence, is from 4.74 seconds of that black box. Yeah. That's not talking what happened prior.
Yeah.
All the way to when she turned. That's another what?
So everything we saw in that video of her speeding at the
that last moment. Yeah. That's after the black box turned on
and after the airbags deployed.
Mm-hmm.
So it could just be 3 kids in the car freaking out because
Sasquatch could have popped in the car.
Anything. On, dude. The Sasquatch, really? Are you serious?
He said that Sasquatch could have.
Oh my God! Good Lord! Oh my God! I can't get away from the foots anywhere. Can we? We just can't get away from the Bigfoots and the Sasquatch. Oh
It's
my!
always
Are you
the
kidding me?
Sasquatches that do.
I've never seen this interview. I did not. You can't take that from me, sir. I got a vendetta now.
It's some damn Sam Squanches again.
Yeah, so Sasquatch got in the car. He jumped in the car as she was driving at 98 miles an hour, wherever it was, 110 miles an hour, wherever it was. Jumped in, tried to grab the wheel. Sasquatch jumped in, tried to grab the wheel. And they fought over the wheel, and the boys were trying to fight him off too. And so, and this is no disrespect to anybody. This is just, I'm being a smart ass to dad here, to Mackenzie's dad. Okay. So we'll go ahead and say that. So she's fighting Sasquatch off that steering wheel. Everybody's got to fight Sasquatch, and he caused a wreck. At the end of the day, we know who did this, and nobody's seen him since. Nobody can find him. He ran off. It's like when we hit a deer, it's boom, and the deer just runs off, unhurt, unscathed. That's what Sasquatch did. He got in there and caused all this commotion, and he's gone before the cops got there. I want to hear her side of this too. So anyway, yeah. So yeah, we're gonna play that game now, aren't we? We're gonna. Oh my God, we just talked about this yesterday. I was just talking man. I was joking about that.
That's hilarious. And he said that Sasquatch pooped, and then he said popped in.
And
he
then
meant to say popped in, but he said pooped. And see, this is the prime example of how I'm trying not to turn true crime into entertainment. But when a dad comes up on a panel and we're supposed to take this guy seriously, and he starts talking about Sam Squatch pooping all over the crime scene.
Sam Squatch made a sandwich. I love how you Sam Squatch. I like that. You're sitting over here talking about poop and feet again, and it's not even the Sebastian case. Like, geez.
Again? I mean,
I can't get away from poopy feet. Every case involves some kind of feet, some poopy feet. What the hell? So yeah, thanks a lot, devil. That's what you are, sir.
Thanks a
devil.
lot, Dad, for we're trying to be serious and you're starting your bullshit over here.
I love it. Yeah, replay that. That's hilarious.
We're gonna back that up a little bit. We're gonna back that up. I gotta slow jam that part.
We saw in that video of her speeding at the
that last moment.
Yeah.
That's after the black box turned on
and after the airbags deployed.
Mm-hmm.
So it could just be three kids in the car freaking out because
Sasquatch could have popped in the car. Anything.
I mean, Squatch could have pooped. He could have pooped in the car. Yeah.
Well, sir, sir, I could walk up right now and poop on you, sir. I could do anything. I could do anything.
Lord have mercy.
I could walk up and pop in your mouth, boy. I could walk up and pop you in the mouth, boy. That could happen.
I can't believe he says it with a straight face. Like he is dead ass serious right now.
No. See where now y'all are seeing where some of this narcissism is coming in from the parents to Mackenzie. I see it. I can see the dad side of her, and then you see the mom's part, right? They play their parts in how they raised her. I don't know how she was raised with them all her life, right? That's her real mom and dad. Is she adopted, or is she?
No, she's got a little sister too, and it's like the whole family.
Oh,
unit.
so it is his seed. It's his seed.
It's his seed, and they look so much alike. They do. They look exactly alike. Like she does resemble her mom.
Well, she doesn't talk like this because he's kind of looking a little feminine. He's talking like this, but he wants to really strong, smart. But listen, he won't even let the interview stop. He won't even let the interviewer stop finish his question before he says, "Well, even Sasquatch could poop and grumpy in here." In the back seat had a grumpy.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Grumpy. Sam Squanch dropped a grumpy, and that's how this whole thing happened. That's how
I think it's called a
perfect
grumpy.
It's a grumpy.
Wow.
He's
So yeah, let's
definitely
see how.
delusional, Choo-Choo.
Oh.
Definitely.
Yep, you see the delusional part of the dad side of her raising. So yeah, he's trying to explain everything and sound smart, and he doesn't sound or look smart. And,
no, he doesn't, and he's a teacher.
Oh, okay. This really a lot of teachers are narcissists. So there you go, and judges and attorneys too. And he has a younger daughter. Allegedly has autism. Interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know even about her sister. Really, all you hear about's her. It's all about her.
Exactly.
But,
the only reason I heard about her little sister was because Christine Russo brought it up yesterday on Surviving the Survivor podcast. So I was like, oh, I didn't even know. Like you said, that was brand new news to me.
He's like one of those creepy dads that's like, hey, I'm a photographer, start my own business, and I'm going to take pictures of you. Yeah, that's what the vibes he gives me. He gives me the ick. He gives me the ick. I swear he probably goes to Hooters. He probably goes to Hooters every weekend and stares at the young girls and tries to, he probably lies about, he's probably like George Costanza. Actually, I'm an architect. I'm a black box expert for Toyota Camrys. And that's what I do. That's what I do for a living. So actually, the airbag's deployed before. I'm like, sir, did my fist deploy before it hit you in the face? Anyway.
Exactly. Well, that's what makes you want to do, because these people are so crazy and just so out there. And like I said, he's not joking when he's talking about this situation. He's dead ass serious. Like, I'm here to tell you, Sam Squatch could have popped in there.
God, man. That's so unbelievable. I can't believe he said that. Man, I've never seen this. And I said that yesterday. Stole my line, boy. I'm coming for you. Dad. What's his name?
His name, Choo-Choo, what is the dad's name? I just been calling him Mr. Shirilla.
Break the link.
Crack the link, Mr. Shirilla.
Crack the link. I'm sorry. Crack that ish.
We need an explanation for this.
I want answers. You can't handle the truth.
So it could just be, 3 kids in the car freaking out because
Sasquatch could have popped in the car. And anything.
I mean, it would be hard to drive.
Yeah, well, the car expert said,
let him finish.
Nobody anybody in that car would be disoriented because of the 2 explosions and the powder floating around. You wouldn't be able to see. So now I can't explain the speed. Oh, sorry. I can't explain the speed.
Oh, really?
There you go. There's your answer.
Oh, really?
He can't explain the speed.
Is that so, sir? I can't explain. Don't make me go.
There we go. Damn, I was really hoping he could help us out with that.
I thought you might say she just has a heavy foot or something like that.
Right.
Heavy foot syndrome, restless leg syndrome. There you go. Restless leg syndrome. God, you need to be smart enough to get her a diagnosis. You can get a diagnosis for anything nowadays, man. So go ahead, just
tell us another one, Steve.
Actually, have an appointment. She has an appointment with the doctor, as a matter of
Strongsville, and the police know it.
Yeah.
Everybody uses it. I've been down that road at a pretty good clip at times. Not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's not at all.
It's a shortcut.
It's a shortcut for where she goes. And plus, Dom did not like going down Pro Road. He liked the.
Why didn't he like going down Pearl Road?
Police. That's why. No, I don't know.
He sold drugs, or at least my understanding is he sold marijuana at this time.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, no.
Now you're gonna sit here and defame
Yeah, he sure is.
You're gonna sit there and trash the God rest their souls. Isn't that the gentleman in the back seat?
It gets better
about?
Because he totally.
What a shame on you.
For sure. And Libra, the thing is the first thing I thought of when he's telling this is that the same thing with the police, like, were they avoiding the police? Because we know that Dom did sell marijuana. I'm guessing he sold mushrooms too. I'm not exactly sure of everything that he was, distributing. But it gets.
He didn't even have to add that. That was totally unnecessary. He could have just said, "I don't know," and just leave it alone, man. Leave it alone. Trust me,
I
someone that
agree.
lost family members in a sensitive way, just leave the crap alone and let them rest in peace, man. Because, man, y'all eat crap for that, dude. He's wearing the right color though. He's wearing orange. This guy, I would like to see him behind bars. Damn it, he's making me mad now.
Oh, it's like I said. I mean, it's bad, and he doesn't just stop there. He like you said, he could have been like, well, I'm not really sure. That's the route they were taking, whatever.
Just out of
But he doesn't.
respect. Just out of respect for a young man that can't speak for himself because he passed away because of your daughter's actions, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And guess who raised her?
Exactly.
Well, I don't know if you did, mate. I think Mama did anyway. So I'm gonna shut my mouth. I'm getting mean.
No,
I can't
know what you
stand
mean,
bastards
though.
like
No,
this.
it's
I hate it when people
infuriating,
do this.
though. It
It's
is.
disrespectful, degrading. It's just you're no better than her. You're no better than anybody else. So quit trying to sound smart. Quit, you damn narcissist. He's such a narcissist. He's probably the dark triad himself. Ugh.
I agree, because it would take one to do this.
Never take accountability for nothing, man. Nothing. He's doing it right here. He's justifying everything. She must have learned that from him. She probably learned that part from him. And then from the mom, she learned she's a princess. From him, she learns how to talk her way out of shit.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, and he even tears apart the diocese because, like Detroit said, they placed him on administrative leave because of the documentary. Either, yeah.
I hope you don't get a job anywhere, sir. I mean, it's mean to say, but I'm mean sometimes. I hope you don't get, just like Chud the Builder. I hope you never get a job you guys rest of your days of your life because you are up here showing your face, deciding to speak to media, and if that's against their policy, you don't have to be in uniform when you're a teacher. They know you're a teacher. You're signed contracted teacher, right? So
union.
You better be in the union, buddy. Oh, if you're in the union, actually it could be worse because the union might have it in their contract that they don't want you talking about certain things with other conflict of interest. It's some kind of conflict of interest. I don't know what their policy is, and I've never been a teacher, but I'm pretty sure that since they did that, they have some kind of policy that's like, hey, when you're talking to media, or I don't know. Sorry, that'd be interesting to find out, though. Something we could look up. I just don't know. But I know that if you're in uniform and in the military, or if you're a police officer and in uniform, or, a first responder, and especially a first responder in uniform, like a fireman in uniform, or, you're representing that department or that agency, you can't sit there. You have limited freedom of speech as far as, you can lose your job. You can lose your job with the military. You have limited freedom of speech in that uniform, and you can get in a lot of trouble if you get on, say, YouTube, and you're talking about how you hate the Navy or the, whatever, or start dogging or talking politics. You have to be careful because you do have a limited freedom of speech when you're in contract with the government like that. So I don't know with the teachers. I'm guessing when you're a teacher, you're contracted, right? Like that's how it works. My dad was a teacher, but like, I don't know. It was like,
and it's definitely union, and I'll just say, like, one example I can think of off the top of my head, and I was just working at a really nice high-end steakhouse, and if we got off early, we could have I would like to have a glass of wine and a steak because, we had half off and stuff, not of the wine, but just, and I'd have to change out of my uniform. Like, I'd have to bring an extra t-shirt to put on.
You're representing that company.
Sit at the bar. Yeah.
Right. Because it looks like you're supposed to be working too. It's perception. It's all perception. But when you're, so I guess whatever. Does he teach at a college or a high school or probably middle school?
He's at a Catholic school. He's a teacher at a Catholic school.
Oh.
So everyone was calling the archdiocese, and telling them, this guy works for you. What in the heck? And he's going to get into it a little bit too.
At least he's not a sweet daddy, I guess. We can give him that much credit.
At least he's not a sweet daddy.
Right? A sweet daddy, sweet ditty stuff was kind of, with the mansions, so sus to me. But anyway, yeah. Let's continue.
Very much so. Very much so.
You like going down Pearl Road?
Let me think of a lie here. Let me think of what
he sold drugs, or at least my understanding is he sold marijuana at this time. And if he got pulled over and he had marijuana on him, he would go to jail.
There's lots of police.
And there's a lot of police, and they sit in the shops all the way up Pearl, and they don't really sit back. And then Industrial Parkway, like I said, it's a cut through. It's a quick cut through, and he always made her go down through that way. Even on her prom, her mom, Christine Russo and Dom made her go down that road. She's even, and I wish my cousin passed away a couple months ago, and he could have attested because he was in the car with us. But but my understanding is we go down that road all the time, and even in the bindover or the bindover
Sweet Daddy in jail.
There's a note that says, we know it's a known cut through. So the police know it, and they even state it's a known cut through. So for the judge to go, you chose that road and blah blah blah, it doesn't make any sense, because the police, the detective, because he said it, knows it's a cut through. I mean,
lady,
Okay, well-
remember the movie?
Oh, boy.
Remember the movie Stephen King, Christine by Stephen King? Yeah. They didn't even think of that excuse. Like it's just possessed. He could have thought of that excuse. The car was possessed. It's Christine.
Car's
we named
alive,
it Christine
yeah.
after her mother.
Oh my God. And the fact that, this is what kills me about this too, is it's exactly what you were saying earlier. It's a cut through, and he's trying to convince us of that. Yet he didn't have to tell us that Dominic was selling, or that he was worried about the police, pulling him over or whatnot, because everybody cuts through that road, right? So it just proves that he didn't need to say that, but he did. And it's absolutely disparaging the victims.
Exactly. It is. The families, especially. I mean, the families are here and they're alive to hear this bull crap. It's not fair to them, in my opinion. It really isn't. It's not.
Oh,
meant
it's
to be.
terrible.
There's absolutely no excuse, no reason he ever had to bring that up. You don't. That's what she told him. That could even be a lie. She could have just been saying that to say that's why she went down that road. We don't know. But however, whichever way, it don't even matter, because you're talking about somebody that wasn't there. Daddy wasn't there. It's just Daddy trying to save his daughter.
I know, and he's talking about how his cousin is deceased, but they were a witness and they were in the cars. Like, nobody, what are you talking about, dude? Like, it totally.
Yeah.
I mean, over convincing, but not doing a good job. Like, he is not helping matters. That's for sure.
I thought he was coming up with the lie, and I forgot that when he was looking up at the sky going, he's sitting here trying to make it look like it's hard for him to, I hate to say this and but I guess I'm going to tell him, like, it's such a horrible thing to have a little weed anyway, but he did, he's, oh my God, and it's like, oh yeah. So he dramatized it as well. He could have just said, well, he has sold drugs. He had a little something on him. And so he'd rather go that way, but no, he had to sit there for like 10 minutes and look at the sky and go, oh, well, he had a drug.
Oh yeah. Like, I hate to break it to you guys.
And hanging out with my daughter. Well, you let him hang out. You let your daughter go to prom and do this crazy stuff. So.
Oh yeah. She actually did move in with him too.
Wow. Wow. That's
yeah,
normal.
like he had his own little house on his parents' property that he lived in. Like, it was his own little place.
Wow.
Yeah. But I agree with you. He was trying to be like, oh God, how do I say this? Because I don't want to, but I have to. But he really didn't have to, because all his main point was that it's a cut through, and that the judge was trying to blame his precious little daughter, and she didn't choose that road. Well, maybe she did.
Precious, my precious. Oh,
just ridiculous.
That's kind of what he looks like. No, let's take a snapshot of him right here. He kind of does look that my precious. When that Lord of the Rings, Gollum,
freaking Gollum,
Gollum from Lord of the Rings. Oh my God. Oh,
that's right, Detroit. Everybody else's fault, not Mackenzie. Just she would never.
Man,
it's unbelievable.
It's crazy, and they knew, and the drugs, and so Dom would have Mackenzie hold the drugs.
How do you know that? How do you know Don was
Oh!
into that?
Oh, here we
my
go
daughter
again.
told me.
Because my daughter told me. Yeah,
that
exactly.
he sells marijuana and friends buy it from him. And I know a lot of.
Yeah.
I know. It's just something that I know.
There's a
after
lot
4
about
years.
his background that didn't come out in Netflix either. I know he has.
Well, I think they're.
He's been in trouble with the law before.
Yes, and that's the reason why he would have Mercury mule for him, carry his drugs. So if they got pulled over, she got in trouble for him, but it would be just a slap on the wrist, basically.
Wow.
What did I just say? She told him this. How do we really know that though? Oh, my daughter told me. Well, that's how you sound so smart, dude. She just said, no, I've been
No
informed
kidding.
by whatever. He can't even sound smart. What the heck? Wow.
And he's like, oh yeah, she would just get a slap on the wrist. Well, obviously he didn't get a slap on the wrist anytime he was caught with quantity and distribution. So why would she get off the hook for it? Right? Because she's cute and pretty and she can manipulate people, or what?
Right?
Unbelievable. Like, I can't believe that a father is sitting up there like, oh yeah, so this boy, that my daughter's about to marry, wants to have kids with, is giving her, drugs to handle, and she's gonna get in trouble for it instead of him. Where's the parenting? Where's the look? We don't want either one of you guys to get in trouble, so let's, do the right thing and be a good influence on each other, right? Otherwise, you're not good for each other.
Right.
Unbelievable. Like I can't believe that his willingness to throw his own self under the bus and make himself look like the schmuck he is astounding.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just it always comes to light, man. It comes out and you see it. Doesn't always mean they get justice like they should, in our opinion, but it always comes to light and it's always obvious. And you just sometimes with some of these cases, you just can't pinpoint that one piece of evidence or whatever you need. You can't really just get that one thing you need to pin those suckers. And it's unfortunate sometimes. It's very unfortunate. And they sit here,
especially when you have a guy like this, blaming everybody and their mothers and sand scratches and all that.
Right. I wonder what her relationship was like with her dad, like what kind of hobbies they had together and all that stuff. Like, it seems like they probably had deep intellectual kind of conversations, but like where he tries to sound smart like this, I guess. Not intellectual, I shouldn't say that. That does sound like too intelligent.
He's trying.
It's probably too big of a word for him. But like, well,
oh yeah,
I'm not privy to it. I'm not privy to the fact that airbags are pervy, that kind of crap.
He's that level. He's definitely that level of delusional. I agree. The flying monkey syndrome and enabling is off the charts with this one.
He had a prior charge for assault as well.
I heard something about that. I don't know the full story on it. I think it was some kind of family thing that went on, but I don't.
Any idea why that didn't come out in the Netflix stuff?
I don't know. I don't know why the Netflix people picked what they picked.
Yeah.
Why they edited it the way they edited. I'm not real happy with the way they edited some of the stuff and some of the stuff they picked for me to say. I said what I said in that, and I meant
picked for you to say.
I said. I wasn't trying to hide anything. I was trying to be as honest as I could, but it seemed to be more about me and not about what was happening to my daughter. And so, I mean, like I said, I'm not real happy with how the outcome, but if it wins an.
Oh my gosh. And I'll back that up a little bit because I want you guys to hear that entire statement. But yeah, isn't that unbelievable? Like the majority of the documentary was the kids talking, them showing, evidence, some text messages. His part in the documentary wasn't as great as he's describing here, in my opinion, but because of his actions and his mouth and what he was saying in the documentary and what he was wearing in the documentary, it's had a bigger impact on his life. But again, he can't see that because it's not his fault. It's Netflix's fault. It's not his fault.
Right. We got to point the finger. Remember, so we can see where she gets that from.
100%.
That's just him, not even counting her mom. I wonder how. I love to study her out too.
Oh, the mom is, I mean, we'll definitely get into her because she is, um, you know, she's again like a best friend rather than a mom. And I get when your kids are getting older, it's nice because you can have, you know, that friendship right a little bit, but you always have to remain their parent. And when there's no respect for your parents yourself, you're not going to have respect for anybody in society, in my opinion.
Right, exactly. I'm sending you a photo.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Via text.
All right. We'll watch this. I'll check it. Hold on one second.
Oscar, I guess I get an Oscar. I'm part of an Oscar. So I wasn't trying to hide anything. I was trying to be as honest as I could. But it seemed to be more about me and not about what was happening to my daughter. And so, I mean, like I said, I'm not real happy with how the outcome. But if it wins an Oscar, I guess I get an Oscar. I'm part of an Oscar. So,
here we go. Yeah,
there are a couple of questions that came up since the documentary came out.
Yeah. So, what do you think of that, Libra? It sounds like he gets, she gets her look at me, attention whore, seeking behavior from Daddy too.
Yeah. So, there is a name for what he's doing right there. I'm trying to recall, but I'm doing something else right now at the same time, kind of multitasking. But yeah, where he says, it just seemed to be more like he's actually it seems like he's actually projecting a little bit here. It's kind of like reverse psychology. It's like it's too much about me and not enough about her. And what he actually loves that part. Honestly, he's not upset about that. He loves the fact that. Anyway, you still there?
Yeah, sorry, I had to mute because Jago was barking.
Oh, it was a mute. Yeah, the mute made it. Yeah. I barked back. I went.
Anyway, I wasn't barking at you, I promise.
Oh no,
it was
fine.
Not me. Blame everybody except for yourself, Trish. Blame everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he's blaming.
That was
he's
not
saying,
me.
It sounds like he's saying it's it's too much about him and not enough about her. Like they're targeting him, but he actually likes that, which sounds strange, but I believe it's true. He actually likes that part. And then you hear him say in the next sentence, he says, "But if I win an Oscar, I win an Oscar, I guess." Why do you even say that? Why is that even a? And he's trying to, and this documentary might win an Oscar. It's because somebody told him that it's probably going to be a big deal, and he's narcissistic, and he likes all of this. That's the thing we got to realize here. He doesn't hate the attention. Trust me, he's loving it. He loves being on TV and be able to talk about all this stuff. He's just as bad as 100%. She is, if not worse, in my opinion.
And I'd really like to ask him, and Mr. Shirilla, if you're watching and you want to, respond in an email, my big question to you is if you weren't putting on a performance, then how could you expect to win an Oscar? If you were being authentic and genuine, then there would be no need for a performative spectacle as you made yourself on the Netflix documentary, in my opinion. So I think he just told on himself there a little bit too with some leakage.
Yeah, it's like what? Whoever said anything about an Oscar, why would you even care about that? Even if it was mean that in a negative way, it still comes out sounding bad. If you're trying to say that it's a negative thing, you can't make that sound negative. Like winning,
exactly.
Like they're dogging the heck out of me, and the media is crucifying me. Yet, if I win an Oscar, well, then I guess I win an Oscar. That means even if the end justifies the means, right? Even if I don't agree with the way they're doing it, nobody cares about how you're treated, dude. Nobody cares about how you've been treated or how you feel, your feelings. That's what it was. He kept talking about, I don't feel like it. And they didn't really, nobody cares about your feelings, dude. It's all about you,
right,
though.
Exactly. We have two children that lost their, two young people that lost their lives. And I say children, but they're kids to me. Even Dominic at 20 is a kid to me,
Yep.
Yeah. It's so wretched, and then look at his dumb ass look on his face. Okay, I know I'll be trying to be nice.
I think it could have been worse. I watched it over the weekend, but there were a couple questions that had come up. One was there is Can you tell us a little? I mean, it's such a stupid little thing. Your shirt. Can you?
I mean, let me ask again. Is this okay? I don't want to trigger anybody in this world that I'm wearing an orange polo. I hope it's not colorblind enough for anybody.
You triggered me, all right.
The shirt I was wearing is from Drip Drop, which is Crime Circus on YouTube. Crime Circus has been a defender for my daughter. He's made many posts saying she's innocent, and he shows the evidence, and he contradicts people who say, no, she's guilty, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, no, you have to look at this and this, he was about a month after her trial. His, one of his posts showed up with us. Someone sent it to us, and he had found 5 or 6 interviews from the Strongsville Police Department that were not in the discovery, or were not in the discovery that we could find. And we went over everything, and we had access to everything during the bind over in the trial.
Let me go ahead and
they were 5
plug this
interviews
YouTube
with
channel.
Christine Russo, Dom's brother, two of Dom's.
Oh, hardcore. And he did it wearing the t-shirt on, something that, I mean, I don't even know how many freaking views Netflix videos get, because they don't show, right? But I mean, I would say millions and the millions people have watched this documentary specifically, and he absolutely plugged, and I don't have anything against Crime Circus or anything like that. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion, and I don't hate people for their opinions or me disagreeing with them. And I don't know exactly what he's referring to, but I agree with you, Libra. He's absolutely, plugging for his boy there.
Yep.
Yeah. Shamelessly, by the way.
Yeah.
Kind of friends, the Flanagans, and Hench. I think it's Hench, because he gets things done. Christopher Martin, the felon that lives in Christine Russo's basement. And
okay, so now he's disparaging Christine Russo, saying that Hench lives in Christine Russo's basement. But Hench was also the person who was sent out to detour a huge crash or accident prior to this deadly crash that occurred. And it was because allegedly his daughter, right, Steve Shirilla's daughter, Mackenzie, was driving so erratically, and Dominic was so frightened that he called his mom, and his mom sent Hench out to make sure that these kids didn't get hurt. So in my opinion, I don't give a flying F whether Hench has 20 felonies. He was the man that was called, and he went out there to help a situation. Where were you, Steve?
It's always a guy named Steve too. What's up with that? It's always a guy named Steve trying to interfere with investigations, trying to deflect everything. Golly.
Exactly. Well, and Detroit says, isn't Crime Circus obsessed with her? I heard he sends her money allegedly. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of boys that think she's, a doll.
Dude, if only you could be a fly on the wall for some of that. I guarantee you there's some kind of fetish going on there. Probably.
Right.
Real. I can see
I
that.
mean, and I don't know all the details, but I think maybe, I mean, look, there was women that threw themselves at Ted Bundy. I mean, I can't discount it. I don't know if it's, true or not, but I could see that. I mean, look at Gypsy Rose Blanchard. She was getting prison proposals and stuff.
Yeah, was that Christy Rose Blanchard? Which one was that? That's not the one I was talking about, was it? I'm trying to remember.
She's the one that had the Munchausen mom, or she was malingering and making they had, like all these trips to Disney and stuff like that, because like everybody thought she was really sick, and she was the poster child for St. Mary's.
Yeah. That was crazy, dude. That was so wrong.
And she killed her mom with her boyfriend.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was crazy. Now,
and then they let her out, and now she's trying to be, a beauty influencer times 10, and all of this stuff. And it didn't go well. Like when we see how things have transpired with her, I wouldn't fall for that again ever in a million years, even when abuse is present.
Yeah.
You know, because I was one of the ones that was like, they need to get Gypsy help. She was abused, blah, blah, blah. That was not the right approach, in my opinion. I was definitely wrong on that.
It's interesting. Yeah. I remember that case. That was wild. Well, there's it's like what was it? What's his name? Shoot. I want to say the right name. Let me in just a second. It's a serial killer.
Is it Bundy or
Bundy? Yes, Ted Bundy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I almost said Brady. That was like, no, I ain't right. Oh, Bundy. Yeah, it's like Ted Bundy had all these women falling all over this guy, and he's a disgusting creep. You know, it's just like the kid that killed the CEO of United Healthcare. You know, he becomes like this poster boy. It's like, you people are demented, so demented. I know people can be good looking and stuff, but you're crazy. I mean, it's like that. You know, dude at that circus or whatever, was it Crime Circus or whatever he said it was? Probably like an Arctic Fox type character, you know, likes to get into this like true crime stuff, but he's got some kind of sick fetish, you know.
Yeah, it definitely makes me wonder, like, if there is something more to it, especially if he's really banging the drum and then the dad's all about him. It's like, are that, you know, are we gonna find out that they're gonna have a prison wedding or something? Like, you know, not to go too far into it, but you never know. I mean, crazy things happen.
Yeah, I won the dad over already, so
He's got
weird.
Steve's blessing and everything, you know.
Hit that like button, everybody. Thank you, Chuchi. Hit that like button, subscribe, smash that like button, and punch your TV if you got to. I don't care if it's touchscreen or not.
TV.
I don't know if you care if you have to bash your head against a brick wall.
Oh,
but you better hit that like button, buddy.
Jeez.
Do as I say, not as I do. Just remember that.
Yes.
Do as I say and don't say what I say.
Mr. Steve, back on the lies and manipulation of Steve Shirilla. Here we go.
He's the one that gave the information or the to Mackenzie in her trial. He's the one that stated something that didn't happen, and we've got proof that Mackenzie did not threaten to crash that car that day. But these 5 videos weren't in the discovery, and in all the videos, everyone is in there says that Mackenzie has a problem passing out or seizes. There was an issue, and they just blew over it. And at some point, during Christine Russo's or the brothers' interview, because Christine and the brother were there, and every time the detective asks the brother something, he starts to answer, which seems to be truthful, and then Christine Russo talks over him and answers it for him, and he goes, "Oh yeah." So at some point, Christine Russo says, "These aren't going to be, no one's going to see these, right?" And the detective goes, "No, I'm not putting them in."
Wow.
So again, that's omittance, and that seems kind of shady to me.
Well, if there were witnesses that could back up the claim that Kenzie occasionally passed out or had these seizures, that's pretty big.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would think so. I would think the detective should, have an obligation to look into it. But when he got her, my understanding is when he got her medical records, he picked up her medical records from the day of the crash forward. He did nothing about going from the day of the crash back. That's true or false.
Yeah.
But that's my understanding.
People try to make
sorry. The shirt. Yeah. The shirt is Crime Circus's logo or one of his swag that he sells. Boom. The boom is one of his things. So I wore the shirt to say thank you.
Oh, got plugged
for what he was doing for my daughter, and he's done a lot. And if I see him, I'm going to hug him. That's the first thing.
Oh, if I see him, I'm gonna hug him. Hey, I just gotta set up a really creepy expectation for y'all. When I see him, I'm gonna hug him. Libra.
I'm like such a special thing coming from this guy. I want a hug from you, boy.
Ew, look at his hands. Like,
did you get the picture I sent? See, I need it like this.
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah, I sent it to you. Just
sorry,
so you know.
I meant to look at
I almost forgot, but yeah, I emailed it to your email.
Oh, you emailed it. Oh, let me look in the email.
Yeah.
I was looking at text, and so I was like, "You didn't send it yet." Okay. Oh my god, this guy is such a weirdo. Like, what a weirdo. I have to set it up, guys, just so everybody knows when I meet Crime Surfer. I mean, what the?
I'm going to stick my tongue down his throat, and we're going to go into the men's locker room, and we're going to see each other there. We have a special time. It's going to be a happy ending, and we actually had some plans to go get. Yeah, got to do the lisp. We actually had some plans to go get some steak too, in a nice steak dinner. And he's gonna. I was like, gonna get a bouquet of flowers and bring it down to him, and see. And he said that he has a card that he would like to give my daughter. I said you can go to the daughter's cell. I don't know if she'll let you in there, but you can go in there if you want. You can try, but I'm not sure if they're gonna let you in there. But so I'm going to definitely hug them. But there's gonna be a lot more going on here that we might have to lock you guys out of that room. We can't have interviews for this one. Sorry about that, but but you can listen outside the door.
Our private time. This is our bonding. And Chuchi says that Steve's gonna make him some more milk.
Here's my warm milk. I'm gonna make it right now for you.
I would be so creeped out.
Creeper.
Oh man, can you imagine? I mean, this is what happens when you get on the wrong side of the aisle here, on the wrong side of history.
I can see this guy.
You end up with good old Steve Shirilla wanting to give you a hug and wear your merch.
I told you that he'd be up there at the Hooters probably, allegedly every afternoon, and this is how he talks to. Now imagine him. All we got to do is change the background. We change the background to a Hooters restaurant. I can totally see this guy in there. Yeah, I'm a professor and an architect, and this is actually what's supposed to happen. He's probably trying to pick up women, talking about his daughter. I mean, for all we know, at the Hooters. At the,
I'm about to get an Oscar for my performance on the Netflix special, The Crash.
You know what? He might not even be that cool. He probably does it at Sonic. He's probably go up to Sonic and just comes up to the drive-in, trying to get them girls. Man, that's how lame he is. Oh, I love this tots. Your tots are so good. Here,
oh boy.
Here, keep the change. Get yourself something nice. Gives her $1. You cheap bastard.
Oh my god.
Go back home to your family, you cheap bastard.
Exactly. The future son-in-law.
Yeah. Well,
oh, Lord,
like fuzzy handcuffs.
You know, I really like a good romantic story that's cute, little, romantic comedy. You know what I mean? But
give me one then. Give me one.
Somehow this grosses me the fuck out so bad.
I don't know why I don't like this one. I don't know why. What's so cringe about
like this
it?
Love story.
Something tells me that there's something weird about this. I mean, the whole thing, the whole dynamic. It's always self-gain at the end. It's always self-gain at the end, though. Do you notice that? There's always some kind of self-gain. There's an end game to everything. So
absolutely,
the narcissism is really bad coming out of Dad here. So I definitely see that coming. That she's gotten a lot from him.
Ooh,
I can't wait to see.
On thick.
Now, do you have an interview with solo interview with Mom that we can watch as well?
I'll have to pull one up. I bet you there's one out there. I mean, there's like everybody is just like.
I've got to see her talk now. Since I've seen her talk for this long, I got a hang of who we're dealing with. I really would love, after this or something, if you want to see how she talks and how she talks about her daughter and the way the way their mannerisms, the way they're acting and the way he's talking. This man is all about himself. Yeah, you're plugging your boy and his merch and everything. You didn't have to tell us who it was. You didn't have to. You could have just said, I have a friend that's really explains it. I don't know, man. I get it, but I don't.
No, I agree.
You can do that without. You can never look like you're not plugging your homeboy, but it's like still, it's just. Let's not talk about that right now, dog. How about you can just say, it's out there on YouTube that somebody's debunking it. I don't know. There's no way to get around that. Just looks bad. It looks bad even if you don't have bad intentions, and you're trying to look. YouTubers are not, not every YouTuber is going to be a professional on all these things either. So I wonder if this guy's got any credentials on anything. He probably just gets on the computer and just Googles it. And it's just like, the airbags shouldn't have deployed, but they did early because he probably did his own research and he's not any kind of expert on anything. I'm not saying I am, but I'm just saying, Why don't you hire or tell us how, you know, the so-and-so that's a technician that knows everything about these cars, the Toyota Camry in that year. I want to talk to that guy. I want to talk to
exactly.
I want to talk to Da Vinci about this shit.
Yeah, he's definitely not an expert or an authority on it. And, you know, like I said, without knowing a whole lot about Crime Circus, which I probably should have researched a little bit before since we're having
What a name, Crime Circus. You are a clown. You are a circus. And you are a circus clown.
I think he's dressed like a clown. Like, I do think that his logo, because I've seen him, I want to say I watched like an interrogation on his channel before or something. I might even be subscribed to him. I don't know. Sometimes I'll figure that out. Like, oh, I subscribed at some point for this. I don't know why, but I don't remember why.
I know Daddy's a clown. He probably dresses up like a clown and freaks out all the kids. I can see that.
He does now because he seems to really like this guy and, you know, like what he has to say. And
I think he wants to get out of the
bandwagon for his daughter. You know.
Yeah. He's on leave from being a teacher. So he's probably just gonna become a YouTuber and it's just gonna help my buddy, the crime zoo circus clown.
Oh God, if he does, oh look out.
I'm gonna do. He's been a very good champion for what I feel is misjustice against my daughter and the lack of evidence to support the charges, you know, so that's what that shirt was about. Not me being colorblind to two boys dying because it's horrible. It was horrible. I don't. The day doesn't go by that I don't think about it, and that was one of the toughest things for me to do with this whole thing at the beginning was, how can I be happy that my daughter's alive and breathing? I mean, and the fact that these two boys died, and Dom was part of our family.
How can you?
However anybody wants to spin it, he went everywhere with our family. He was at Easter, he was part of our vacations. He was part of our family. You know, I'm sorry the Russos lost a son and a brother or a cousin. I'm sorry. I'm sorry the Flanagans lost Davion. There's nothing I can say.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can do.
Of course not.
To ever change that. I was at the gravesite with Christine and them countless days. You know, I talked to the dad. You know, the dad was in my house telling Mackenzie he believes her, that they thought it was an accident. It's okay. And they did this little pendulum thing, and then after the bind over, it stopped. You know, I don't get it. None of the evidence changed. And the black box information was the black box information.
The prosecutors gave them a place to focus their anger.
Well, their story. It was his narrative, and even in one of those drip drop or one of those release videos, the detective saying, "Well, I'm just doing what Troop wants, what Tim wants." You know, I'm just, you know. So we believe this detective on day 3 or 4 already assumed the worst. You know, and so. That's what sorry to go back to it. That's what the shirt was. The shirt was a thank you to Crime Circus. Wasn't a me being colorblind or insensitive to anybody, because that's the most idiotic. Because oh my God, why would I do that? That's got to be the dumbest take on a shirt, you know. And again, everyone, it's orange. I'm sorry if it's offensive. I apologize now.
I just assumed. I mean, it's a graphic T-shirt. And I know you come from an art background, graphic design.
Yep, graphic design. Yep.
And then you were teaching art.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Now, what's happened?
Oh, real smart.
Since the documentary came out.
Real smart.
Apparently, the diocese had a problem with something I said in there.
Get this fly off me because I smell like shit.
Yes, that's my understanding. There was a website out of Parma, Parma something, and
there's always flies around the skull mitten. There's always flies around crap.
Yeah, there is.
Wow.
They attract them, right? Oh yeah, and he's definitely going to talk about the archdiocese, you know, getting all the phone calls and everything like that. But I find it interesting that he's like, if I offended anybody, well, you already know you did, or you wouldn't be addressing it, you know.
Exactly.
And the guy's like, well, you're an art teacher, right? It's like, well, okay,
art.
I don't think that has much to do with it, in my opinion.
Look, I'm an artist, but let me tell you, art is dumb. That's what's so great about it. Art is really dumb, actually. You know what I mean?
It's open
If that
to
makes sense.
interpretation for sure.
Art is dumb in a sense. It's not because there's no rules really. But if you're a mathematician or something, like you said, when he said that, I'm like, no offense to any art teachers out there, by the way, but it's just like the guy tries to talk and sound like he's so smart, like he's a brain surgeon or like some kind of like Einstein, and he turns around and he's like, you think in your head like I didn't know till just now. Oh, this guy's probably teaches at a university and teaches some pretty complex stuff, calculus or something, and turn around and he's I'm actually an art teacher. Yes, I teach art. Oh, what? Dude, art, they put a banana on the wall and they duct taped a banana on the wall and it was in the millions of dollars already. So don't tell me art takes a lot of effort or is really, it can.
I agree.
Wow, but you're gonna, that's hilarious. I looked up this, Chuchi sent me and it was a Mackenzie Shirilla is the first video that pops up, the crime circus clown, and he's sitting here saying the first things he says is, "We know you're innocent. We know you didn't do it, and these are 10 reasons why." And it's like you're stating that as fact. We don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that. Honestly, you really want to dig down deep into it, or whatever. When it comes down to it, she really knows. She's the one that ultimately really, really knows her intentions in the whole thing. And if she's truly guilty, and that's with most things, but, because it's not like a super cold cut case, but when she's got a pattern of threatening with her vehicle and use it as a weapon, dude, it's not a coincidence that she just happened to do that day. And it was, oh, my heart palpitated. I got POTS or had a seizure.
I got POTS.
I got POTS. Maybe we need to put a damn.
You're right.
Need to put a computer chip in her and watch her behavior and see if, and see if, she monitor and see if she has any seizures or anything. And then if something bad happens again and she does something crazy again, you can see if that disease was an effect. It was active or inflared at the time, flared up or inflamed at the time, I mean, damn, what are we supposed to do? But
why
I doubt
is she
it.
driving if she's got this condition that causes her to lose control? That's another thing too that I can't get down with because
you couldn't. In most states, well, if you have epilepsy and you're diagnosed with that, you cannot drive without a dog. If you at least to have a service dog that can sense them. I have a friend that had epilepsy and he said, yeah, my dog saved me plenty of times because it was just a little dog, but that dog could sense the seizures and would jump on his lap and act crazy. Whatever it did, the dog would probably love up on him or something, and he would know to pull over, and then he'd have a seizure. So he'd pull over, have a seizure, and then he'd wake back up. His dog saved his life. So if you don't have a service dog, though, I don't think with epilepsy you can typically get a driver's license. Now, I don't know if she has epilepsy. I don't know if they said something about. He said something about she had an epileptic episode before or something, or we were talking about it or something. Or Sasquatch came in there. I don't know, but
the Sasquatch gave her a seizure and she saw him and she couldn't handle it.
Scared the crap out of her. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like a deer in the headlights.
Yeah, it's amazing to me. It's amazing to me that it's every excuse in the book, even down to that. But yeah, I know there's dogs even that will, sniff out blood sugar levels too, like an alert. And so say they do. And I get that. But yeah, you're right. It's surprising to me that she even had access behind the wheel, if that's what was going on at any point in time where, she could seize or anything. The same thing was for my mom because she started having grand mal seizures because of brain tumors, and we wouldn't let her drive, and it was really difficult because she didn't understand sometimes because of the brain tumors, like you can't drive because it's dangerous, right? But again, I don't think that would force anybody to punch the gas pedal.
Nope.
Either.
That's a hard one to defend right there. That's a real hard one to defend.
Yeah,
when the car was operating completely normally, but according to the computer and everything else. So yeah. Did you see the picture yet?
Yes, yes. Here, I'll show.
Yay.
Thank you for reminding me. Let me show.
My precious.
Let's show Steve, aka Gollum.
Gollum.
Hold on, let me see. How did I do this yesterday?
It keeps calling her
Oh,
precious.
that's right. I had to open it in another window. Okay, hold on. Open in a new tab. Here we go. And I can share this. Oh my gosh. Let me do this. Just bear with me one second here.
The man's balls.
Blame it on the pots. Blame it on the
Dark
pots.
circles.
My precious would never.
Dark
Oh my
circles under the eyes and everything. Just like a mixture.
Just like him. It's a mashup. It's a Gollum and Steve mashup.
Got that Graves disease going on.
Right? Exactly. Oh my god, that's too funny. I love the mashup. Those Jalen one did me cracking up way after the fact. I'm like, this is too funny.
My precious.
This guy. All right, here we go. Here's a little bit more of Steve's BS.
I guess they just called in and made all kind of stupid accusations, and then the diocese has an obligation to protect the kids, which I understand. But the problem I have with the diocese doing how they did it is they didn't talk to me. They just acted. When I just here it is, boom.
So you were teaching for
keep your hands to yourself.
Catholic school, yes.
Yeah. They're saying that because of the drugs or something.
It's something. I mean, in the documentary, we were talking about her.
Didn't have a problem with her.
I don't have. I didn't. As you know, as a parent, I pick my battles. You know, I'm sorry if I find marijuana not that dangerous as I find alcohol or cocaine or whatever. You know, my daughter, beyond what everybody else seems to think or wants to interpret or glean, she seemed mature enough to handle it. I didn't see a issue. It wasn't causing her to be late for this or not do this or
mature enough to handle it.
Get an X. You know what I'm saying? There wasn't anything that was, and I had other battles I wanted to fight with her, and I taught her right along. I said, look, you can't be driving with it, blah blah blah. Watch with, you can't. You be careful with Dominic. You know, if you get caught, he gets caught. You get caught.
Why didn't you say don't
teach her?
Don't do it at all.
To make her learn. She's a lot like me. When I was little, I needed to do it, experience it to learn it. You know, and don't touch the stove. Steve, don't touch the stove, and I go touch the stove, and I got burned. You know, it's who she is. You know, she has to learn for herself and make her own choices, and that's what I was doing. And she was.
Yeah, you know, that is such a crock of crap, in my opinion.
Let my kids do everything, in other words.
Yeah. I mean, in my opinion, that is such an unsafe way. Like, and also as a parent, it doesn't make me happy to see any bad habits being bestowed upon my daughter, right, that I have, especially that come from me. It's not like a point of pride where I'm like, oh, I love how she acted like a damn fool like I did when I was young or something, you know?
Golly.
But he almost looks at it as like endearing, like, oh, she's just like me. We're both really stubborn and hard-headed and asshole-ish and, you know, like what?
Yeah. Hate and go to Hooters. And look,
right.
So I told her, if you feel like just driving that car as fast as you want to, go ahead and do it, but you might get burned. You might hit a wall. You might die or something. And so she didn't. She's still here.
Unbelievable, right? I mean,
but I had to do it.
Yeah, he's a total doofus, right?
Big time enabler. Yeah, man, big time.
Oh
doofus.
my gosh. Right, exactly. That isn't how consequences work, right, Witchy Mama? They just happen. Yeah.
I'm gonna be
again,
right.
You know,
Yeah.
should we walk around with 3rd-degree burns all over our bodies because
Woo!
we're too pig-headed to realize that somebody says don't touch a hot stove? Like,
Well, he never said don't touch the hot stove though. He's telling her just make sure that if you get caught, might get 12, but just make sure that you're careful and just watch out. He didn't say, hey, you don't want to do that. Hey, don't hang around people like that. No, he wanted to. I just don't see marijuana as bad as anything. I get what he's saying when it comes to that, but. I mean, she seemed mature enough to handle it. No, sir, I'm sure you've seen her outburst at the house whenever she didn't get what she wants and cries like a little brat. because you raised her. Well, maybe he didn't. He's never probably around ever. Maybe she was raised by her mom. I don't know. But I can see a lot of daddy in her. I can see a lot of daddy in her. And I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I like it.
It's no good. It's no good. And and the thing is she, you're absolutely right. It's about not getting caught. I can't remember who. It was another little girl. There was a car rush that, a car crash that killed a bride and a groom. She was recklessly driving drunk and plowed into them while they were on a golf cart right after they left their wedding reception. Super sad situation. But during the jail calls, her dad was doing the same thing. Like, it was basically they were upset that she got caught rather than that she did this horrific act. And
by the way, speaking of golf carts, next time I see a damn golf cart driving down the street, I'm going to hit it. I'm gonna run its ass over. I'm tired of this shit. And this guy actually that got arrested he got a DUI going through the McDonald's drive-thru. I was so happy because I was tired because he was on a golf cart, and somebody finally pinned him because everybody's tired of these stupid ass rich people driving these golf carts through the neighborhoods, and I mean out in the streets like where they're not supposed to be, because you have to have a legal, has to be legal. It's not street legal. So yeah, one guy he got popped with that. And he was a little a-hole. He'd be parking. They literally have a no parking sign on some of these businesses, and it has a golf cart picture of it. This Chinese place had to put up because they kept doing it. And then there's a golf cart sitting there still. I was like, man, I'm about to so yeah. Anyway, warning to y'all out there: if you're on a golf cart and you're on a public street, watch out. I'm gonna run your ass over.
Yeah, this area was kind of designed for the golf carts too, because I know about them because we have them all over.
Okay, good. If you're on a golf course, or in a neighborhood, maybe I can kind of understand like neighborhood streets. That's fine. But out in the streets, like, man, get the heck out! What are you doing? I saw one yesterday. I was like, what the hell are you doing?
It's dangerous, right? I mean, there's nothing to protect you, especially if somebody's going 50 miles an hour, even 30 sometimes. Could be could wreck you pretty bad.
If a deer jumps out in front of them, I'm sorry for them. If they don't have plexiglass or nothing in front of them, which most of them don't over here that I've seen anyway. I mean, a lot of them just didn't. They just had little roll bars and that was it. It was a little simple little, like one of those stupid little hunting looking things. But anyway, I just want to throw that out there just to have a little laugh there. But y'all be safe out there. Be safe out there. Motorcycles are more dangerous and they're street legal. So be careful on your motorcycles, guys. Don't be doing wheelies and acting crazy,
Exactly.
Don't put your life at risk.
And which she is very, very entitled and bratty and exactly. Your parents don't ever condone that kind of stuff, right? Like you'd be in big trouble. I would be too.
Mine didn't at all. Hell no. I'd be in deep crap, especially at that age. Whoa.
Oh yeah, and we respected our parents. We didn't. It was like we knew better. Like Mark was saying earlier too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and there's none of that. We don't see any of that, and that's why we're seeing such a horrific circumstance to follow it.
We had a moral compass, like I talked about earlier.
Exactly. Yeah. And where do we get those moral compasses? It's from our family. It's from our parents mostly.
Yeah.
Getting older, and her and Dom were making a life together. Now, was I greatly happy with the relationship? No. This toxic has been thrown around a lot. I didn't see the toxic relationship that everybody's saying, oh, it's toxic.
Really?
Toxic relationship. And they argued. I argued with my wife. Everybody argues. Okay. From what I knew, it wasn't toxic. They argued. They broke up. He's over the next day with flowers and candy and a stuffed animal. I mean, it was like every couple of months something would happen,
Okay, so he just admitted that there was a pattern, and that there was such a pattern that he noticed that every time there was a big blowout between the two of them, Dom was the one coming over and showering Mackenzie with gifts. Did your daughter ever apologize for her part in what happened in the argument in the grand scheme of things, or did she just accept the gifts from Dom? It's absolutely toxic, sir. You need to read the text messages. You need to do your research. And in my opinion, that is just a real piss poor excuse. And it's absolutely toxic. The relationship your daughter was in was so toxic that you're describing a young man who would rather her get in trouble than him because he's already has too much on his own record. And so let's just pull her down into the bucket of crabs with me and my misery, right? This is what you're describing. Yet you're saying it wasn't toxic. And you're saying that you had full knowledge, right? Yeah, toxic is written all over their foreheads. Lisa King, well said. It's amazing to me that he's describing this and he still can't see it, right? You need to dig a little deeper with that 10-mile stare there, bud.
And my wife was helping them try to fix their relationship, and they were never ever breaking up. And anybody who says that is lying. And I don't care if it's hurtful. They were not breaking up. They may break up, but they were getting right back together. I was on my daughter all the time. I punished her all the time. Okay, it's not a me.
And guys, this is what I'll back it up a little bit. Hey, Robini, glad you're here. This is the thing, guys. This is how toxic it is that he just isn't even seeing it. He's not seeing it at all. He's putting the blinders up and being like, oh yeah, but they would get back together. They're going to break up, but they're going to get back together. That is so toxic. If you love someone and you want to be with them long term, then breaking up and getting back together and breaking up and getting back together is detrimental to your relationship. It just is, period. And for you to sit up here and try to rewrite the narrative and tell us and try to give us advice, it does remind me of Chris Proudfoot, try to give us advice on how to live and what's toxic and what's not toxic. Sir, you got that real messed up, in my opinion. I mean, you're way off. You need to reevaluate. You need to reassess the situation. Let me just back this up a tad. Oh, Lord.
Lying. And I don't care if it's hurtful. They were not breaking up. They may break up, but they were getting right back together. I was on my daughter all the time. I punished her all the time. Okay, it's not a me going, okay, just go have a whole time, go smoke dope, have fun, woo, drive your car really fast.
I mean, that's what it looks like on the documentary. It looks like a teenage girl who has no supervision, who smokes weed all the time, who makes her own rules, and lives with her boyfriend. How much of that is true? How much?
She stayed with her boyfriend. It was they were talking about moving in, and she was getting close to 18, and if I would have hammered her and locked her into her room, I mean, what am I supposed to do? Chain her to the bed? I mean, that's okay. All I can do is teach her how to survive and live, and she knew if there's a problem, who to call. She talked to my wife all the time. If these two kids were going to break up and there was a problem, my wife would already know. We would have known it. Okay. I would have been very happy about it if they broke up. No boy would ever be good enough for my daughter. That's a father, but again, he did treat her very well. I didn't see much of the fight. I didn't see the stupid little fights or the arguments I didn't see it.
One other thing that came out I've been trying to catch up on social media about what people are saying about this. There's one other weird thing that came up that I was hoping that you could explain a little bit. I guess at one point, Kenzie and her mother are caught on tape talking in like what people are calling a different language, or like Carney speak.
It's Carney. It's gypsy speak.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that something they would do?
It's a family thing. It's a family thing that my wife grew up with.
Okay, guys, so this is where they get into the gibberish. I've seen you guys in the chat about the gibberish, the gypsy speak. We talked about it being much like pig Latin, right? So he's going to get in there and talk about it, minimize it, say how innocent it is. But again, I told you guys a story last night about my mother realizing when she picked up the other end of the line to listen in to see what we were saying, right, that we were speaking pig Latin. She didn't know what the hell we were talking about, right? But we were obviously speaking in code for a reason. And that's the only reason why you would do such a thing. I'm not saying that their family didn't have this special language as maybe something endearing between them, but in this circumstance, as it's being used, I believe it's in order for other people not to be in the know about what's being said. And, that's the way I look at it. But he's going to explain it from his perspective.
Can you speak it?
No,
Okay.
it's because they do it so fast. It's
I know how it works now.
to say
You add an extra syllable in with
Okay, and then really quick, Steve, that means that you're fucking oblivious to the situation, right? Like they're doing it even to you. So, which you think is really cute, they're even trying to mask what they're saying from you. Can you get it, Steve? Are you picking up what I'm throwing down?
Is that
Gollum.
something they would
Gollum.
do?
It's a family thing. It's a family thing that
Gollum.
my wife grew up with.
Can you speak it?
No, it's
What are they talking about,
they
Pig
do
Latin?
it so fast. It's
I know how it works.
They're talking about
Yiddish?
They're talking about they're talking about this gypsy talk or carny talk.
Oh,
Yes, that they do, and the guy's gonna explain it. It's like where you take a few syllables off the first bit of the word and add it to the end of it. It's like Pig Latin.
like Pig Latin, yeah. See, I'm sorry, I walked away. I had to make some popcorn, so I ran off to get a snack because snacks.
Got to get some snacks because you're 15 and snacks.
Snacks. Yeah.
No, you're good.
Okay, sounds really stupid and corny, but yeah, go ahead and let's hear him talk about his stupid daughter's stupid hobby.
Oh yeah, and then the fact that he has no idea what the hell's going on in his own household. I think that's really interesting too.
I knew it. He's always at Hooters every other night, apparently, allegedly, in my opinion.
Exactly.
to say
You add an extra syllable in with
the is the. I think I'm going to say that right. It's like a Pig Latin. You're adding vowels, or you're splitting the word with, and it's something that families, my wife's family has done for years. It's nothing. It's like when the gypsies and the carnivals would come around, and they didn't want the locals to hear what they were saying. That's what they would speak.
Yeah.
So my daughter and wife talk that way, and when they don't want to have someone hear what they're talking about, that's what they talk about.
I dated
like,
somebody that did that. And it was annoying.
A German person or Japanese out here in America start talking Japanese because they don't.
Oh, I know, and and the thing is like, do they think that it's so sophisticated that the law enforcement officers don't know what they're saying when she's doing it on her jail calls? That's what it really gets me about that, because Pig Latin is super elementary, right?
Yeah, I know somebody could do it really fast, and I couldn't really get what they were saying. It was this way so fast. She was so freaking ridiculous that she even practiced it enough to waste time on doing that instead of learning another language, which I've done. Right. But and she spoke another language as well. Actually, she spoke another language. So anyway, besides English, you know what I mean? So she turned around and she'd be talking to her mom in front of the one that was all, insecure about everything, thinking I'm cheating on her every day. And I was like, I was young, but she's sitting here. So then she'd take a puff of her cigarette. And I'm sitting there, you think you look so smart and shit. You're just like an idiot. And you're really just really getting on my damn nerves right now because you're being so rude that you can't say whatever you're saying in front of my face because I know you're talking about me, whatever it is. To your mom. It was really disrespectful, in my opinion. I didn't care if I was younger than her. I was younger than her, but you're not going to sit here and treat me like crap and then speak Pig Latin in front of me and so fast I can't understand.
Yeah, that's an example. So pig is igpe and Attenlay is Latin. So Pig Latin, and all you do is take, the beginning of the word, right, and put it at the end.
Like would be Eichel. Eichele. Eichele. Are you a Eichele? I like
it'd be Ickelme. Once you get it, though, it's easy to talk it, and then of course you could talk it really fast. Because I used to be really good at it when I was young. Because of course we were clowning.
I didn't waste my time on that.
Not to understand what we were talking about,
I just learned a different language when I was a baby, so I didn't really care to do that. I just used the old language. Nobody else that I in my family immediate family anyway speaks another language, so I can just speak Spanish in front of them. I don't have to do all that dumb, corny stuff. Just kidding. I'm not.
Exactly. Well, and it is. It's rude because
I'm saying that because see, that's where my trauma came in from my ex. That's why I'm saying it's so stupid and dumb, is because of her. She made it to me that way, which it really isn't. It's just one of those fun things that people do. But this is giving me bad memories of my ex, where she used to sit there and do that in front of me because she didn't want me to hear what she was saying.
Exactly. Yeah,
So-
and it is. It's manipulation. Again, manipulation.
Oh yeah, and she was manipulative, all right.
Yeah, she definitely sounds like it. You know, Cinderella's saying, "What the hell is he talking about? Pig Latin being an American language? Am I understanding him correctly?" She said. Yeah, strange, right? Lisa's side eye in the situation.
I guess.
Yeah, and again, you know, and I think that he's downplaying it because he does realize that he has no idea what they're saying, and they could be talking about anything, and he wouldn't know the difference, you know.
You know, it's a private thing, you know. So that's what the speech. It's called Carney.
How old was Kenzie when she learned how to do that?
She was pretty young. I've never heard anyone say it. And mind you, I'm sorry, I'm smiling. I'm smiling because it's a good memory for me.
Sure.
My wife and my daughters.
He's aware that people are
like bees. It's like
looking
bees,
at him,
and during this process, you know.
Oh yeah, like he's definitely showing his how do you say guilt? Like it's showing through with his
self-awareness of like I know that they're gonna look at me and go, "Oh my God, he's smiling," and why? Don't even bring that up, dude. Because if you're talking about a fond memory, you're gonna. I mean, you're already trying to shoot that down and control the narrative in our minds, right? In my opinion.
Most definitely. Well said. Yeah.
You scumbag. No good for nothing. Sorry excuse for a father.
He's a sorry excuse for a Steve, in my opinion.
We knew when my daughter was in the juvenile center or over in county, she didn't want people around hearing what we were talking about because there's big ears everywhere, and then someone's going to say something.
You got
we
big
didn't want
ears.
to give away what we were possibly doing in court or how we were going to try to defend her. So we were trying to be careful what anybody else overheard or who was overhearing her, you know, or I say we, but they were.
Okay, get to the point, dude.
It's a language they speak together. It's like twins speaking a weird language. It was not to hide anything nefarious. There's big talk about something she said in the hospital, and if you know the language, she didn't say it.
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing.
Yeah, I think they're trying to
say she was saying, I was seizing her, and that didn't happen. There's no Sizu, Izu, you know, there's no word in that whole conversation about that. Plus, my daughter was just out of.
What the heck is a Sizu Izu? So strange. This guy is such a freaking weirdo. I am so weirded out by this whole thing.
I was seizing her, and that didn't happen. There's no Sizu, Izu, you know, there's no word in that whole conversation about that. Plus, my daughter was just out of. That was the day of or the day after, and she was on all kind of pain medication. She broke her femur. She broke her fibula. I think it's the fibula, right? Yeah. She broke the fibula, detached tricep, 3 broken ribs, a puncture wound through her knee, lacerated liver, lacerated kidney, bumps and bruises all over her face. Both her carotid arteries were damaged. I mean, the kid's lucky to be alive. So she was on, you know, she didn't really know what she was saying. She had just found out what happened with Dom and Davion, because we didn't tell her at first. She was in so much pain, and we just didn't want to add to that. So
it strikes me too as like every time I think about this, it's a really stupid way to commit suicide if that's what you're intending.
God, my God, she was not committing suicide. There's absolutely no base, no evidence, no manifesto, no video, nothing. There's not one iota.
No shit.
Evidence.
And then he talks about a manifesto. Like, that's usually when you're planning out planning on carrying out a big crime. Okay.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, Steve. Oh,
she's
you're just digging
Scarface or
that hole
something.
deeper.
Absolutely.
Of evidence.
What do you think happened?
God, okay, to be honest, I don't know. I don't know. I know the car crashed. I know Davion and Dominic lost their lives. I know my daughter was lucky to be alive. I know she went through I believe she was falsely accused.
She's lucky to be alive and cell
the charges
block
she
3.
was accused of. I'm not completely getting away. She's not completely innocent. She was driving a car, and it should have been
not completely
innocent. It should have never left the
innocent.
juvenile court, and it should have been vehicular homicide or reckless vehicular homicide. And I don't think you could even prove reckless with what evidence is not available to the prosecutor.
Did you see how fast she goes? That's reckless after so many miles an hour. You dumb.
I think it was.
Yeah, it is reckless driving, right? If you're going
in Tennessee
X amount over.
If you do it in Tennessee, if you're going 90 miles an hour, you can go to jail if they want to.
Right.
Then I'm a race car driver. They never did. No, I'm playing. But I have driven fast when I was younger. I did. I've flown in my little Honda when I was younger. But man, I've had a cop tell me, that's how I knew. He goes, I could take you to jail right now for reckless driving. You're going 95 an hour or whatever, or 90 miles an hour. I said, dang. And really 65, I think, is the highest. It goes anywhere, or 70 really, probably the most. I think 65 is the most in most of Tennessee anyway. And so, yeah, I learned that real quick. And so they said they can take you to jail for that, and it's considered reckless driving after so many miles. If it's 10, I think it's 10 miles over the speed limit, I believe. Then it's considered reckless driving, and you can go. It gets crazy. So yeah, her driving that freaking fast was reckless for sure.
Yeah,
exactly. He still didn't say nothing about her restless leg syndrome or whatever was going on.
I'm waiting to hear. I want to
hear about that muscle. Yeah, that muscle spasm and lockup she had on that right leg.
The muscle spasm and lockup.
Exactly. My ankle, her ankle locked downward. She was wearing heels and her ankles got ankle lock. It's called ankle lock.
Do they not realize how preposterous they sound? When she says he's got his head in the sand like a damn ostrich.
He is that guy that thinks he can talk his way out of anything. I swear.
Mm-hmm.
I can see it. That's what he's doing right now. He's sitting here going, I'm not smiling because of this or whatever. And this, he's a smooth talker. It's probably how he met the mom, was sitting there. Yeah, well, I'm an architect, and I helped design the World Trade Centers and did the I actually have I have ancestors that built the Great Pyramids, and
I can only imagine the game that he tries to spit to the Hooters waitresses and everything. Just kidding.
Cooters.
Going over to Hooters. Oh Lord, this guy.
I would, if I had to give my guess, I think it's a bunch of things. I think it's a perfect storm. I'm pretty good. She was probably coming down there 60, 70 miles an hour. Okay. One theory is something happened to the car. Toyota has a history with that kind of car. It's documented. It's on the internet. I don't know.
Whoa, Steve, how come you didn't come with receipts on that?
It's on the internet. Yeah, it's on the internet. Just look it up, guys.
And she's in a school zone, no? So I mean, if you're in a school zone and you're going 65 miles an hour, that's absolutely reckless.
You get a lot of trouble with that here. Look.
Yeah.
I love it. He's like, what did we just talk about? He said, okay, sir, I need you to tell me the specifics of what's wrong with that particular car, because every single car that is driven off a lot that comes out of that factory has some kind of issues. Every single one of them, because nothing's perfect. So don't sit here and tell me that particular car model has what issue then? Yeah, show us receipts. I want to see receipts right now. Right now.
Exactly.
I want to see it.
That's right. And Rob Beanie even says they checked that car and they addressed that in the court, didn't they? And they did. They took it in. They tested for all the malfunctions that they could find. They pulled in the data that they had from the equivalent of a black box in an airplane. It doesn't record continuously. However, it does show that particular event and that she was punching that gas for 5 seconds, and he's completely negating all of it, Robini. I mean, he's acting like that has never been addressed ever, but it was. It definitely was.
Yeah.
I don't know how we ever prove it. The black box isn't on. It's not recording any of that because the black box turned on down the road. If something happened to the car and the gas pedal stuck and accelerated, all would be in that car is panic. And then if that car came around that little bend, and it's not a severe bend, it's a manageable bend, and it hit that dip that used to be in the road that the city fixed last year or last summer, that car went flying, and that's what turned on. That's what the black box said. The car went right to left. The car thought it was flipping over. The black box turned on. The side airbags went off. Yeah. I mean, and again, the black box is nonlinear. It's not a linear recording. It doesn't go on. It's not a constant. Like every micro. Yeah, and a nonlinear thing, it's going half second, or microsecond, whatever the
you're such an expert on this thing. Yeah, you don't even know what the time is.
And our car guy said, you can't necessarily say she'd never braked, because it could have happened in between. And mind you, I'm not saying that because there's no proof to that. Why would I? But it could have happened.
Everybody else is saying a lot of things where there's no proof.
Yeah, well, sorry. There. Yeah,
you know what? Take it off. Get out of here.
And there's more to that.
I'm done with you, sir.
If we can get to it eventually. But at the end of that video, the brake lights go on, and their car expert said, "Well, that's a safety feature."
Yeah.
Well, why didn't the brakes go on?
Aren't brakes a safety feature by design?
I think so. But what I'm saying is, the brake. You could see the brakes clearly on the video. You clearly see them, and his response, "Well, that's a safety feature." Well, why did the safety feature work prior?
Yeah.
It hadn't hit anything. It just went across the road. That was right as it went across the road. So why is the safety feature only working right there? So
you're killing me.
So hard against her.
Man, well, there's the part where maybe I'll get myself in trouble. I think there's some collusion going on. I think it's a fix. I think it's a favor.
Unbelievable. He says
exactly.
I think there's collusion. I think there's collusion.
Collusion. Clutter. He looks like he's in a jail jumpsuit. Is he in solidarity? That's what Robini said. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Looks like I'm ready. He's already dressed up. Just put him in there.
He's ready for it.
Take that damn microphone off and get the heck out of here. I'm tired of your mouth. Gollum.
No kidding. All just ridiculous.
This face right here. This is like his face. Ow, ow, ow. Look at his face. What a disgrace.
Go smoke another one, bro.
Yeah. You need to screenshot that.
We need a screen grab of that. We got a thumbnail. We got a thumbnail, folks.
Yeah.
That last name, Russo, in this town.
It's like, I was trying to explain that to somebody. Having the last name Russo in Cuyahoga County is like having the last name Kennedy in Boston.
Mm-hmm. There might be some truth to that. Like I said, this is
really
a political family, and I apologize to the Flanagan family right now. If it was just Davion in the car, she wouldn't be in jail. She wouldn't
be in jail.
It would have never left the juvenile court. This has to do with the boy's last
name. God.
Who is he to say any of this stuff?
Can you believe he just said that?
Oh my gosh, dude.
If it was only Davion, okay.
What?
Steve, Davion's life matters. Dominic's life matters. Hello?
Yeah,
you big ass clown, you?
Yeah.
Wow, I can't believe he just said that. Lisa King is saying that her bird is laughing at you, Libra.
That's awesome. What kind of bird is it? Was what I want to know. I saw that. What kind of birdie is it? A little parrot? Something? That's cute.
Oh, Cinderella says in the video of the cop telling them about the accident, he has an orange hoodie. Okay. What a dingleberry.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. He's got that little dingleberry hanging out there.
He's a giant dingleberry.
Cockatoo!
Cockatoo. Aw, that's so sweet.
Cockatoo! Cockatoo! I don't know. I'm just
It's
saying.
infuriating. It's absolutely infuriating, Chuchi. I mean, it really is. Like, who again, who does this guy think he is? You know?
Yeah, man.
Listen here, Steve.
He's an expert on the black box inside a Toyota Camry, apparently, and vehicles and cars and everything. I just love how he's saying all this stuff, but nobody's taking it. I'm not taking him serious now that I know he's an art teacher telling me this crap. I don't care who you are. Give me the experts and let's set their butt next down to your derriere. And I want to hear you look at. I want to see you just look over at him and have him answer the questions. How about that? How about you take some of that money and hire an expert to come out here in these interviews with you? I'd like to see it. I really would. No, I'm not saying you're saying everything wrong. I want to hear it from the experts. I don't want to hear it from your mouth, Dad, because you're always going to sit there.
Bring the receipts, Steve.
Because your blood, dude, you're always going to fend for her. We know this. We know this. You know damn well what you're doing. You know what you're doing. And
Absolutely. And I lose a lot of respect when he's sitting there like a girl, too.
And I know where you live. And I know where you live. And I'm coming.
So creepy. He's so creepy.
But yeah, he's already wearing the orange. He needs to go to jail. Lock him up. Get him out of here. Throw away the key. You know what? You belong, in my opinion, after all this narcissistic behavior that we've been watching for the last however long, he needs to be in there. I'm sure he's done so many things that we don't know about, since he's talking about being an enabler and you should go that back road and you should avoid the cops. Just be careful, because if you get caught, but you go ahead and do what you want, kid. Because a real loving parent would say, hey, you might want, I'll say don't do that, but okay. So
yeah,
you're not gonna have that. You're not gonna have Ralph Lauren on it though, on that shirt you're getting there, buddy. So you better draw it on there with a little, Sharpie or something, or a little, pen. You're gonna have to design your own clothing.
He's an art teacher, so he should be able to get that Ralph Lauren.
Exactly, he'll have to do it himself.
Logo down pat.
It'll look like a freaking beetle on his chest. It'll be so bad. He'll try to do it, and it'll just look so bad. What is that? A roach? You're like, no, it's Ralph Lauren. Trying to hustle some damn clothes in jail. Some Ralph Lauren scrubs. Well, you're gonna get used to it, bud. Get used to it. And he probably uses those. I'm gonna stop. We don't have a button, so
we'll be nice. We're trying to.
I'm gonna get sued.
Possible here.
Yeah,
but,
I better stop right there.
Steve's not making it easy. He's not. He's just not.
Right now, if it was her, she wouldn't be in jail. She would have never left the juvenile court. This has to do with the boy's last name, and the judge saying, "Well, I don't have a blood relationship." Look, I'm not saying she has got a blood relationship. I'm saying she has relationships with the Russo family, and her even saying that in court just
how you just said right now. The boy
doesn't have a relationship.
I'll slap you in the head so hard you'll grow hair, boy.
Right, and it's infuriating. I mean, for him to say that just because Dominic's last name is Russo and the family has all of these connections, that his daughter is in trouble, that is a whole nother level of denial, in my opinion.
Check your side. How about that?
People's lives. Two people's lives.
Yeah, exactly.
Unbelievable.
I got excited. I'm sorry. I just take my blood pressure medicine now.
I mean, big time enabling. If anybody ever has a
Yeah.
question about
Spoiled-ass
what
kid.
enabling looks like, here it is.
Jeez, man. Yeah. Freaking parents that give them kids whatever they want, and this is what they do. She should be dead, in my opinion. So, parents that when you let your kids just do whatever the heck they want, I don't feel sorry for you when something bad happens. I'm sorry. I don't.
Right.
I do not, because that's what the end game's gonna be. I mean, that's common sense. I mean, tells you that, in my opinion, but I don't know. Some
Same
people are
here,
just
and
so,
I think that
it's impressive that he can have his foot in his mouth and his head up his ass at the same time, isn't it?
yes.
I mean, that's impressive, dude. I don't know. I don't see many
that.
people do that, but yeah, that's a talent there, art teacher.
We got to give him that much. That he's absolutely talented for being able to accomplish that much.
Yeah,
I agree. Well said.
You're fooling yourself. I'm not saying it's directly with Christine Russo down the road here, but it's with somebody, and
There are many Russos
yes,
in judicial
positions.
In
prosecutor's office. Yep, and Christine Russo was part of that prosecutor's office at one point, and I believe she's friends with Tim Troop. I think they were in the office together.
Well, let me jump ahead a little bit.
Okay.
How is what was Kenzie's take on the documentary? How's she doing after this has come out?
She's okay. I thought she was okay with it. She's in Marysville.
Okay.
She
loves the attention.
The fact that they used when she turned to the lawyer. Her lawyer was there with her when she did this, and she turned to him and wanted to make sure she said what she wanted to say and that she didn't sound like she's just talking gibberish. So she turned to him and they ran with that and let it go. And it just makes her seem like it was planned, performant, and it wasn't. I thought she did well, and she was beautiful, and I think she was very composed. You can see that she's got a couple years maturity to her now.
Yeah, I did notice that.
It's a rehabilitation. Marysville's more of a rehabilitation than it is maximum security, lock the cell, or the prisons you see on TV or in a movie.
Are they able to go outside?
She goes outside. She's got a lot of freedom. Other than being a judge, she's got some freedom. She's got a day and she does stuff. They go outside. She's starting to take.
She's got coloring books. She's got peanut butter. She's good. She's got a lot going for her in there, right? They get to go do playtime in the yard.
Exactly.
She has someone in there that she's actively abusing, and if that girl doesn't get down to the yard in time, or else we got Mackenzie living her best life, manipulating and abusing another partner.
Oh yeah. Is she in prison right now, or is she in county for like so many years? Because sometimes I can't remember what her sentence was or anything, to be honest with you. But if she's in county jail, then it's easier. But she's in the big house. It might be a little different for her, getting away with being a little, princess and all that. But I don't know. It depends.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they had her in county for a little while because that's how they got all those jail calls. But then they stopped, and I don't know exactly when.
So she's in prison right now, then, huh?
She's in prison now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
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 Don't forget Uno. She's playing spades.
Yeah. And see, that's the thing. It's like she can do no wrong. So see, even though she's locked up and in prison and has been convicted of this crime, right? So that means you're convicted by a jury, right? So that's that narcissistic behavior again. Still gonna talk like she's the greatest thing in the world. And it's like,
no, I agree, and I'll tell you, this is what's unique about her case. Well, and because she actually, and he's going to say this here in a little bit, I think, but she chose to have a bench trial, so the judge was the jury, on that. So there was no jury trial.
That's stupid.
The dumbest thing she could have done, and then they're saying that the lawyer forced her to do that. Well, they can't force you to do anything. They give you the choice, and it's up to you to make the choice, and you also have to answer for that choice, and that you weren't coerced into making it and all of that in court. And that goes for any
You can
any
fire your
crime.
attorney. Yeah, you don't have. You can fire your attorney. You don't have to hire them. You can fire them if you don't like what they say. You can say, "No, I disagree. Please listen." But yeah, they can be persuasive. But don't get me wrong. But yeah, bad advice in my
Detroit
opinion.
says she's in cupcake jail.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, but they do call her Pillow Princess in there and stuff. And she's absolutely, it's been alleged by girlfriends of hers in there that she just, gets onto them for everything. And especially like you were saying, it's very hard to get away with things like that. But, yard time and stuff like that is not determined by the individual, it's determined by the jail or whoever, you're in custody of. And for her to put that unreasonable expectation onto her partner, right? And I'm using partner loosely, guys, right? This is a prison relationship. They're probably just getting together to, we can all figure that out. But nevertheless, she's like, if you don't get down to the yard on time, you're in trouble, right? And that shows that no matter what you do in a relationship like this, it's never going to be good enough for a monster like that. A narcissist. Nope. Yeah, Libra, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah. No, it's just, gross. It's never good enough. And that's where I kind of get like a bit of PTSD, right, from previous relationships. Cause it's an unrealistic expectation to place on somebody and then say like, I'm going to be mad at you if you don't, and it's like,
yeah,
what?
or exploit you, exploitative behaviors too. Being exploitative of others, of other people. It's definitely a narcissistic trait, and, just arrogant, aggressively malicious, which that car accident, in my opinion, was, I don't know, would you say it was aggressively malicious? I think so.
I would say so. Yeah, because of she didn't try to prevent any of it, right? Or she just went full throttle on it.
So crazy.
Yeah. So, it's amazing that she's able to get away with it, really. Crazy.
College classes. She works in the kitchen. She's got jobs.
What would she, if this hadn't have happened, what would she be doing today?
She was looking at modeling and fashion and stuff like that. And we were with the barber. She was with the barber, and there was a big stink about that. There was something she was going to something, or something was planned, and it was just them talk. It wasn't us going, "Hey, we're going to do." It wasn't that. God, things are blown so far out of proportion sometimes. It was just something she was involved with prior and during the accident, or during this, during her rehabilitation or whatever. So it's not again not a colorblind thing. It had nothing to do with remorse. It was about something she was doing already. There was plans, or there was. There was plans, and they were just talking about it. That's all. It wasn't anything nefarious against the boys, or, oh my God, look, she's trying to be a model after all. But she was trying to be a model prior. It was,
just after the accident. Yeah,
you lose that when you kill two people. You don't get to be a model anymore.
You dressed up like a damn ass clown the day after, or whatever, or the Halloween after. Like a damn corpse clown looking freak with their tongue out. So give me that BS, okay?
Don't be feeding me that BS, okay?
Daddy's got fantasies of seeing his daughter model, is what I get from this. My opinion.
Ew, did you see his face? Like, I'm sorry, I tried not to like notice it, but then I can't unsee it again, because I saw it early. I watched this before, and now I'm watching it again. His eyes look very strange and weird when he's describing her modeling aspiration.
It's like the R-wordest face that somebody can't forget after being abused. Like, it's just it's burned in their memory. It's like a PTSD thing. It's like, oh my God, yes. I can't get that out of my head now. You should maybe you shouldn't pause it right when he does that face. I got to see what you're talking about. Yeah. What did he just said it, right? Can you pause it about where he says it? I got to see.
Let's see here.
About.
No, I know. Oh, it's so weird. It's kind of like when Steve Fisher was describing his career of photography. It's that face.
What had nothing to do with remorse.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. It's gonna be probably 9:20.
It has nothing to do with remorse. I don't remorse for anything I do. I just point fingers at everybody else, and there's not enough evidence. Nothing to see here.
Exactly. And this.
Something she was involved with prior and during the accident, or.
Okay, so I think it's actually even before this.
Was it the
Sorry.
smile? You're fine.
I know.
I was just kind of curious.
It's just very off-putting. I might have went a little bit too.
Something that was she was going to something, or something was planned, and it was just them talk. You know, it wasn't us going, "Hey, we're going to do." It wasn't that. God,
Are you sure? Are you sure?
So far out of proportion sometimes. It was just something she was involved with prior and during the accident, or during this, during her rehabilitation or whatever. So it's not a.
Okay, sorry, I didn't go back far enough at all, but I will find it. I will find this.
It's crazy.
It's so crazy because, like, when he talks about her becoming being a model,
she's starting to take classes, college classes. She works in the kitchen. She's got jobs.
What would she, if this hadn't have happened? What would she be doing today?
She was looking at modeling.
Screenshot that. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm gonna take a picture of that. You ever see somebody, oh man, looking in your window like that, or in the woods or something? I can see it. It was Sasquatch. It wasn't me. It was Sasquatch. See, Sasquatch comes in, he takes a poop on your shoe, or pops up on your shoe, or on your Then do you believe that? Do you believe that? So It could have been Sasquatch. It wasn't me.
And then also this stare. Like, I know he does this several times in the interview. Stares off in the distance.
Yeah, trying to manufacture stuff like I was talking about. Looking to the left, not to the right. Trying to manufacture a lie. But that's a subtle thing. That's not always true, though. It's been proven.
It's kind of subtle. I wonder if he's reminiscing on a specific instance where he watched her model. Like, this is what I get. It's so interesting.
And stuff like.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because his eyes were engaged with the interviewer, but then they stared off, and that's equally weird to me.
Yeah. Now I tried to.
She's starting to take classes, college classes. She works in the kitchen. She's got jobs.
What would she, if this hadn't have happened? What would she be doing today?
She was looking at modeling.
Yeah. Yeah. And guess what? The biggest thing that pops up when you put her name in is not modeling, bud. It's going to be trials and courts and what she did for the rest of her life.
Like, I get when you go to prison, you might use the skills that you've obtained on the outside in order to maybe gain some leverage or respect or some, street cred and stuff.
Yeah, like pegging,
right?
Like pegging.
Like Andy, I always reference Shawshank, but it's like Andy Dufresne. He was the banker on the outside, so he ended up doing the taxes for the people on the inside, right? And then he ended up getting into the dirty dealings with the money and stuff. But
yeah,
because it's always going to end like that, right? You're in prison. But I thought it was funny because, how would that translate? Modeling doesn't translate. Being pretty doesn't translate. You sit there, you make a face, someone takes a picture of you, and by the way, you're not going to be that cute forever. Right?
You're not going to be. Yeah, beauty fades. So learn a trade. Learn how to do something. Skill.
Learn a trade. Learn to.
You're not going to look like. Yeah, you're not going to be looking like 19 and fresh and young forever. You're not. She's already looking a little bit older in that documentary. She looks different already.
She does. Yeah, I see that. I saw
they put
that.
a bunch of makeup on her though. too. They made her up, dolled the hell out of her. You know,
Her
the
hair was very
jail didn't do
high.
that. Yeah, the jail didn't do that. She did it. The makeup part anyway. I believe the documentary producers or somebody, because surely she ain't getting made up like that in jail. I guess she could be. I guess they give her makeup in jail. I don't know. Jails.
I mean, it
Different
depends.
jails
Like,
let different things in. Yeah, because like contraband and everything else is easy to sneak in there. So you can, but it's prison, so you can have things sent into you. But
I mean,
I
you
know
could stain your lips with Kool-Aid and stuff like that. I mean,
yeah,
there's
there's
ways,
tricks for
there's
everything.
hacks,
Yeah,
you know?
there's got to be something for the skin then, because I have to look at it again. But they might have made her up even just for the documentary. I don't know. But I know that they've been sending her, warm milk, like you said, warm milk and cookies and dolls and whatever else in there.
And
So
books. Make sure she gets all of her
pacifiers.
books.
Make sure she's got pacifiers and those little, something to play with. So you got to give her those little squares and triangles that have to go. You have to put the shape in the right hole. So like
She does have a straightener and hair makeup, or makeup and a hair straightener, Chuchi.
wow, Chi. Yeah,
How the
interesting.
fuck does she have a straightener when you can burn somebody with it?
Yeah, it's
I
like
thought they give you stuff like that, especially why are they giving that to her? Hello.
yeah, you can hack one of those. You just it's like a shake, just make your own. That's wild. But she's
Ew,
probably in the
oh my god, that's
good
the
behavior.
You got it, girlfriend.
Good behavior. You can have more things though without having to worry about it. So that might be what part of it. But if she was a nuisance when she went in there and didn't manipulate anybody and didn't try to suck her up to people so she don't get beat up and stuff, then she's getting good behavior and she's getting allowed more access to more things. Because they'll be like,
she's in trouble all the time for having sex with people. Oops, sorry. Doing relations with people.
Whoa.
Yeah, I need to show you guys that. It's like a whole list of shit that she's gotten. What do they call it? Shots or something, and they get in trouble.
Well, then I don't know.
She's got a bunch of them.
That's wild. I didn't know. I didn't know. Yeah, I guess they did say pillow princess. So that's like not returning the favor, right? It's like when you're getting pleasure, but you're not returning anything, not reciprocating anything. That's what I understand.
Pulling a JLR and putting your shirt over your head and letting the lady, get it, and then you're just like, thanks for the treat, stupid.
Wiping feces on your shirt and everything else. Ugh.
Ew.
Disgusting freaking clowns.
Oh my god.
I will never let up. I'll never let up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You sent me to TikTok. I saw my phone getting messages. I was trying to delete a bunch of crap off of my other phone so I could download the live of Seth. But yeah, contraband, right? They can.
Yeah, prison gets a lot more leeway on good behavior anyway than like a county jail for sure. But yeah, you couldn't even have closed containers in some jails, and they'll take it away from you in a shakedown, or even I know there's places you can't even make your own pillow. They'll make you tear it apart and get rid of it because they don't want you to have places to hide things too, mainly. And so like a closed jar, one of those closed jars that you can't see through, it's just white or whatever. Yeah, anything like that. Even books, they'll look through books to make sure you're not hiding something in a book. It's crazy.
Well,
but, yeah,
you're right, and it makes me think
because you gotta live a little bit in prison. You can't. It's prison, so you're gonna be there a long time. So they're not gonna isolate you with nothing. But there's certain things you can and can't have. But I still didn't think a hair straightener. But maybe when you think about it, that's like the feminine version of a barber. Men could use. You can hurt somebody with those. But as long as you're on good behavior, you can use them. You can use clippers and stuff. You can't be too isolated. But
yeah, like if it's a non-violent crime, I guess she would be classified as a non-violent crime.
Oh, hers was violent.
I believe it is, but I wonder how it's classified. But yeah, but it also makes me think too, Libra, like, okay, so if her girlfriend, she's trying to get her girlfriend in trouble because a lot of her charges in jail are for, having relations. And then also for basically she's not in the right place at the right time, like where she's not where she's where she shouldn't be, and she's been in trouble for that several times. So then I hear that her girlfriend is being put under this pressure to be in the yard at a certain time and place. So is she trying to get her in trouble to make her stay in jail longer with her, or I don't know how that works, but I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how far this manipulation goes, because
Yeah.
she's definitely not changed any, in my
She's
opinion.
finding her. Yeah, she's got to do it with women now because.
Oh yeah, weird, huh?
I mean, but it's a little bit more
Not
common.
that I'm saying that's weird, but for me it would be, because I'm strictly dickly, and then you expect
Yeah.
me to be in an environment like that, but everybody needs
Yeah.
companionship. So,
So
I get
very accepted now. So that part doesn't surprise me. It's not like it's always been more frowned upon for men and stuff, but just as it's not masculine at all, type thing and stuff. But yeah, for her to do that though is still like, I mean, I could see it maybe one time if somebody was just kind of like a girl was kind of like whatever, but it's a constant thing. Then she's got, I mean, something she's trying to use it. I think, more than just for that. I think she's trying to use it for manipulation, in my opinion, not just for pleasure. She's probably trying to, I don't know, but if she's a pillow princess, I don't know. Who knows? I mean, she is young.
I know
and has
exactly.
hormones,
We can't exactly have it both ways with the rumors, so I do try to decipher them, sometimes, but sometimes too is true at the same time.
I mean-
I will say, I believe that she is a taker, and I think just the fact, even if it's, if we're talking about it in that circumstance, I think it just goes to show that she, in any relationship, is going to take and suck the life out of you like a fucking energy vampire and get everything she can from you.
Look at his face right now.
including,
Ugh.
Getting her jollies off too.
Yeah, crazy.
Wild,
But,
right? So
that's
it's really a gross place to go to, especially if we're analyzing her behaviors, and then we see her dad's face when he describes her modeling career. Gross.
That's who she's always been, though. Has been that weirdo. She's always doing something wild. So I
True
mean,
that.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
So, hang out with her girlfriends and dressing like a corpse. She's probably always been doing all that stuff. I mean, nowadays,
True.
it is so normalized now to be bisexual young lady. So I mean, it's not even anything anymore. It's wild. So it doesn't surprise me, but I still think that it's just her being her and being that wild child that's still going to be that wild child until she gets right with God or something. I don't know. Finds some kind of faith or finds some kind of way to change.
I think if my child was in that position, I would definitely buy them a Bible. I mean, I can't
Yeah,
lie.
really. Here's a Bible.
Seriously.
Read it. Jeez.
Read it and get to know it and understand, and you have that time to dedicate towards it, so that would be a positive, right? Yeah, that's a very good point, because I do get sick of these people like Chris Watts, who annihilates his whole entire family and an unborn child, and then he turns around and he's in there for 12 hours and he's like, I found the Lord, he's here, and it's like bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, miss me with that.
Trying to use that as a get out of jail free card, literally, no pun intended.
They do,
Yeah.
but I mean, but for real, like what
Yeah.
you're saying, I get what you're saying, and it's like I would absolutely recommend the Bible to my child if they were in that situation, because look, I mean, you can get all the prison jobs you want, you could survive in there. Having to survive, you would have to in an environment like that, but and I'm not discounting that, but I also think that she needs Chuchi. I look at the chat and I see she needs to repent. She does. Hallelujah. She needs to repent for real.
Now there is a guy. I don't think it is Paul. It might be Paul Reed. I don't know if it is, but either way, this happened in 1997. So this is a good while ago here in Tennessee. Paul Dennis Reed Jr., known as a fast food killer, was an American serial killer convicted and sentenced to death for 7 murders during 3 fast food restaurant robberies in metropolitan Nashville, Tennessee, and Clarksville, Tennessee, between the months of February and April of 1997. I don't it might not be him, but there was one that was sentenced to death and did get the electric chair, and he found Jesus. Of course, he still had to get the electric chair, but he, at the end of his life, was like, I'm a Christian now, and it looked like he really did, but it still could be them trying to get out of it and try to use it to try to get some kind of pardon or some kind of turnover in court or whatever. But it might not be Paul Reed, but either way, that's an interesting thing we should go into sometime as far as like true crime. The guy, he would hide. I think he hid in the he locked people into trigger warning. He locked he would like kill the people and like or locked them into the freezer at Captain D's and in Nashville somewhere. It's all in here on Wiki.
You telling me this, or like I remember this too. But I think we talked about it before.
Oh, here it goes. On the morning of, I'm going to get off this. I'm not trying to get off subject. I'm sorry, but
no, you're good. We're talking about it for sure.
Captain D's is the place here, and it's on the morning of February 16th, 1997. Reed entered a Captain D's on Lebanon Road in the Donaldson neighborhood of Nashville, Tennessee. Okay, so that was on Lebanon Road. And pretended to apply for a job. Once inside, he forced employee Sarah Jackson, 16, and the manager, Steve Hampton, 25, into the restaurant's cooler. Reed forced the two to lie face down on the floor and then shot them both. Money was missing from the cash register, including a large amount of coins. Reed used the cash from his robbery as a down payment on a car 2 days later. What the heck? Just heinous stuff. Then in McDonald's 97 on Lebanon Road in the Hermitage neighborhood of Nashville. I've been there before. Northeast of the Captain D's, Reed approached 4 employees as they exited the store after closing. At gunpoint, he forced them into the restaurant. Reed shot 3 employees to death in the storeroom. Andrea Brown, 17. So he's killed minors like Ronald Santiago, 27, and Robert A. Sewell, 23. Reed attempted to shoot Jose Antonio Ramirez Gonzalez, but his weapon failed. Gonzalez took his opportunity to fight back, but Reed stabbed Gonzalez a total of 17 times. Gonzalez avoided further attacks by lying completely still and pretending to be dead. Reed then took $3,000 from the cash registers. Oh man, you don't ever leave $3,000 in a cash register. What's wrong with you? That's just
people start. Yeah, and in the '90s, we kind of sparked up, didn't we?
Yeah, you gotta pick that stuff up.
There's even signs saying, "I don't have no more than $20. Get the hell out of here."
Yeah. Gonzalez was taken to a nearby hospital, treated, and ultimately survived. Wow. I don't remember all the details about this, but I remember seeing it on the news that he was.
Yeah, he just went on a freaking rampage.
Yeah. Sentences, 7 death sentences for his own convictions. So yeah, you're not getting. I mean, how you can't die 7 times? So you can't. You're not getting out of that one, bud. Reed died in Nashville General Hospital at Meharry on November 1st, 2013, 11 days before his 56th birthday. The cause of death was from complications due to pneumonia, heart failure, and upper respiratory issues. Reed had been. It's probably freaking okay. No. It was before COVID-19. Reed had been hospitalized for 2 weeks. So it's somebody else. I'm sorry, but there was a guy that was known that was a killer. Killed somebody, and he was like he was more gray though. He was like a gray head. This Paul Reed was semi-young looking. This guy had gray hair, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm a Christian now." He wear a cross on his hat and everything, and it didn't look like though that he was genuine though. I think he really probably was like, but they still had to give him the death sentence, so he still had to go. It was really sad, but all the stuff is sad.
It's totally sad, especially when people just decide to go on a rampage. And I mean, I can see where this would translate over. In my opinion, what Mackenzie has done she has taken not 1 but 2 lives, and people being so quick to judge, I understand, but since we've had the whole trial and we can see everything and we've gotten all of the information, I feel really comfortable with that opinion.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's just it changes people's lives in an instant. It takes somebody's life out, and many times there's not a lot of remorse. But again, this notion that we can just be saved or whatever. It takes a lot of work, and she's got plenty of time to do it.
Yeah. Got plenty of time to read there, doll. Yeah. Get right. Get right. Get right.
But then, she's got this guy and the mom, so we'll play him a little bit more. I need to find a clip of the mom.
And
Yeah,
fashion
for sure.
and stuff like that. And we were with the barber. She was with the barber, and there was a big stink about that. There was something she was going to something, or something was planned, and it was just them talking. It wasn't us going, "Hey, we're going to do." It wasn't that. God, things are blown so far out of proportion sometimes. It was just something she was involved with prior and during the accident, or during this, during her rehabilitation or whatever. So it's not a colorblind thing. It had nothing to do with remorse. It was about something she was doing already. There was plans, or there was plans, and they were just talking about it. That's all. It wasn't anything nefarious against the boys, or, oh my God, look, she's trying to be a model after all. What? She was trying to be a model prior. It was just it was the continuation of what she had already started. So
is there anything else you'd like to clear up that you think?
I can clear every little misconception out, and there'll still be the people on the internet making their own assumptions. I don't know how many podcasts I've watched that all their information, anything, they had the gist of the story. There's a crash, 2 boys died, Mackenzie. Okay. But all their facts are wrong. I hear, well, she was doing this and she was doing that. I mean, there's just, unless you really delve into it and look at the transcripts and you're not going to, you can't, I don't know how people can get on and actually say, well, she did this, and she didn't, she didn't plan it. That morning, the boys woke her up. There was no fighting the whole time they were there. Even the boy whose house he was at, even said so much. They weren't fighting. Rosie and Bubba both said they weren't fighting. There was no fighting. It wasn't okay. My understanding is Mackenzie had her head on Dom's lap almost all night for when she was sleeping. Okay. The boys got her up. They got in the car. My understanding is there's a grocer, or it was an organic, good food kind of, local honey, good stuff, for you. And my daughter and Dom were eating healthy. So they have lockers outside. So if you buy, say, potatoes, she'll put the number anytime and pick it up. It was a convenience for the customer. So it makes, now, I don't know if they were going there again for sure, because I don't know. But that would be on the route. That would be the quickest way to, and they had planned on making dinner that night, or going to dinner, or doing something. They were planning her birthday. They were not breaking up. For anyone to say they were breaking up, it is a lie. Yeah. It is, there's no base, it's a baseless narrative from the prosecution. It's an absolute lie. And they were never going to break up, to my dismay, mind you. I would, every time they did break up, I was happy. I was like, oh, please, 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 please. Mind you, again, Dom was a gentleman over here, he was very respectful. He was respectful at any place we went. Okay, so I mean, I don't, but again, I knew
nobody could.
He didn't have a job. He didn't have a job. He had hundreds of dollars on him at all time. We went to dinner, and he pulls out. He fanned out, more money.
You ask him, like, where'd you get that?
I knew. I know what he was doing. It must have been good. I mean, he's got the whole.
But you
right next to him,
condone it anyway. It's okay anyway then.
Wow, he said he had the whole high school next to. Okay, so he's insinuating that Dom would sell to the high schoolers, which is obviously alleged in this asshat's opinion. Wow.
Crazy ass. Yeah, I knew what he was doing, and it was fine with me anyway. That's what you just said. I don't care.
I just pictured myself sitting next to my daughter at the dinner, out to eat, and this boy fanning out a bunch of money, right? And I would automatically think, Maybe I've seen the movie Goodfellas too many times. Um, but that he was into something, unless he was like, hey, I have a great job doing A, B, and C. If he doesn't have a mainstream job and he has lots of money, I would think probably one of two things. Either his family is rich and they give him this money, or he's selling something. That's my first thoughts. But Libra, what do you think?
I make this old man pay for my freaking dinner. That's what I'd do.
I'm thinking free chicken dinner is what I'm thinking.
I'm like, dude, you go to the McDonald's down the street, but we're going over here. I'm not paying for your crap.
I'll tell you what, crazy in my opinion. And then he's not only this is another thing about a narcissist, is they will cut their own nose off to spite their face. So even though he looks like the world's biggest jackass right now, he doesn't care because he's disparaging other people and he thinks that's going to raise him up a little bit. And it really doesn't. All it does is put him lower than the low, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah. And he's totally, oh boy, I just can't believe he said it like that. Like, oh, there's a high school right next door, and I'm sure he was doing great. He's making a butt ton of money off them kids over there. What a douche!
He didn't have a job. He didn't have a job. He had hundreds of dollars on him at all time. We went to dinner, and he pulls out. He fanned out, more money.
You ask him, like, where'd you get that
I knew. I know what he was doing. It must have been good. I mean, he's got the whole high school and right next to him. Again, I'm not saying that to slander Dominic. It is.
Shut the hell up.
Right? If he's not trying to slander, why would nobody said you were slandering anybody? So again, you just told on yourself there, Steve Reno. Good job, bud. Because you're not fooling anybody, and you obviously are slandering him. Slander means that it's not true. So if you're saying something that's true, then it's not slander.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it's crazy, Libra. I can't even believe the level of this guy. Then again, we do know about Chris Proudfoot and his tendencies, so it's a close.
Yeah, this is one of those guys that he gets pulled over by the cops. He'll do the same thing. He'll never invoke the fifth. He will sit there and try to talk his way out of it. And they'll just keep getting more info and more info and more info. He's going to keep digging his grave and making his case even bigger for himself to have to face. This is the kind of jackass this guy is.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Manipulator.
Sure. It's nonstop with this one.
I don't know. Like I said, the lack of evidence and the lack of evidence that supports the judge's summation. There is none. They threw in at the last minute the cell tower pinged and you were there, so you were checking it out. Right. That's a leap. You're in the city. You're in Strongsville, and a cell.
Okay, so this is what you were talking about earlier, Libra.
Right.
About the dry run, I think this is what they're talking about here.
Yeah. How's he gonna? I wonder how. I'm curious how he's gonna talk his way out of this one.
Exactly. He's gonna look us dead in our eyes with his dead eyes, and he's gonna tell us a fucking whole ass lie. How did they prove anything? Because we can look at the cell tower pings and see where the location was. I mean, it's very easy, sir.
Man, his face can never look normal. Every angle of his face is just gives the creep vibes. He's got that creepy white van. Want some candy?
Want some candy? Well, and you
Oh,
know, a
you
gentleman
like some
doesn't flash
candy?
money that way. No. And I agree with that with you, mama, right? And also, but I think these days these kids think that that is so cool. So to me that almost doesn't even like I'm not really even side-eyeing that action because I'm thinking, well, Dom's probably trying to impress you. He's trying to impress Mackenzie, the mom. He's a young man trying to impress you guys, and he's just like busting out his, you know, big wad of money and oh look at me, right? Because these kids are real flashy too. You know, they like to
Yeah.
be real flashy and you know, um, so
Yeah.
I think maybe it's a generational thing. But I agree with you. To me, it is a turn off. It's like more like a arrogance or something. Um, Definitely with you, mama. I don't know, Libra. You're a guy. You tell us about the money flashing.
Oh, it's just, um, it's a pride thing. It's an ego thing. And you're a stud if you got a ton of money like that. Who's not going to, do that? Flash money like that. But with guys, that's a whole masculinity thing, I guess. You're just, you're making more money, so you're better, and it just makes you look tough and cool and whatever. It's just a cool thing. But yeah, you don't see women doing that so much. I don't know. It's like, I guess maybe a rapper, but as far as women go, but like if she's not a rapper, then you don't really see women doing that because I don't know. Y'all
True.
probably wouldn't want to get robbed like by some dude by flashing cash, and then they see what you got. You just put it in your purse. I don't know. It's weird.
Oh my
It's
God,
funny that you
amen.
mentioned.
I will say that too. Like you never count your money in public because of that. You know, you don't want to get
Dude,
rolled.
I
in
take
the
a
parking
dollar
lot.
out and I got somebody following me. I'm like, damn, leave me alone. Stalking me for $1. Swear to God.
I take 50 cents out of my pocket.
I don't even have, I'm serious. I don't even have a damn nothing in my hands. I'm going to get bugged, man. It's horrible. But it is what it is.
No, and then I mean, yeah, no, I get what you're saying though. It is a big, it's a all circumstantial too because we look at it, it's like, okay, well, this circumstance, it probably would be a good idea. Like if you're in a gas station doing that and there's 20 people in there that you know, or all
But
can see how much you have on you, and then next thing you know, they rock you. And take your,
shout out to Kevin though, because I used to see this homeless guy. His name is Kevin, and he rode a little bicycle around, and I haven't seen him in a long time now. But he, oh, my leg, I got this problem, and the neighbor's dog bit me or something. I don't know. I guess he has a house, but he doesn't drive, or he doesn't drive. So anyway, I don't know. I always buy him food though. I always stop by, so I won't sit there and try to give somebody money when I know that they probably. Well, he goes, well, if you don't mind, I really just needed to pay the light bill. I need to pay the light bill. And I'm like, I don't have any cash. If I give you some chicken, so I give him a bunch of fried chicken and stuff. But yeah, it's like, because then I would be probably enabling for all I know, because I don't know where that money's going, So I was always taught.
never do when you give it to someone. You
try
never
to
truly know, huh?
you can do it, and then sometimes you get a feeling like, a hunch like, I'm just gonna give this person money. God told me to give him money, and you do it if that's what you feel. But I just typically give them food. If they don't want my food, then you're just gonna buy drugs with it. I mean, with the money. I mean, if you're out here and you're well, the ones not everybody's doing that, but I mean, most of the homeless people that I've encountered, that's what's going on, and unfortunately, and so we'd always give them like food and stuff, but like.
I think that's so much better because you don't want to give them that bad hit of whatever, and then what if that money bought that? And I could see,
like,
absolutely,
they're homeless
like
for a reason.
butterfly effect style, right?
Yeah, I hate to say it, but they're homeless for a reason, and 9 times out of 10 they're addicted to something, and they just want more money for that fix or that whatever the alcohol or whatever it is, and and so after a while, and sometimes though, if you're not careful, I've had a kid do this. My dad always taught me, hey, if a kid approaches you and asks you for change for a 20, don't pull your wallet out. They'll grab it and run. And,
that's a good point.
In the hood, it happened one time, and the kid said, do you have change for a 20? I was like, oh no, I'm sorry. And I knew I did, or I could have, because I had cash in my pocket. But because my dad taught me that, I knew not to grab for that wallet. It was a little kid. I was like, yep, he's going to run right back into the hood. If I chase him, Big Bubba's coming after me. I'm not doing that. So that probably saved me one day from getting, because I would have been pissed if that happened. I don't know. I probably would have chased him. crazy as I am. But yeah. So anyway, yeah.
No, I think it speaks to
Flashing
the
money, that
circumstance.
just shows masculinity. I make money, I have money, I'm tough. It shows power. Money is power, right? In this world, it's basically, well, really knowledge is power, right? But money is like a symbolic of power and strength and prosperity and I guess whatever. But
It is, yeah, and it gets you things, right? It can
all
it
I
can
care about is to
if
have
for,
enough.
used for
Yeah.
good or bad, for
All
sure.
I care to have is enough to freaking live, be comfortable, bed to lay in, and have my bills paid. That's all I care about anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm definitely right there with you, and I
I'd
think
be
that
dead
comes
if I had all the money I
maturity
wanted.
as well, because like you're just happy, you're grateful for what you have, and
Yeah, it's called being content. And so you'll
yeah,
have
well,
more
and
money if you are anyway, right?
right. Right. And it's not all about that. And I think that was a major issue in this relationship. And Chuchi says that if she can remember correctly, Dom's sister did say the family has money in one of her podcasts. And I did also hear about him being into stocks and Bitcoin. And then he had a clothing line that he was in an LLC that he had going at the time of the crash is what I also heard. So again, this is all alleged in Ass Hat's opinion, right, Steve? All of this is being alleged in his opinion, his side of the story. So again, what he's saying and how he's portraying the relationship and um the way that Dom didn't have a job, but then we do know these other factors. So thanks, Chuchi, for mentioning that. Michaela loved spending it. She loved the status. She loved the flashy. I'm sure she's sitting there, yeah, baby, show it, right? Flaunt it if you got it, kind of attitude.
Yeah.
It's not, I'm not saying that's Libra, it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that I can see how it could be, part of the recipe for disaster. Having
Oh
that
yeah, for
mindset.
sure. Especially at that age, that young, having
Yeah,
that
because
money and all
men
that.
and women both should never be objectified or treated less than. Like their love, their being there on this planet is so much more important than money or what they can get for you or how much they buy for you. That doesn't show somebody's love. Anybody can go and buy something. It's really easy. I could go if I had the money in my bank account. I could go tap right now and buy a $5,000, I don't know, Libra, whatever you like, and send it to you. And that's not gonna be like, any thought or love put into it. That's so easy. That's just like bam, bam, there you go. Hope you like it. Right. And I know you're gonna, but it doesn't
Yeah,
show anything. There's nothing to it, in my opinion.
right. Can't buy love.
You can't buy the love, right? And look, I think he tried to please her, and I think he was scared if he didn't. And I know that that's me looking at the relationship and stuff like that. Like from the outside looking in, I don't know the relationship. I don't know how close they were or any of that. But in my opinion, like she was going after the wrong things, and that's I think ultimately why we're here talking about it.
Yeah.
There is none. They threw in at the last minute the cell tower pinged and you were there, so you were checking it out.
Right.
That's a leap. You're in the city, you're in Strongsville, and a cell tower in Strongsville in an area that you're down all the time picks up your phone, and how do you leap from you're casing this spot out? That's from a judge. That's from a sitting judge of how many years? What, 15, 20 years or something like that?
Yeah.
She's been on the bench a long time, and that came out of her mouth. You case this place out.
Don't bitch about the judge. I'm sorry. Don't complain about the judge when you didn't get a jury trial.
If they had a picture of her doing it, and she's overlooking, and her blood.
Oh yeah, he's big mad about that too. He's like, "Oh, we should." Well, that was your stupidity. You always ask for a jury, right? Because
Always
that's
get a jury.
the way in.
My dog thinks that I was getting mad or something, so she come up here to love on me when I started yelling. She's a good service dog. She's like a little PTSD service dog. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, she says, "Don't be upset." She's like, "I'll make you happy."
Yeah, she comes up with her little toy in her mouth and wagging her tail because she hears me yelling. It's so funny. She'll do it if I'm sitting on the couch and I start joking around, laughing at the TV, or like yelling at the TV, like I do here, kind of joking around or whatever, or just, like I do. And she'll do that. She'll jump up on me, start licking me. It's funny. She's a good dog. She'd calm me down though. She'd calm me down if I really was mad. If I really good.
Dogs are so great at. They really are.
Yeah. Some are more better than others. Some are just so intuitive. Like they pick up on that and they hear your voice and they're like, "What's going on?" Anyway. It was funny.
Right? She's like, hey, it's okay. Everything's good.
Because I didn't expect her to come in here. I'm sitting here and going, what is that moving up here to my door? Oh, it's a dog. Well, what's up, girl? Because she don't always usually walk up. She's usually she stays in like the living room, but it's funny. But anyway.
She's checking on you.
She's checking on me. She really was. She really does. She still thinks she's she still thinks she's like 5 pounds when I first got her. So, and she's a boxer. So she still thinks that she's, like 5 pounds. And so still jump up on my lap and lay down and stuff. It's funny. She's just a little lap dog. She's she's not that big either. She's only, I don't even know how much she weighs. Maybe 50, 60 pounds, maybe a little bit heavier than that. Not real heavy. Not like my other boxer I used to have. He was a German boxer. He was huge. Super muscular and heavy, and he had champion in his blood, so he had no white on his face. He was just very, very scary looking, but he would lick you to death,
Yeah, some of the little dogs are meaner than the big ones.
So with all that, and after all that prelude or whatever you call it, after all that intro, this guy right here, Mackenzie's father, okay, is affecting my mental health and is making me go insane over here, and my dog has to take care of me.
That's a fair assessment. We even have receipts on that.
He's triggering me is what I'm trying.
Showing up to make sure everything's good over here because it's that disturbing. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got me triggered.
Yeah, it certainly is triggering. Even thinking about it, it is triggering, and especially if you've ever been in just, because like you even talked about narcissistic relationships in the workplace, and they run rampant, and you do deal with these people in the real world, right? Like it's not only just like partner, it's workplace.
Yeah.
Like the themes are the same. Unfortunately, it's all about the manipulation, controlling, looking like an ass clown.
Her post, she goes, I was checking out the crash site today. Sure.
I was checking at the crash
site. You can prove to me she did it with intent, then she's right where she belongs.
That's where it comes down for me is proving the intent. And it seems to me that the only way anybody could possibly do that
drink more of that vodka, but just go ahead and knock yourself out.
We can never do. We can never know. Which is why I think if it had gone to a jury of 12 people, one of those people,
she would have never got convicted. She'd be free today. She'd be going on with her life. She'd be free. That's the.
Wow. She'd just be going on with their life. Nobody cares except for the corrupt people over here that know Dominic's sister and family. What is he talking? What
so
is he talking?
We're going to go back to the dark triad here. Machiavellianism. Yeah. So, but yeah. So, yeah, driven by calculating self-interest, habitual lying, and willingness to exploit, deceive, or manipulate others to achieve personal goals. I don't know if you ever heard of. You remember Prince Machiavelli? Is his name?
Yes.
Prince Machiavelli. That's where I think that comes from, the derivative, and that's kind of what he taught in his. He was a philosopher, an Italian philosopher, I believe, or French. I believe it was Italian. I can't remember. Yeah, Italian, I believe.
Italian.
And he said, he taught that you do not serve anybody's purpose but your own. keep your nose clean. He tells you everything, like all the 40 laws of power, I guess. It might be more than that. I can't remember. But laws of power is what he teaches, basically. And he was a political figure. And so, like, remember Tupac? He made that album Machiavelli. That's where that came from. He read about Machiavelli in prison. So that's where Tupac learned about Machiavelli a lot. And he loved the way he faked his own death to deceive his enemies and to overcome them. And so Tupac he was actually obsessed with Machiavelli. So he named that album Machiavelli. He's like, named himself Machiavelli. Well, people are like, that's Make Alive backwards and all this stuff. And he's still alive, all this crazy controversy.
That's
right?
how I know. Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Well, that's what it's funny because I read this and I've already known about this, but it's just funny. It's like they actually named it after that, but Machiavellianism. So driven by calculating self-interest, habitual lying, willingness to exploit, deceive, or manipulate others to achieve personal goals. With him and her for sure, and the mom, I believe as well. I see psychopath in all of them. Defined, so psychopath, right? Psychopathy, defined by a total lack of empathy or remorse, impulsive, risk-taking, and disregard for the well-being of others. And that was psychopath for what she did, obviously, crashing that car like that, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it definitely fits right in,
Yeah, the impulsive risk-taking, disregard for well-being of others. She didn't care about who else was in that car, and she was impulsive risk-taking, lack of remorse. That was the next day we saw that, didn't we? Or when she got out of the hospital. Well, she was in the hospital, and her social media was skyrocketing, right? And she's in there, had that neck brace on. Yeah, so she couldn't even leave the hospital without, be in the hospital without getting on her phone, which that's kind of normal nowadays, even, but not to post. You don't always have to post something, and then, so anyway, the narcissism here, characterized by grandiosity, extreme entitlement, a fragile ego, fragile egos.
Fragile egos.
CP right there. CP, Chrissy Pissy Pants, and Mr. Pissy, would you please, Mr. Pissy, would you like to please diss me because I would like to get my prescription if you go look at the anyway, and a constant need for attention and validation. It seems like she is a narcissist and so it says narcissism is that one. That's the main umbrella, right? I'd say for the dark triad here. But yeah, you see the extreme entitlement, she has that. The fragile ego, I believe she does have that because she's insecure and she's always, I'm gonna break this door down, you open the door, constant need for attention.
Right now.
Yeah, she's got that constant need. Yeah, exactly. Constant need for attention.
I woke up and you weren't there, and I'm gonna kill you now because of it.
Yeah, you only opened one eye, so I'm gonna kill you. And then so she needs that attention and validation, so she keeps doing the social media crap, just posting like crazy, her body and everything else. That's, in my opinion, is just too much. But Machiavellianism, driven by calculating self-interest, habitual lying. So the habitual lying, I don't know about the lying with her, but she's lying right now, really, saying she's innocent. Everybody, there's a liar in everybody, really, but a habitual lying though, where it's like a lie. I don't know about that with her, so I don't know enough about her. But willingness to exploit, deceive, or manipulate others to achieve personal goals, I can see her doing that. It has to be. I mean, she had to throw in some. I'd love to hear some stories about her throwing somebody under the bus that maybe somebody she didn't get along with other than her boyfriend. Just got to be somebody else out there.
I agree.
So
I agree.
Of course,
she's got the prison girlfriends, but there's got to be other friends because they don't just, again, like we were saying, they just don't act like this just only to their romantic partner. They're doing it to other people in their life. She's manipulated the hell out of her parents, but then again, I think they have their own set of issues. So
and to get her way and to get what she wants, she'd do it to anybody, blood or not.
Exactly.
Right? And
so self-serving. And I appreciate you giving us a rundown on that too, because it's important for people to understand, because a lot of people wouldn't know typically these terms and stuff like grandiosity or even, the Machiavellianism and how that came to be. what we
Yeah.
understand as these dark traits now.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
always,
So let's
always remember Darvo.
always remember Darvo. That's right. Hey, we're gonna get into it on Saturday.
Yes, and that will be about a day from now, right? Yeah, we got a couple days. We got a day or so between there, and we'll have
Yeah.
Jim Gentry back on, right? And
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna have to find some good examples. I think Jennifer's picked out a couple of really good ones, but of course Mackenzie's going to be in the mix there because obviously, for very obvious reasons, and bringing it to light that it doesn't just only happen to women, and we do focus a lot on that here, and I don't ever want to just like push it out and be like, because hey, we're all human beings, right? Narcissism is not by gender.
right,
Dark triad's not gender, right? It's like
comes
we're
in
all that's where we're all the same.
yeah, all different shapes and sizes.
For
all different
sure, for sure. And and sometimes I think that you know and correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of times with younger boys especially, they're probably thinking like, if I say something like this about my girlfriend, everybody's going to think I'm like a douchebag or like the p word and whatnot. But really, it's very brave to set those boundaries up and get the hell out of Dodge, because you're it's life or death. It's absolutely
Yes.
life or death.
Sure is. And words have the power of life and death alone. So when you think about it, if somebody's verbally abusive enough, that can go very south very quick. And so we have to look at all these different things. Physical, it's not always physical abuse. A lot of it's emotional and mental abuse,
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of that is very strange because it's counteracting, especially for the abuser, because the abuser is like, oh, I want to control this person, I just want to be with them, and why don't they want to be with me? It's because of your actions, because of the way you're acting is what's not making me want to ever see you fucking
Such
again,
a
like
fraud.
making me want to
Yeah.
fucking hide from you and change my
Yeah,
freaking
really.
identity, bro, like, or
Yeah.
sister, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not a
absolutely.
guy, so, but yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that's what's causing it, and they don't even realize that they're the ones ruining the relationship. Like, they're the ones ruining it. If it wasn't for their possessiveness and their jealousy and their rage because oh my god, someone looked at you, or you're talking to somebody and you've made a friendship with somebody at work, say, for example, or school. It's so toxic, and it happens to both sexes.
Right. Yep.
And you can't force somebody to be with you. So if somebody wants to go and not be with you, you cannot force them. That is so, you know it's just wrong on so many levels. You should, if you love someone, you should want them to be happy.
Free today, she'd be going on with her life. But she'd be free. That's the truth. But to let you know that her lawyer, when asked her about a jury or bench, she asked for a jury, and he talked her out of it.
What's the benefit of a bench trial over?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to ask Jim McDonald. I mean, he clearly knows the law better than.
Oh, but you're a
me,
scientist and a
I want
mechanic
a
and
jury trial.
yeah.
You're not going to get 12 people
Black
that are going
box
to go
expert.
along with this.
What's her best chance of getting out at this point?
We're at the state level. We knew the Cuyahoga County was going to be. She was not going to get any relief from. That's just how Cuyahoga County is, and we've talked about that a little bit.
You kind of have to be from Cuyahoga County to
Understand. So we knew Cuyahoga County was going to railroad us, or what do you call, roadblock us at every pass, and they did. Them changing the coroner's report from accidental to homicide was done illegally. They needed to go through a court hearing to have it done, and they didn't.
Wait, I thought you weren't an attorney.
Court called them on it, and all they did was smack their hand. If this had been any other trial, they'd be back at trial. That'd be a mistrial, or that would be a reason to go back to trial. But not in Cuyahoga County, because Nancy Margaret Russo is blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah.
We're still fighting the late.
Oh,
yeah,
a day late. My lawyer, or we had a public defender at first, and we talked to him for like a minute, and he ordered the transcripts from the trial, because that's what you need, and the transcripts from the bind over. There's 2 different trials. One's at the juvenile level, one's the trial. Well, when the new lawyers, Eric Nemechek, got a hold of it, all he had was the trial. So he put in for the bind over stuff, and the bind over stuff came a month later. So he thought he had a little more time.
Yeah.
And it was a leap year. It's almost like again another perfect storm. But
who was the person to rule that it was a day late?
When they put the brief into, because it goes back to Nancy.
Yeah. Right. That's what I thought it was.
Isn't that crazy? It goes back to the judge who's already biased.
Yeah.
Okay, she's already biased. She's biased herself, and if anyone can't see that,
not to have a grand jury.
She's not going to overrule herself. I mean, that ego must. I don't know how she walks in and out of the room with that kind of an ego. You know.
I don't know how.
It's unfortunate that a sitting judge of that long ruled that way and acted that way. Maybe it makes sense why she didn't get reelected, or on the new seat she wanted. You know, maybe it makes sense why the Democratic Party didn't endorse her. You know, we heard.
Wow. Okay. Libra. Oh boy. It's everybody else's fault, right? That she chose to have the bench trial, which means the judge rules over the entire proceeding and there's no jury.
You can't. I'm sorry. You cannot complain about that. You cannot.
She said that he's alleging that the lawyer talked her out of it, but even, when the judge asks you, is this what you want? That was her opportunity to say, no, he talked me into this. And that would be.
Oh, I love it. It's like the kid in the, hand in the cookie jar type crap, yeah, well, my brother told me I could, or but somebody convinced me to do it. No, well, you did, but you did it. You put your hand in there. You did it. No, you just, yeah, here we go, pointing fingers at the judge or whoever else is in a higher power too. That's higher up than himself and anyone else. That he's gonna point fingers at them, and just how I don't see how she's have such an ego and be up there like that. I can. She's a judge. What judge is not going to have some kind of ego? If I was up there in a black robe, trust me, my ego would be skyrocketing. That's my God up there, man. I'm serious.
We would be laying the smackdown with the gavel.
Yeah, hell yeah. That'd be awesome for one day. Just give me one day of doing that to just criminal after criminal after criminal. That'd be fun.
Just a stroke of the pen, right?
Creepers, especially the creepers like this guy. He'd be the first one to go. I'd be like, oh, put him in custody now. Right now, just like that judge over there.
Let's get it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's great. No, I agree. And for him to act so pompous and arrogant about it is crazy. Like Chuchi, everyone's at fault but his daughter, and she's 18. So in the at this point, right? She was 17 during the crash, or when the crash happened. Then she turns 18 and she's arrested after that. And so in the court, in the eyes of the court, she is going to be an adult, and she is the one that ultimately makes the decision, no one else.
Yeah. Affirmative.
Yeah. So Katie, like Katie Proudfoot, there's no one left to blame on that, just her.
We've heard that there's some investigation going on about her. Who knows? But a sitting judge that long on the bench can't decipher between fact and speculation. She's either incompetent, dirty, or both. Sorry. But the things I really want to touch on, the prosecutor. Let's talk about Tim Troop. Tim Troop in the documentary.
That's slander,
You
bud.
hear him. He's on camera saying, well, we looked at everything. We turned everything over, and we looked at everything. So it's this.
Yeah.
What do you mean you looked at everything? What exactly did you look at? How do you go from, well, we looked at all this, so if it was none of this, it has to be this.
Yeah.
That's a jump. That's a, well,
I have an expert there saying that the slipper might not have caused the accelerator to stick, but that's one guy's opinion.
That slipper! I didn't even talk about the slipper.
If I see that in an accident scene where you've got the black box data showing that the accelerator was pushed
all the way to the floor,
and then there's a slipper stuck, like, I mean,
yeah. Well,
come on.
Yeah, like I said, it's probably, what do you call it? Without a shadow of a doubt, it's a doubt. It's a plausible, realistic doubt that judge should have taken into consideration. Then again, our lawyer should have done, her lawyer, and I'm gonna call my lawyer. I would never have that guy as my lawyer. Yeah, that's hindsight, by the way. But if he would have fought for her and brought some of this stuff up, I mean, now in his defense, I'll go this way. He saw that there was nothing. They didn't have anything, and I think maybe that's what he's doing, because it's the burden of proof is on the prosecution. So he doesn't really have to say anything. You have to prove it, and I don't believe. And if you listen to it, that prosecutor did not prove intent. But Tim Troop in the documentary says, I looked at everything and I couldn't figure it out, so it has to be this. It's almost like the wife dies in an accident in the house, and they look at everything, but it's the husband. It's a jump. It's a lazy jump.
It is a lazy.
In the detective, I don't know how that guy has his job. I don't know how he became a detective. That's my opinion. This is a lazy dude. He was in the bind over. He was on the stand, and the only time Mackenzie's lawyer was doing anything for her was when he was cross-examining him. And at some point, he goes to the detective and goes, "What do you think happened?" And he stammers, "I don't know." And I wasn't in there because I was supposed to be a witness. Me and Jim argued back and forth because I didn't like how Jim was talking and saying and doing stuff. So he kept me out of the room, so I didn't upset the cart, I guess. But if I'd have been in there, I would have shouted. Our lawyer should have turned to the judge, who's an O'Malley, who I think is a sister or a brother or a cousin to Mike O'Malley, and should turn to that judge, said, "Motion to dismiss." How does the guy who's finding all this evidence, all this massive evidence, not speculation, evidence, not I think she did it. Oh, we believe she did it. Oh, I feel she did it. It's evidence. I don't know why he didn't turn to that judge and go, how does this guy who knows all this, who's the keeper of all the evidence, not know? So if this guy doesn't know,
that guy has doubt.
If this guy, the guy who's looking at it, doesn't know, if he doesn't know, how do you even charge somebody with any kind of thing? You don't know. You're guessing. You're making a guess. You watched CSI last night, and you're making a call off of watching CSI a couple episodes.
Yeah.
This guy's a danger. He's a dangerous. This is a dangerous detective out of Strongsville. He's dangerous. Anybody you get pulled over now in Strongsville speeding, it's attempted murder. That's the precedent they've set with this case.
How long do you think she'll be in jail?
I don't know. I don't know.
Are you preparing for a long haul? Are you very hopeful?
I'm hopeful somebody with some common sense and can look at everything. I mean, not the minutia, not the screaming people online, but look at the evidence. This A, B, C, D, whatever, and look and subjectively look at what was presented, and look and say, look, okay, you got some black box information. The car was going fast. You can't explain the car. You can't explain the speed. The video clearly shows the brakes going on.
Right, and the brakes did not go on. That's according to the data that was collected. The data that was collected doesn't lie. The data that was collected doesn't have any skin in the game. But Steve Shirilla does have skin in the game, right? So, Mr. Shirilla, with all due respect, you are trying to push this narrative because you can't explain the speed, right? She was punching the gas and she did so for 5 seconds, moving so fast that she could have very well lost control of the vehicle, but it didn't show that. What it showed was that she didn't brake. And that is something that I'm all for free speech. But when somebody wants to come up here and, again, look at us with his creepy eyes dead into our souls.
Look at
and
that.
lie to us.
Look. You know,
I mean?
Shirilla is not vanilla. Shirilla is not vanilla, y'all.
Shirilla is not vanilla.
God, that's a look that right there, that creeper. Like, if a girl walked by with the short skirt and he'd turn his head, he'd be looking like that right there. Drooling on himself, mouth foaming and everything else.
I just covered my whole face with my hands. When you said that. Oh my God. That's too much. No, you're right though. You're right. Oh, he's so manipulative. Right?
Hold on. Let me get a shot of that or Chuchi, you can too if you want to. Chuchi did it last time for me. Got me a picture, got me a nice screenshot of. I need that face. That's but yeah, he's doing the whole Hooters face right here, in my opinion, allegedly.
Hooters face. It's his signature look, right? When he's trying to be extra creepy.
Yeah, he thinks.
Oh my gosh.
He thinks he looks normal. He thinks he looks smart, and he's like the Shirilla in Manila. He's gonna fight this attorney and this judge and everything else. Like, he's so tough. According to Google, according to Google, the last name Russo
name
is
dropping like a mug.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's too much. It's too much. This guy is really, he's reaching, and he's being so insensitive and tone deaf. I can't even believe it.
No matter what the expert says. It's funny that it broke there and it didn't break there, or there. So if that's a safety feature for a car, I've been 100 in a car. I don't remember my car breaking for me when I was going over 100. I'm not saying it's right.
You didn't hit a wall.
So I don't get it. And she didn't drive directly into that building. She drove into apples to oranges here. She hit that sign first, and that sign veered her into that building. What would happen if she kept going straight? I don't know. They'd be all dead. Who knows? I don't know. I know my daughter didn't do it on purpose. I know when my daughter lies. That was part of the documentary too. I gave a story where something happened at the school and blah blah blah. But I know when my daughter lies. It's my daughter. There's a twinkle in her eye. There's something I can tell when she's not being honest with me. She doesn't look at me. It's not it's my daughter. And if that makes me a bad parent. I'm not a bad parent. I did my best with my daughters.
He said, if that makes me a bad parent, oh well. He puts his hands in the air, right? Oh well.
Yeah.
And then
what the hell?
he turns around and says, I'm not a bad parent. Nobody said you were again.
What the heck?
Right?
So
like
crazy.
The interviewer isn't being like, well, people online think you're a bad parent or anything. He's just like flip flop from 1 second to the next.
God. I'm so done with this clown. Oh my God.
You want to move on to the mom, right?
Yes.
We don't have very much longer of this nonsense.
Yeah.
I try to teach them rather than punish them. This world's crazy, and there's some crazy stuff that goes on. There's some crazy people in this world. So I was doing my best to teach her, and I picked my battles that I felt happened. How was I ever going to stop her from smoking marijuana? My daughter should have been charged with vehicular homicide, 2 counts in juvie court, and it should have never left. The juvenile judge took out the aggravated murder thing for the same reason I'm saying they should have never charged her because there's no intent, there's no prior calculation, there's no purpose. It's not there. And again, Tim Troop can get up there and and dum dum dum, Tim Troop, she did this and I feel this. It's not evidence. He can feel all he wants. It's not evidence. And I think he did it's a complete injustice to my daughter, and this has nothing to do with the boys. It's again tragic that those boys died, and she has some responsibility to it. But what that is Nobody is ever going to know, and because nobody was in that car, and there's no evidence, and there's no story, there's no paper, there's no note, there's no video. My daughter and the remorse. That's another thing that's huge.
No evidence.
I sat with my daughter for 3 months in that room right there. 3 months.
He's all talking about my daughter. My daughter, no remorse. Oh my gosh. Nobody even asked you that, Steve.
Watching her watch every video, every song, every picture about that boy. There was a shrine to him in that room. Shrine. Cried herself to sleep every night. I know the trolls are going, good, she should cry herself to sleep. She has remorse. Yeah. She was upset. If you would have heard her when she found out that Dom died, if you would have heard the sound that came out of her.
Good, she should cry herself to sleep. I'll say it. I'll say it.
She was 17. She's a dumb kid. She wasn't breaking up. She didn't
She's
do it on purpose.
Dumb kid.
And I've asked her, did you do this on
my
purpose?
daughter. She's a dumb kid.
She's going, no. And I would think if my daughter was that mad at that boy to want to kill him that way, Davion would have never been in the car.
Right.
It's okay. Daddy will come.
That makes no sense. If she was going to do that to Dom, there were guns all over that kid's house. Okay.
Where the guns
you didn't have to say that either.
He bought them. I don't know. I don't know.
What the?
Wow.
The reason I know he has guns
you don't know?
because
That's slander.
something was going on over.
No kidding. Well, and here's the thing, like, who cares if they have, that's their home. Like, it's so weird that he's just grasping at straws and just going after any little thing. Well, they do have guns in that house all over. Every single square inch of that house is full of them. It's like bullshit.
Actually, when they got the warrant and busted in my house, we had only 2 pistols under the mattress, but we tried to make sure nothing else was in there. This is Queef B, by the way. And I'm not trying to sound crazy, but I know that I understand meth and guns and drugs, everything else. I understand it all. That's what you have to hide the stuff. You have to hide it.
You gotta hide it, right? That's a great point, Queef B. Great point, because typically when we're doing all of these criminal activities, we don't hold them in the open in our home like this, right? They're somewhere where, in case the police roll up at some point. Oh.
Well.
Yeah, Chuchi, he is. He's doing it left and right. He's name dropping. He's talking about how other people live, and he has no, he doesn't care how he's living.
We're there, and he took all the guns and threw them in my daughter's trunk. And I went into my daughter's trunk to get something, and in the trunk there was 10, 15 guns. Half of them were loaded. I had to.
Oh my God.
So that's how I know he has guns. If she was going to kill him, I would.
Yeah,
that would make more sense to me, but.
And you don't involve an innocent.
Mm-hmm. So that makes no sense there. Something happened in that car. No one's ever going to know. She's innocent of the charges they put upon her. Again, should have been juvenile, vehicular homicide, 2 counts, and we would have went from there. She probably have done some jail time.
Right. Probably be out by now.
Be out by now, or have been whatever.
Wow, whatever. Should have been 2 lives, no big deal. Vehicular homicide, charges a juvenile, and we just go on with our lives, right? She starts modeling her outfits again. Wow. That is so crazy.
How do you keep in contact or
we can see her twice a month. We visit. It's about a 3 or 3.5 hour visit. But again, it's only twice. My wife is able to talk to her pretty much every day. Again, sorry to the people out there. It's our daughter. I love my daughter. I'm never going to stop fighting for her. Yeah. I believe she was falsely charged. Well, no one's ever going to be able to convince me unless you can put the evidence in front of me.
Would you ever do another
documentary?
Always evidence.
You're probably close to. I'm going to get to being a documentary. I'm upset. I'm very disappointed in what they put out there.
Did you say anything?
Yes, we talked to them last week, and I blew my lid on them. You know,
Yeah.
they did us dirty. I don't think they
I
were.
bet you did, bud.
I don't think they were very honest with us. I think they tried.
What did they say in defense?
Well, they were saying, we were trying to be, unbiased and give both sides, and I don't really think they gave my daughters both a fair shake at both sides. I think they sensationalized, especially with the comment about talking about my daughter, knowing my daughter's lying thing. Yeah, it had nothing to do with why she's in jail. So.
Are you looking for a job?
I don't know if I have a job yet. I'm guessing that I'm not going to. My contract's up in June, so I would hope that they'll pay me through June.
Let's go.
They're doing some sort of investigation. I don't know how much more investigating they have to do. I know my
Is this a direct result of the documentary?
I believe it's a documentary. Yes, I believe it's from it. Clearly, a bunch of crazies from Parma calling into the diocese is more factual to them than talking to me. This could have been over in a conversation. Did you say it? I'm like, you heard me say it. Well, what did you mean by that? I go, well, we were talking about. I didn't care. I don't care I don't care. It's none of my business what anybody does. I didn't care that my daughter smoked marijuana. I'm sorry. that has nothing to do with my judgment. That has nothing to do.
Yeah, but you care about
but it has nothing to do with my art teaching. It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with my kids.
Are you sure
I
it
don't
has
walk
nothing
into my
to do with
room and
art
go, okay, today we're going to paint a painting and I'll do marijuana. I'm not doing
Really?
that.
Do you smoke a big fat doobie before you go stoned to the bone to the classroom, though? This is what I'm wondering when you're just so nonchalant and okay with everybody just smoking.
He's a smoker. We know it.
He's a toker and a midnight joker.
We know he's a smoker. So
hey,
crazy.
Again, I have to agree that it's not. To me, I look at it recreationally, medically. I think it's something that people can use to help them. But did you see the size of the J's these kids were rolling? They were like,
wow.
I mean,
no,
gigantor, and they're driving, and she's driving her vehicle while she's smoking this giant, Stooby Dooby.
Woo! The weeds.
The weeds, smoking them. The kids smoking them tweeds and everything. So
smoking that wacky weed. Rolling doobies.
That's got to be the biggest knee-jerk overreaction that you could ever imagine. I don't know why the school's not backing me up. That's to me, that's not very Catholic. Where's the compassion, the love, the understanding that they put out to everybody? They want you to be that way, but when it comes to them, what if I was a priest?
Hello.
They moved me to another.
Hello. Do you not know who's in charge?
Continue on. Okay. So mind you,
give a damn.
I'm sorry the diocese acted that way. It's unfortunate. It's disappointing. It's disappointing how the documentary handled this. I think they gave the families a preview.
Tim.
They didn't offer us, which should have shouts loud now that they didn't want us to see it. Because my understanding is that the Russos didn't like a part, so they had them take it out. So they had some control of the editing.
His hand just killed me.
How much do you want to bet that this guy was handed a friggin' cup whenever they had this conversation? And he was pulled aside.
Oh my God.
I bet you they already did.
It's unreal. He will not take any responsibility for anything. No offense to anyone again, but I'm guessing this is probably why he's a little art teacher. I'm just saying. And I love art. I'm an artist, but I'm just saying, I could kind of see how he's an art teacher. And that's
Same
probably
here.
all he does. He is not anything you know what I mean? And I love art, but man, I can see that's about all you do though. You don't have any real skills on how to fix something because you're sitting here just talking in circles and then telling on himself and then telling on her and then trying to make everybody else look bad and then saying, okay, so what's the difference between dealing the drugs and doing them so much? I mean, yeah, you might have a little bit more violence coming your way or possible robberies if you're dealing, right? So you might be carrying a lot of cash and somebody might want to rob you, but you're not any better than anybody else. If you're, smoking it too, I guess. I mean, I don't know. It's, you know what I mean? It's like a double standard, but it's like a double standard. He's sitting here going, well, he threw a bunch of guns in my daughter's truck. Again, why are you allowing him around your daughter then? If he's such a bad, these guys, anyone is such a bad person, step up and be a man and be a real father, and don't allow your children, because she was a juvenile, correct? When all this crap was going on?
100%.
Well, then there you go. Because I remember somebody saying something about it being bound over from juvenile courts or something, or her being tried as an adult. Look, it's your responsibility, Dad, to raise up a child in the way they should go. When they're old, they will not depart from it. The Bible says that. So, yeah, I think I'm done with my soapbox. But I'm just saying, don't, you know what I mean? And sitting there and saying, oh yeah, he's waving a bunch of money and fanning it all out. But I knew where it was coming from. But you cannot talk. And then he's saying, he's selling drugs, and maybe he did want to hesitate to answer that one, and he was, because he knew that they're all neck deep in the crap, man. You're just as bad.
Opening a can of worms, so to speak.
If you really love your daughter so much, then it wouldn't have gone this far, more likely, because you'd have trained her up to stay away from bad influences. That, I mean, I'm sorry, but, and I'm sure those guns were probably not even all legal, but if somebody's doing that, throwing a bunch of guns in your daughter's trunk and just any kind of risky thing, I don't know, she probably don't even know how to shoot a gun. You know what I mean? She probably don't even know how to load it. So, but
yeah, exactly.
Like, what if she gets caught with those though, and they're not hurt
in the wrong time and when you don't want it? And there's so much responsibility attached to that. And yeah, he acts like it's so nonchalant, like, oh, I knew she was around all this stuff. And it's like, I applaud what you said, because I was thinking the same thing when I was watching it on the first take. It was like, this guy for real? Like, and again, the narcissist will cut their own nose off to spite their face and sit there smiling and acting like,
wild, man. It's so wild, because you could just see where it comes from now with his side now. Anyway, I think both the parents are for sure, but oh man, I can't wait to see.
Oh, definitely. I got the mom on.
Hell yeah.
On the day that she was sentenced, like, how they do the impact statements and stuff, and the mom's gonna get I figured that would be a good
man.
Watch her body language,
because you get to see them try to talk her up even more. Oh yeah.
It's bad. They're not helping.
It's unfortunate. This whole thing is unfortunate, and I believe my daughter has no idea what happened. She was so beat up. She had bruises all over her face. Those airbags going off. I don't know if you've ever seen an airbag deployment online. I watched a guy with a helmet get knocked out.
Shut up.
It hit him so hard.
It
knocked him out, and that could have ended why the arteries were. So
no, you wearing a helmet is going to make.
I love my daughter, and I'm never going to stop, and I will go to my deathbed, knowing she did not do what the prosecution and this possibly incompetent on the take judge did to her.
All right, that's the.
And big shout out to this guy for letting us see what this guy really, really feels like and thinks. This is True Crime This Week. Interview with Steve Shirilla. Ugh.
It's wild,
well, that was. I'm glad you were here with me through that. That was fucking rough.
Yeah, I was getting sick of looking at him. I was like, man, I just want to hit this guy. I want to hit this guy so hard. I could not get along with that man, just knowing the way he's now.
No.
You know what I mean? I could see like having a conversation about something else and it being fine, but when he starts talking like this about this subject, it just makes me mad. And it's like, he's trying to.
Well,
if he was in trouble with me,
it was so bad.
Yeah, if he was in trouble with me, I definitely would be just like so mad at him trying to manipulate me out of it, and I'd be like, "You're not fooling me. He really thinks he's fooling everybody," and it's just so obvious. I don't know about you, but I think it's just really obvious that he's just trying to sound smart and it's not working. It just doesn't fool nobody. And then you're calling a judge incompetent. Well, why don't you go pass the bar exam and then come back to everybody and say that? Because, I mean, that judge didn't do anything wrong. They did their job. And you didn't get a jury trial. So, nah.
Exactly. That's why he's pissed. He's
I
like,
walk
I made a bad decision there.
man.
No, he was
Yeah.
they're calling the shots or trying to.
I'll walk in that courtroom. Watch me. I'll get some plane tickets. I'll go in that courtroom and I'll sit in the back and I'll yeah. Hey, how you like the judge? How you like the judge here, buddy? You like that? Is this the mother with the green on?
Okay, this is the mother with the green on. Yeah, her
Oh.
name's Natala. Which I like the name Natalie. But Shirilla.
How did this pretty girl come out of these two anyways? My question. No.
If you look at the picture, here I don't know. Actually, let me stop this for a minute. But she does look like. Let me see if I can't move us over a little bit here. All right, hold on one second.
Just never seen two animalistic beings.
There we go.
And
her and her dad are making the same exact face, and you know what's funny is that she in that screenshot that I took of her is telling people to go F themselves or go F off or something like that.
Oh wow. Yeah, and one of her stupid I can do more drugs in the world than anyone and still be alive or whatever. I'm one of those girls that can
she's bragging.
Do drugs and still not die or something crazy like that. I think that's the video it's from, right? She's wearing a choker. You know what that means, right? We won't go there. Yeah, we won't go there. But I can't stand it when I see a little kid wearing one. It's really weird to me. It's just too exotic for, I think. I don't know. But I've heard somebody told me a story of what it meant, and ever since then I can't get it out of my head. And I was at a event, I think it was a festival or something. And this guy had his daughter with her, and she was young enough for him to carry her, and she's wearing a choker. And I'm like, that's just weird, man. Don't be putting a choker on your kid. That's so.
I remember they were big in the 90s. I mean, I wore them a lot when we were young. But
I guess I don't know. That's just me, though. That's just me. It gives me the heebie-jeebies.
When you hear a meaning behind something, it sticks. It tends to stick. You know.
Yeah, it was a sexual thing. So that's what it's like. But it threw me off ever since. That's probably why.
But she's a freaking spinning image of her dad, though, for real.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Seeing that side by side, I'm like, because I don't think she looks like her mom at all now that I've, seen them close together like that.
Maybe the cheekbones. That's about it. The lips, maybe part of the lips that kind of look like her dad, though. Yeah.
Yeah, she's got those big eyes like her dad, but. All right, here's Natalie Shirilla.
Can you start with your name? My name is Natalie Shirilla. I just want to say, am I allowed to address them at all? Sure. I just want to say to the families that I'm broken, sad, and lost, and my heart hurts for everyone. Okay? Davion was her new friend, and Dom was the love of her life, and he was part of our family. Okay?
All right, okay. I'm trying to
selfish. Part of our family, okay?
Okay.
Selfish.
Okay. Libra, okay. I'm trying to apologize to you, but okay. So listen here, okay?
Yeah, control. Remember.
Yes.
My God. Look at this. This cop with the tattoos. He's like, lady, you make one wrong move, I will put you in a choker and pull you out of this courtroom. You understand me?
He's got the tattoos and everything. It's like everybody must be just thinking in their heads, bullshit alert.
I'm just so sorry that this happened and we're heartbroken. Okay? And then, Your Honor, this was a terrible, tragic nightmare accident to have happened that she has no memory of. and she will never emotionally or physically recover
Allegedly.
from it. She almost died too, and we're asking that you please not run the sentences consecutive. He was family, and we all loved each other.
Loved?
That morning of the accident,
Past tense.
she called. I got a phone call that there was a car accident. Okay, so we went to the hospital, and I didn't even know who was in the car. The names had not been confirmed yet, and I'm gonna cry because I missed out so much.
Manufactured.
We loved her so much.
Manufactured.
Where are the tears, Libra? Look at her. She's not got
I can
those
tell.
are dry eyes.
She's working it up. She's working her body up. I can tell to manufacture that. I can tell.
Oh yeah, she is.
She's like really working herself up. Like I just really can't. She's looking up, not down, but it's really strange. It's really psychotic, man, in my opinion.
It is. It's sick to watch, right? And this is the mom. This is her. You know, these are her. This is her support system.
That cop's like, you're just so full of crap.
That he was going to answer the phone, and he didn't answer.
Oh, totally.
Look at her eyes. Oh my god.
So then I tried to call his mom, and she didn't answer the phone either. And I still didn't know who was in the car. I didn't even know if she was alive. I didn't know what was happening.
You don't have
we
to.
were in the waiting room. And then
Okay.
his mom she did call me. So I answered the phone and I was like, oh my God, like, I don't even know who was in the car. Like, what's happening? Was that Dom? And she said, what do you mean? My son is dead. And I was like, I'm so sorry. And then she said something like, now I have to wait until your kid's out of the hospital. And then I didn't hear the rest.
Whoa.
What is
Whoa.
this she's going on?
Dude, look at her pointing the fingers at the family in court. And that of the deceased young man. Unbelievable, dude. Holy moly, man. I didn't think she was going to do that. That's insane. So she's the aggressive. And that's usually, but she's the aggressive parent here. It looks like, apparently that's the one that's kind of like, he sits there and goes, he tries to kind of squirm his way out of stuff. So he's like the little snitch, right? He's like the little rat, tries to squirm himself out of trouble with his smooth talk and everything. She is where the aggression comes from. Like, open this door right now. I'll bust it down. She got that from her mother, in my opinion. Because look at how she's pointing the fingers, and it started with, and I already caught on to this before she got to this point and started saying, she's basically going, they wouldn't answer the phone. I finally got a hold of them. Well, what are you so mad about when they lost their children? You didn't, lady. And she's trying to shift the blame onto them and so mad at them and wants them to pay for, she wants like that vendetta on them. She wants to chew them out basically because her daughter's the one getting in trouble now. This is so crazy.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, to everything you just said. I mean, yeah, she's making
In
them
my
relive
opinion.
it by her telling it in her own narrative, and that's got to be infuriating.
Yeah, for her to, can I address that? Like, no, just look straight at the judge. But yeah, when she turned around and started swinging her arms and she caught herself though, she goes, oop, I'm going on a tangent. I was like, wait, I thought this was a victim statement or victim impact statement. I didn't know this was or whatever, I didn't know this was, what is this statement called where they're trying to give like a last statement to try to save her. I don't remember what it's called, but it's kind of like a victim impact statement.
The goal for her would be, because yeah, you're right, it is like during the victim impact probably phase, but then they do give the family a chance to come up, I guess, and vindicate her somehow, or tell how it impacted them in
Just practice their free speech. That's all it really is. They get a right to practice their free speech for however many minutes or whatever. And then there you go. Yeah, to be able to say their last words of what they want to say.
I know
That's
there's a
fine,
specific
but
term for it, or like phrase, but I know what you're talking about exactly.
I need to look at final statements basically or whatever for and for the parents, like they might be obligated by that state to something just because she was a minor when it happened. I keep forgetting that. So I'm like, well, why are the parents going up there? But that's probably why too, is because she was a minor. So they're kind of answering for what was going on in a way. Oh yeah. So anyway, well, I'm going to look up, let's see what that's It's like it's not victim impact, I don't believe.
No, because I mean, I guess you could.
What do you call it?
I
Final
guess
statement?
there is.
Not final argument. It's almost like a final argument, but they're not attorneys.
I mean, it's way. Yeah, it's like it's during the It would be during the sentencing stage, right? Because she's about to be carted off to her final destination, hopefully.
Final destination. Final destination 2. Final arguments made by attorneys. No,
Inmate number 725-4734. I don't know what her inmate number is, by the way. I just made that up.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Because I know it's not. I mean, because she's not one of the victims. I mean, I guess her mother would have turmoil because of it, but it's inflicted by her.
We loved him so much, and I hung up the phone. I did not talk about social media. I didn't even know what was going on yet. Okay. So then that was it. So in the hospital, that Vitality post, I commented on that because somebody had called her a murderer. Okay. And she's not a murderer. So she didn't even have her phone at that point because the police had still had it. Okay. So I jumped on and I was like, she's not a murderer. She's more sad than hurt than most of these people commenting. She's been trying to get in touch with you. I mean, at that point, it was just an accident. So I commented on her behalf, not because of the modeling opportunity. Who cares about that? I don't want them to refer to her as a murderer. Okay. And I don't even know how that comment got on the phone because the police still had her device and she could not access her phone or social media. That's why I did it.
Oh, wow. And she's even pointing her finger in the courtroom.
Yeah, I saw that. She was sitting there pointing her finger at him and stuff and turning around and looking at him. That would infuriate me. This lady's already pissing me off. I already don't like her. And I found an answer. It's pretty much, it says the trial versus sentencing phase. If a defendant is found guilty, the case moves to the sentencing phase. It is at this latter stage that family members are often called to the stand to make a direct plea to the judge or jury for leniency, explaining how a severe sentence will impact the family and asking for mercy. Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for. It's like them begging for mercy to the judge in the courts, like, please don't put her in here consecutive. That's what she just asked. Please do not give her consecutive sentences, blah, 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 or don't make them consecutive. And so, yeah.
Thank you. I knew it was, separate. I knew you were right where it was separate from the impact statements because that's going to be, the part where they get to tell, so then whoever is going to come up for the other side is able to kind of plea for their leniency, the judge's leniency. Yeah. Thank you, Libra, because that's important.
And in this case, it is the judge. There is no jury because they're dumbasses, in my opinion. They didn't get it. They didn't get a jury trial because their attorney their attorney's probably a double agent anyway. He's probably like, shoot, I don't like these people.
I don't mind twisting the knife at all on that one. I'll tell you what.
Hey, they work for the courts anyway. They don't work for these people. They're working for the courts, so it don't matter. But yeah, especially if that attorney is from this county, I guarantee you he's more interested in what the county wants and what the deal is going to be made that the courts are going to want, not what these people want. They already know these people are. If you have any brain cells, you'll know that allegedly, and in my opinion, anyway, that these family members, these three that I know of. I don't know her sister. I've never seen her, but I know those three that we are watching and everything. Mackenzie, her mom and dad are psychopaths, man. They're narcissistic psychopaths, and you know where it started though. The parents, man. Parents to let this little girl do whatever she wanted, and she's paying for it, pretty much, in a nutshell. I mean, if she wasn't out until 5 a.m., this wouldn't have happened then either, would it, Dad? You know what I mean? So when the dad talks like that, it's like, shut up. You quit giving her excuses for every little thing. So anyway, we get back to the aggressive one here. This is the aggressive one. I'm sure she's probably a daddy's girl just because of this. She probably went to her dad to get her weed. And then, and smoked weed with her dad. And then her mom, they're probably fighting constantly, bashing heads. I guarantee you they probably have a knock heads together all the time.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. I think I think you're right, and I think that's probably why she wasn't living at their house. This whole, precious little baby stuff is not
That right there. Oh,
Yeah.
and then when she's not mad, okay, so when mama's not mad, or she's displaying that right now, the anger's coming out, and she's trying to she's talking slick, man. She's getting over here and turning around and going, yeah, well, they finally answered their phone, finally called me back. She's taking little jabs here and there at the family of deceased children. And sadly, unfortunately, rest in peace, by the way. And then she's got a side where she goes, oh, it's okay. Nobody's better than you, but nobody's better than you. Just remember that you're the best, and nobody's better than you, precious. And then he's over here, hey, but yeah, they both, you notice that they're parents, but they both got real aggressive. And well, the mom it was the other way around. The mom got real emotional and crying and with her, like, I can't believe this is happening right after this trial right here when they're on the phone. And then the dad comes off, and then he's popping off. The dad was like popping off, and they were crying together. So yeah, there's bonds there, but yeah, it was really interesting to see which one pops off and which one's triggered when, and like how they respond to all this stuff, how they're reacting and responding to all this stuff. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. No, I totally agree. I think that, all of it needs to be examined, especially because, they're trying to say that she should be, let off, and that she was wrong. She's wrongfully accused of something and was convicted on something she didn't do. And that's just clearly not the case. And then there's so much to these. I mean, just the mom coming out, like you said, so aggressive with that finger, pointing it, shame, shame, shame. Well, you need to be pointing it back to yourself, ma'am.
I really do not like her. That body language and everything. Oh man, I think we've all known somebody like that in our lives. I do not like her already. Just that whole thing, that whole aura.
I agree. Speaking that gypsy gibberish.
Gypsy gibberish. Yeah, that's so weird. I never heard of that though. I've heard of Pig Latin, but not gypsy gibberish.
Yeah, me neither. I've heard of Pig Latin, of course, and knew it, but then this one I'm not as familiar with. I suppose you can make up your own language if you did that with any type of thing and you added just an end to, you know what I mean? Take all of the consonants off the word up to the vowel and then put it at the end with some sort of, like, it sounds like they say like Izzy or Zizzy, because that's what he was saying, Zizzy, Izzy, Dizzy, or whatever. And I'm like, yes, sir, you're making me dizzy. But as you said before too, and I think that's really well put, why wouldn't you want your child to learn a language that everybody, knows, like, Spanish, French, something like that, where they could use it in life and, put it on a resume, right? You can't put gypsy gibberish on a resume.
Yeah, if you're putting any time into it anyway, I know that. If it's Pig Latin and some people can do that without even thinking about it, well, kudos to you. But yeah, not me. I mean, I could learn it, but I never decided to. But if it takes you just as much energy, in my opinion, if I'm going to learn something that's useless with that energy, I'm going to put it to something that's useful. That's just
absolutely.
Me.
Yeah, and I definitely think they were using it to speak in codes, and not just innocently because we just don't want the other prisoners to hear. I think it was like more like they thought they were getting one over on the whole entire system.
Golly,
it's crazy.
And I had asking if they could shut down social media because people were calling her a murderer and making death threats and organizing groups to take her out when she got out of the hospital and stuff. So I don't even want her phone. I don't care about her phone. I don't care about social media. I just wanted them to stop calling her a murderer so that when she did come to, and she did come out of surgery, multiple surgeries, that she wouldn't see all these people calling her a murderer, because she would never, ever, ever murder the love of her life. Okay. For Halloween, for 3 months after the accident, she would only wear his clothes. She would only eat the snacks he ate. She would only listen to the music he wrote, okay? She was laying in bed for 3 months crying. There was a shrine of him next to her with photos and things that he liked, and this flower that lights up that he got her because he wanted it to be fresh and alive forever. It's like a little Beauty and the Beast flower. Okay, she's got this shrine of him next to her. So she was crying for 3 months. So her friends asked if she wanted to go out trick-or-treating or Halloween, and it was at OU. And she didn't even want to go. She said, I don't know, should I go? She couldn't even walk yet, barely. So I told her, I said, baby, please go. It's Halloween. You've been laying for 3 months crying, only listening to his music. Please go.
And dress like a corpse, too.
A moment of fun.
You should do that.
So we told her to go. My husband drove her. I brought her back home. She just needed a second of fun from losing her whole world. So that was us. We told her to go. And that concert she went to with Dom's cousin Abby, they picked her up. They brought her there. That was Dom, Mackenzie and Dom and Abby all decided to go to this concert together while they were in the hospital. That was for Dom. Everything she did after the accident was either in honor of him, to be close to him, or just to be by him any way that she can. She's like devastated and tragic. He was the air that she breathes. Okay. And they went with his cousin. We spent all kinds of time with him after the accident.
Wow. So she sees that not as toxic at all either. Like, you're not each other's air, guys. We're independent creatures. We need to focus on that for a sec. And wow.
Yeah. She's over here, painting the picture. She had a shrine next to her bed with him. But yeah, I'm sure she was just paying homage by dressing like a corpse, Halloween. No, you go have fun. You do it anyway. That was us. That was our fault. That was our problem. So yeah, sitting here going and just admitting that the parents are the ones that encourage her to go and still like go in a wheelchair and go to that rave or whatever the heck that was, is that right? Or was it, she talking about before the wreck happened? She was saying, go ahead and go have fun at OU.
No, that was when she dressed like the ghoul or whatever.
My God.
The corpse.
Yeah. She doesn't have to bring this up, but yet she decided to. See, she just put it on the map herself. Nobody else in that courtroom is going to sit there and go, hey, make sure that you mention that she did that. She didn't even have to mention that, but she knows that everybody on social media and the whole world, she's trying to save her and she's trying to address these things that she shouldn't be addressing right now, in my opinion. I'd leave that out of it. I wouldn't even mention
100%.
Yeah, if it's something negative like that, you don't mention it. You're supposed to leave that alone and then just mention all the positives about your daughter or whatever, whoever you're trying to get mercy for, right? Or leniency. So that's pretty wild. But I mean, it doesn't surprise me with these people. They're really dumb. But so she goes, what else was it? She was sitting here saying, yeah, so she's trying to talk, explain, talk about how bad it is. Everybody's calling her a murderer. Well, that's what's going to happen in social media. So she's trying to get you to feel sorry for her, in other words. And she's trying to get you to feel sorry for her daughter as well. I think she's trying to get everybody to feel sorry for her more than her daughter.
Exactly. She's garnering sympathy in all the wrong ways and not even being effective. I agree completely. And I also think, like, with Dom, she's describing this rose like this. We all kind of know the Beauty and the Beast rose, right? Where it's like in a globe, and it's supposed to be whatever forever. But he's giving her the gift of, I want something to be alive forever. And she's essentially threatening to take his life and hers, quite frequently before this crash occurred. I won't call it an accident because I don't believe it is one. But yeah, I find that to be mind blowing too, because she's also like making a case for Dom that he was this sweet doting boyfriend and she was just take.
Yeah. And no reciprocate, Kate.
Exactly.
Pillow princess. Oh, pillow princess, all we're here.
She's a pillow princess for sure.
Shirilla, not vanilla. Shirilla, not vanilla.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so we only have a couple more minutes of this lady.
The other thing,
I'm hearing an awful lot about your daughter. I'm not hearing very much about the two dead people.
Dominic, okay, I'm asking you for a leniency because this was a tragic accident that she does not remember. And Davion, we don't.
Doesn't
She's a
remember?
new friend. I'm so sorry.
What does that mean? His life is worthless?
No. No,
Oh.
not at all.
Wow.
They all love
No.
each other. They all spend every day together.
No way.
You know what I mean? I don't know
And
too
isn't
much
that
for
part
him.
of the problem, Mrs. Shirilla?
Sorry?
That cop behind her. He's like, what?
Trusted each other? Isn't that part of
It's not a problem at all. It was
the
wonderful.
problem how they all ended up in the car together and two of them ended up dead?
Yeah, this old boy right here, he can't believe what he's
Oh.
hearing, right?
Yeah, he said that. I swear to God, he smiled a couple times. He's like, "This is pathetic," and he's out of their eye shot, so he knows the daughter don't see him, the mom don't see him, but the other family sees him. He don't care who anybody else is anyway. He's not trying to act out, but I think he couldn't help himself. And in my opinion, for a second, it looked like he was kind of like, "This lady's ridiculous." Because I think we all agree, most of us agree with the judge on this one. I love how the judge is laying it to her, and you have to directly assert yourself against a narcissist like that. You have to put them in their place and let them know, hey, I'm not taking your bull crap. I'm not believing what you're saying. I'm not falling into your manipulation.
Exactly.
And basically, by straightening her out like she did. Well, so the you don't care about the wife now or something like that. Whatever she said, she's like talking about family members, and she goes, "Yeah, so we're friends now with so and so. You don't care about so and so, or what about I haven't heard you talk much about the two dead boys." It's like, wow, that was awesome.
Yeah, it was. Way to go for the judge. I agree. And what, you're sitting there and it's like, no, I'm talking about Dom and Kenzie and how it's affected her, and I want leniency for. It's like, okay, I don't care if they started hanging out that day of the crash. Davion's life matters, and he was in the car at the time. So I don't care if they knew each other for 2 minutes. I don't care if they picked up Davion as he was walking down the road. It doesn't change that she took his life,
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Ugh.
So crazy.
I understand what it looks like. I'm saying that it was a tragic accident. She would never.
Well, we're going to have to disagree on that.
I understand.
Right. I respect your position, but you disagree with me.
I understand. But anyway,
I don't
just
respect
wanted to address those. We told her to go to those things, and then she did go with Dom's family. So look at that.
Okay.
Don't look at it with look on that with different eyes if you can, please.
Those things are not relevant.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. But she's a good. If you would have a
She
moment,
agreed right
all you
away.
would need is 5 minutes of a conversation to have with her.
She knows.
To learn who she is. Just that you
5
just
minutes.
need 5 minutes to learn who she is and what she's capable of not doing and doing, and you would see.
We had
for
5
yourself.
years of you all
That's all.
online showing
I'm
off
so
your
sorry.
body
I'm sorry.
and acting like a little spoiled brat little girl. So we don't need 5 minutes to figure out who she is. All you need to do is look online and find her pictures. So check this out.
Oh, I agree.
When Dahmer. Ah! Oh, that was Bob Lazar. My bad. I thought Bob Lazar was Jeffrey Dahmer for a second. So anyway, it did look like Dahmer, didn't it? Bob Lazar, that's another person that lies like hell. Anyway, what was it that she said? Yeah, right away she agreed. She goes, "That's totally irrelevant." Well, she was trying to put the blame on them, right? Well, I'm sitting here going, "Well, then lock mom and dad up. Lock them up. Then if you want to take the blame, you're gonna do." If I was a judge, I would have said, "Okay, since you're responsible for sending her to that party and it resulted in these deaths, and she was a minor, we're gonna go ahead and give you such and such, so many such and such time in jail, and we're gonna go ahead and put you in custody."
I would have loved to have seen her mom's face for that one.
Oh, she would have went, no, but she's got to be responsible. She would turn around and disagree, and then she would try to put it on Mackenzie, and she'd be like, "Well, no, she makes mistake, but she's made a mistake, and she does need to pay." She'd try to talk her way out of that one too. That was so funny.
They probably all turned on Steve at that point.
Can you go back to where she's first ticked off about the phone not being answered by the other family? It's at the very beginning, I guess.
Yeah, I can. Hold on one
I just
second.
want to see that
Can you start with your name?
body
My name
language
is
again.
Natalie Shirilla. I just want to say, am I allowed to address them at all?
Sure.
See,
I
real
just want
humble.
to say to the families
I just want to see the
that
families.
I'm broken,
I'm broke.
sad, and lost, and my heart hurts for everyone. Okay? Davion was her new friend, and Dom was the love of her life, and he was part of our family. Okay?
Our family. So selfish.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll let you know that.
Your Honor, this was a terrible, tragic
hand.
nightmare accident to have happened that she
So-
has no memory of, and she will never emotionally or physically recover from it. She almost died too, and we're asking that you please not run the sentences consecutive. He was family, and we all loved each other. That morning of the
You are
accident,
not convincing, lady.
I got a phone call.
Not
She
in
said,
Here
"We
it
had a
goes.
car accident." Okay.
Yeah, here it
So
goes.
and I didn't even know who was in the car. The names had not been confirmed yet.
She didn't remember anything. Then how screwed up was she?
So much. We loved him so much.
Here it goes. Work
Called
yourself up.
Dom, like over and over again, praying that he was going to answer the phone, and he didn't answer the phone.
Right.
So then I tried to
understand
call
that
his
feeling.
mom, and she didn't answer the phone either.
Okay.
And I still didn't know who was in the car. I didn't even know
Oh,
if she
I
was
ain't her
alive. I
son.
didn't know what was
Okay.
happening.
Okay.
So then we were in the waiting room,
We're in the waiting room.
and then
And
his
here
mom
goes.
ended up she did call me, so I answered the phone,
Here
and I
goes.
was like, "Oh
That
my
she did
god,
call
like
me.
I don't even know who was in the car. Like, what's happening? Was that Dom?" And she's like,
She-
"What do you mean? My son is dead."
She
And I was
finally
like,
called me.
"I'm so sorry." And then she said something like, "And now I have to wait until your kid's out of the hospital." And then I didn't hear the rest.
I would have said the
I
same
just- I was
thing.
like, we loved him so much, and I hung up the phone. I did not
You
talk
loved
about
him so
social
much.
media.
in the
I didn't even know
past
what was
tense.
going on yet. Okay.
Ha!
So then
Ridiculous.
that was it. So in the hospital, that Vitality post, I commented on that because somebody had called her a murderer.
Called her a murderer.
And
Dude,
she
the
would-
internet's going to
she's
say
not
everything about
a
you.
murderer. So she didn't even have her phone
Yeah, they
at that
are.
point because the police had still had it.
Yeah, they are. They're gonna. I mean, everyone's gonna have their own opinion, but you know, the thing that's weird is that when people are really, really bothered by it, like I get it. If you didn't do it and somebody's accusing you, it's upsetting. I don't care who you are,
Right.
but yeah, when you're like over the top like they are, it's like, who even thinks about social media at a time like that?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Like,
That's
I
so
don't care
crazy.
what the free world thinks at this moment. I just lost the love of my life, or I just lost my son. I just lost my cousin, my brother, whoever.
Right. Because I do know somebody named Chutter Bob that shot himself with his own gun. And I'm still saying F the free world. No, but anyway. It's so crazy, man. So yeah, I just had to see that again because, you see her get worked up about, trying to push the blame on just getting way too personal with the judge about it. You don't have to bring up all this drama, and she just can't help herself. She's like, yeah, then she tells me, well, my son's dead. And like, that was a bad, like, now you just made yourself look bad because now, yeah, that's true. I think anybody in their right mind would kind of side with this. Everybody's going to want to side with the deceased son now because you're getting mad that somebody said that to you when your daughter is alive, and this is the one that was responsible, and in my opinion, for this accident. Well, she is anyway. Responsible is responsible. So she did do it, and if she don't remember nothing, well, then she's definitely got to answer for that because why are you out of it? That means you're driving you under the influence, right? Or are they blaming this on the pods thing again? Is it I had to get up?
I mean, I don't even think the POTS thing came into play until more recently.
I
Like,
had
maybe
to.
on appeal.
Okay, I had to get up and scratch my butt, and then that's when I got dizzy, and then I just fell down on the accelerator and just couldn't stop.
Right, exactly. There's no way that would cause that, right? Like that, like you said, like you stand up too quick or whatever, you get dizzy. I get it, but like, there's nothing that causes that if you're sitting in a vehicle.
Right, that's just crazy.
Yeah, they're definitely not helping. They are definitely not helping.
So crazy, dude. See her get worked up back there for the judge, though. She's there getting all crying with her her mom's faking it big time, and she's faking it too, but she's trying to, hers is half nervousness though too, because I mean, even if you're crazy like that little girl is, you're sitting there in those handcuffs knowing you're getting sentenced, you're still going to be really nervous for real and stuff. You can't really put that front on always, but I think it's a mixture of, since I'm worked up, I'm going to work myself up even more to get my emotions up even more for this judge, so I can convince him not to screw my whole life up, which she did that to herself. Judge didn't do it. It's awesome.
Yeah, I agree.
It's awesome because what's awesome is what the judge has said to her. I love her comebacks. Just like, I'm not falling for this bull crap.
Yeah, and reminding her, like, hey, we're talking about 2 young lives that were taken, and it's like, even if it's an accident, there's a level of guilt that follows, and we just don't see that here.
Right. Absolutely no remorse and pushing blame on somebody else, pointing fingers. Just like
literally pointing her finger.
Yeah, that was crazy. That just would infuriate me. I'd be so mad if I was in that courtroom. I'm surprised nobody came up there and started yelling or something. Man, some places in the US, I mean, I've seen where people lose it in court and they'll lose it, but I guess this family was smart enough not to let it get to them enough. I don't know how. I'd be sitting there just mad at her. I mean, I wouldn't try to be in contempt, if I could help it. But if it was somebody that directly, I think it's harder when it's somebody that like murders somebody in a way where they like directly shoot them or something. There's definitely like videos out there where big old dude, somebody like killed his daughter and it was like the boyfriend. Now that's hard to maintain yourself because you're the father and it's your daughter and it's this stupid little guy killed her. Oh man, dude jumped over the damn bar and like he just jumped over the damn table and tackled dude that killed his daughter. So like some people go nuts when they see that the perpetrator in court or whatever, the defendant.
I can't blame anybody for that. I mean, we don't know what we would react like if it, until it happens, or if it happened to us. Yeah.
These people are more narcissistic and all that, so you're dealing with all these head games with them all the time, constantly. I would hate to live in that house for one day. I couldn't probably handle it. The dad would be there watching baseball and talking like he knows everything, and then the mom would be probably nagging everybody, running around the damn house, acting like a bitch, in my opinion.
I agree. It would be constant eggshells, even though they portray this like, oh, we're just such a loving, family and all of this. It's like, I don't think so.
Yeah, but when you're not spending any time with your family, in my opinion, allegedly going to Hooters and drinking Old Duels, like it's a beer. You're not impressing anybody. You're not impressing anybody, homeboy.
Drinking his Bush-N-A.
Oh man, it's like, man, that came out of nowhere, and it's like, I said allegedly, and in my opinion. So the Hooters thing, you can't get me. You can't do nothing to me for that, sir. I am protected by the law.
He likes orange for some reason. It's a thing.
Yeah, he likes a V-neck of all things too, though. Like, what? So weird, dude.
Yeah, he is a weird little dude, isn't he? Oh man, and the mom, I'm like, oh boy, that's a match made in heaven there.
He really gives me that creepy daddy vibes. I swear, the creepy dad vibes with her. He probably groomed her like crazy, in my opinion. Allegedly could have groomed her.
Well, I will say that Dominic's sister did recall the first time she met Mackenzie that she was very scantily clad, and that she found it to be disrespectful because she was coming to like meet the family for dinner. And I mean, as a mom and stuff, you do have to tell your girls, and growing up and stuff in Catholic school, we'd roll our skirts up and make them shorter and stuff like that. But as a mom, you should explain to your daughter, like, you want to make a good impression on the folks, right? The parents. And so you know,
Right.
wear something nice, right? And I mean, she's a cute, real, very pretty girl, right? Cute figure and all. She could, wear something not so revealing, and especially if you're going to meet.
But she shows up with booty shorts and the boots with the fur and like a beanie on and like a string top. So yeah, that's not really a good way to meet the parents there, young lady.
Not a great first impression, right?
No, especially when it's wintertime and you're doing it.
Oh, true. Very true.
Yeah, and taking pictures of yourself.
Oh my gosh.
You can't even drive the car without probably taking selfies on the way there.
Oh yeah, she loved to film herself while she was driving. That's another weird aspect of this.
That's the worst. Like such distraction from like all you have to do is look down at your radio and change the station. You can get in an accident, let alone screwing around with your phone while you're driving. I can't stand it when I'm driving down the road, and this is something I see all the time. I'll just look around me at the light and see how many people, everybody's heads down at their damn phone. So, are you serious? Maybe you could take that break at the light. Okay. But you can't just drive. You can't just drive like one day without having your phone in front of you. Just wait till you get home or something.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a distraction. And, when there's all these distractions and then you also have the kids, multiple people, in the car, it can be really dangerous with the phone for sure.
Apps are fruity tooty lootly.
Well, hey, I think I need to hop off of here.
I was just about to say.
I need to upload that other video.
Yep, I was just about to say.
But I love hearing your perspective on things. Like I'm so glad that you came up and talked about it because, it's there's a lot to unpack for one.
Absolutely. Now, did you say you have a show tonight? Correct.
I probably won't go on tonight because I need to get that other video out. I want to review Seth again. And I was going to do it in 2 parts, but it seems like it's less effective that way. And this was like one interview that was about 2 hours. And that's why I'm having trouble saving it too.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's long.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it was great, everybody.
Put that video out and let you guys watch it, see what you guys think. Or, but I'm definitely going to be on tomorrow for a day show. And then I'll do night court tomorrow night too, because we're I want to get through, like, I'll probably do like part 1 and then part 2 of Seth's interview.
Well, I might if you want me on, you know where to find me. Because
yeah, for sure. I like to know what you think about Sebastian's case. It's definitely something that I think we need to revisit a lot of this stuff. So
okay. Yeah.
And I've never like critiqued a lot of Seth's interviews because I don't think he's guilty. So I mainly like focused on Chris and Katie's interviews.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. You're wasting your time. If anybody's looking for that in Seth, I mean, it's just so cut and dry with him. It's just so obvious that he's clear, in my opinion. So, because he's actually looking and he's wanting his son back. The other side of the family, not so much. So what does that tell you? So, but yeah, it's just so obvious. And so I like, the interviews that the prophets have, nothing matches up, man. So it just always changes. Stories keep changing. So that's a red flag. And that's why everybody's looking at him, like, in my opinion, like that,
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And I mean, I think anybody like that isn't even an expert or doesn't have any type of like whatever degree or anything like that can see it plainly. You're right.
Right. It's pretty obvious, but yeah. Yeah, I'll keep in touch with you. And thank you everybody for coming on. I think we only
Yeah,
have
I'm
like
excited.
a few
I'm
people.
excited to have you on, especially talk about Sebastian too. And like I said, we'll keep it up with this Mackenzie situation because there's a lot of freaking text messages, and I might need some help reading those.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, I'd love to go through those.
Yeah, because it's hard, especially like conversation wise, to read it. That way, yeah, that'd be awesome if you could help me out with that because. And I want to hear the male perspective on this because I think a lot of guys have these stories like the ones you were telling,
Oh
and
yeah.
I mean, yeah, we need to
Yeah.
let people know. And you don't know how many guys out there you're going to be helping, right? Like Jennifer and I are always talking about that too, and I
Right.
think it's super important that other younger men that might hear this and look up to you would say, yeah, actually, I'm worth more than that, and I don't deserve to be treated like that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, okay. I will talk to you tomorrow, and yeah, we'll see you soon.
All right, we'll
I reckon.
reconvene. We will definitely reconvene. All
All
right,
right.
thank you, Libra.
All right. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. And thank you guys so much for sticking around for our commentary. I know that was a lot with the dad, and I think we got into some really great subjects and really important topics. So, and Chuchi, thank you so much for all your hard work with all of the information that you've sent over to. It is a lot. We have a lot to get through on this case. So, again, I hope you guys all have an amazing rest of your night, and definitely look out for the new video once I'm able to drop it. Hopefully I'll have it out before midnight. But it just won't let me save that thing. So, all right, guys. Well, I appreciate you guys so very, very much, and I will see you guys all next time.